Hi, Nasra, are you there?
Well, good morning, everyone. Habari za asubuhi. Tumeamkaje? Does Swahili sound like your local language? Hope it does. So I hope we're all in good health this morning, ready to get underway with day number 2. The timetable says 8:30, but I think that was East African time, which generally means 30 minutes later, which is almost 9 a.m. in the morning. And it's 1:02, and I think we should actually get underway. So we're learning something here. And thank you for coming in early. Hope you enjoyed your breakfast, or maybe not. Let's get underway. Despite the numbers that we have, business has to continue. Kenneth, are we good online? Is everybody online? All right, then we can't waste any more time. So day number 2, let's begin, and we'll do a recap of our busy but productive day yesterday. Karibu sana. Chief Rapporteur wetu.
Thank you, Taji. Good morning, everyone. Habari ya asubuhi. I hope you had a great day yesterday and you are enjoying Dar es Salaam for those who are not Dar es Salaam residents. So I'm here to recap day one of this conference, whatever transpired yesterday. I hope majority of us were in presence yesterday. And for those who are not, I hope this will give you a gist of what transpired and enable you to have a good start of the day today. So actually we began with the singing of the national anthem by the beautiful kids from Igunga Primary School. They're not here today. So we had our chair, 10th board chair, Ms. Faraja Nyalandu, who started off by welcoming all stakeholders to the second International Quality Education Conference. She appreciated the constructive engagements and the contributions by development partners, government, civil society actors, education stakeholders, kids, teachers, and the support that these stakeholders have rendered to TENMET for the past 23 years. So I'm gonna give you key highlights only. I have a very few minutes allocated for this session, but we'll have a full report by the end of the workshop, and I'm sure everyone will have access to this. So we had several key issues. We tried to summarize a lot, a session of about 80 hours, people speaking. So we're gonna have few highlights. So there was the issue of collective intelligence to dialogue and deliberations. So our education sector is being commended for really being at the forefront in terms of convening a diverse group of stakeholders, deliberating together, and finding solution together. This is something that's, as stakeholders for education, we really have to be proud of and continue doing so. But also there was a call for data and insights. And this will help in such dialogues, it will help the governments, the policymakers to have evidence. When we bring compelling evidence and data, it becomes even easy for policymakers to adopt them. So, and this is very important for us as stakeholders to really make sure that we bring data in this advocacy dialogue. There was a recognition that education is contextual, but good practices are universal. So we may have different policies in our countries, but when it comes to sharing good practices, they can be replicated. So let's continue to share good practices. There was recognition of the role of civil society in improving access to education in Tanzania. But also about the theme that has been chosen. It reflects the current social and economic crisis, but also the theme, the discussion that is going to be ongoing in the next 2 accommodate students with disabilities. The learning, the tools, the instructions, the infrastructure, how our education stakeholders are really prepared to accommodate this group. It's about leaving no one behind. It's about equity and equality and inclusiveness. Those are the buzzwords that really controlled the discussion yesterday. But also issues around global agenda. For example, we have continental education strategy for Africa. So education stakeholders are reminded to try to domesticate such global initiatives, such regional initiatives. We have Agenda 2063. This is an African blueprint. It's a master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. What are we doing at our level of influence to domesticate, to put these global and regional education tools into policy dialogues, into service provision, into lobbying and advocacy initiatives that we are championing in our areas. Another major issue was really about investments in education and especially domestic resources. Issues of budget allocation, financing benchmark as a percentage of national GDP. Many countries are still struggling. In 2020, for example, Namibia was the only leading country that is spending 9.4% of the national GDP to education. Many countries are still on average 3.5 to 6. Tanzania is at 3.5. So there's a call for stakeholders to really work with the government. Political will is very key in terms of revenue, tax compliance issues, to lobby for expansion of tax base, close the tax havens, but also other areas that can finance education, innovative financing mechanisms such as levies, Eurobonds, corporate social responsibilities. We are not working enough with private sector. There's a lot of resources, sustainable resources in the private sector, but civil society have not captured that space. So we are told to really start developing partnerships, can be financing partnership or non-financing partnership, but to bring private sector on board because they have financial capacity, they have technological capacity. All of those are key to advance quality education. But also there are diaspora education levies, the PPP arrangements, other issues around resource with efficiency, resource utilization, and equitable spending. I think this is where our advocacy should go. Equitable spending, but also efficiency utilization of resources. Those are the areas. Gender equality and girl child support. This is the area where we expect in the coming years, most governments will be spending resources on. Tanzania is a champion in some areas. They talked about re-entry policy and how this re-entry policy can be a catalyst for us to start engaging on resources, on infrastructure, on making sure that these young girls, young mothers are in school, they remain in school and they learn. Because the issue is not access. There could be access in terms of infrastructure, but are they going? Are they accessing this infrastructure? Are they friendly? Are they learning? Who is evaluating their performance and their attendance? And who is following up? Those are advocates' ideas. Also, there was a discussion around being mindful of the fast growing children population, especially in Tanzania. Currently, we have about 13 million under 18. 1.4 million children are coming to school every year. This is an opportunity, but also a challenge to us. How is the education sector infrastructure and the learning environment prepared to accommodate such a growing number? Critical to the discussion yesterday was issues around automation, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and the huge impact these automation have on the world of work. So are we prepared to give the children ability to keep pace with these changes? Is our education system accommodative enough to prepare these young ones to cope with the future of work? Because the fourth industrial revolution is about online jobs, job creation. You know, it will be no longer about, you know, leaving school with CV and finding jobs. I mean, you can work at your home, you know, home desk. So how is the curriculum? How is the policy? How are the resources? How are we putting frameworks on board to accommodate these coming changes so that our children are not left behind in the labor markets? There was also this coming education summit in New York in December. It's an opportunity for every education stakeholder to really to participate and get some lights on global education transformation. Tanzania is already committing 20% of its resources to education from the national budget. Currently 17%. So there's a political will, but also these are kind of high-level dialogues that we can also add voice to the government commitments. Saj, I have 2 minutes to go, right? Thank you. So to wrap up, education is a basic human right and a precondition for creativity and poverty reduction. So so the real gain is going really to be, according to the discussion yesterday, the real gain will be in making sure that every child access to this basic education, but also the real gain also is in increasing the number of teachers, having curriculum that are relevant to the changing, transforming global economy, issues of climate change. We talked about technological advancements, having education tools that really prepare children to have competence, job-related skills, and enabling them to be ready to the changing labor markets. Issues of policy, the government is already working on reviewing the national curriculum and education policy. How are they harmonizing the policy and curriculum at the same time? The government confirmed that committees are working together, and the Ministry of Education is quite open for suggestions. There is a all stakeholders dialogue being planned. So it's a call for us, education stakeholders, to follow up and make sure that our recommendations are also taken on board. Finally, I would like to wind up by saying that there was a discussion, a very good discussion around education philosophy, where education should really be a tool for transformation. So education outcome should not be certificates, buildings, desks, and books. Education should really look at transforming mindset, transforming behavior. Outcome should be looking at how graduates can cope in social, political, economic, and all spectrum of life. It should not look at grades. It should not look at how much they really achieved in terms of final examination. The goal of education should be to transform lives, to give option, to create critical mind, to open up mindsets for graduates to see options that are available in their communities. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day. Asante Haji.
A job well done. Let's put our hands together once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. And now back to getting busy capturing what will transpire today. So to all our high-level delegates, regional high-level delegates, good morning and welcome. We continue today to the rest of the delegates in the room. Special mention to all our sponsors, prominently featured on the billboard behind me. We thank you for your continued participation and partnership. I wish to highlight once again the use of the Application Summit app. I actually went back to it last night and I saw a lot of comments on it. We're picking up from those. And if there's anything not captured in the recap, you might want to emphasize it within the app itself. I understand that it doesn't accept a foreign number. And so the good thing is now you can sit with your neighbor, local neighbor, ask for a number and get the one-time PIN. And then you could be active on the app as well. Thank you for the inputs and keep it coming. I've also been requested, I finally got my badge today and I've been registered. And so if you've walked in today and you haven't been scanned, please do so. And that's our method of registration. So they're requesting that we all pass by to scan our badges for the second day. And you may be going outside for your own refreshment, for tea, or to visit the booths. And today I will kindly request that we use this side of the center, convention center. As I understand, there's a very high level delegation from the government being welcomed this side of the center. And it might be a little bit tricky with people telling you, stop, don't go this way and so forth. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's focus a little bit this way just before noon. So let's get underway. David Kobia, I think the first person in the room this morning, Regional Education Advisor, Oxfam IBIS, this is on you right now. May I welcome you, please, with our hands. Karibu sana. I understand that everybody's online, everybody's ready. There might be a change in names. You may be familiar with that. Please let us know. We're looking at education financing, a global conversation towards rebuilding back inclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kobia, karibu.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Nawasalimu katika jina la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Because I had, for those who don't understand Kiswahili, I greeted everyone in the name of East African Community. Because all through since yesterday, I've had my colleagues from Tanzania greeting everyone in the name of Muungano wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania. I think it is important we start socializing as a larger community of Africans and not individual citizens of individual countries as decided by the colonial powers. Thank you. Now, having said that, today I have been requested to facilitate a discussion on education financing, a global conversation towards building back better. And as a moderator, I will lead the discussants into discussing this topic, and I invite the audience and the plenary to actively participate so that we give justice to this topic. I'll begin by inviting my discussants. The first discussant is my boss. So, Mr. Richard Olong, please, as I read your profile, please welcome to the podium. Mr. Richard Olong is a socio and development expert. A round of applause for Richard Olong. With over 20 years of experience working with CSOs in the Global South, focused on building economically vibrant and sustainable communities, where children complete their education and where young people, especially from marginalized and vulnerable communities, have equal economic opportunities to realize their dreams of a better world. Richard has excellent understanding of the education sector policy terrain, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa and Middle East and Northern Africa. Richard currently works as the Oxfam EB's Regional Program Manager for Education Out Loud program in the Horn, East and Southern Africa. He will be one of our panelists to discuss this topic today. A round of applause for Richard. My second discussant is a lady from Mozambique. Welcome, Josefa Bakar. I hope I pronounced that well. Josefa is the Inclusive Education Project Manager at Light for the World in Mozambique. Light for the World is a global organization that fights for an inclusive society, improving health systems in the poorest regions of the world, and to enable education for all by amplifying the voices of people with disabilities. Josefa is an expert in inclusive education and has good experience dealing with inclusive matters and social justice. A round of applause for Josefa. My third panelist, as per the program, was supposed to Mr. David Archer, but David Archer is not able to join us now. In his place, we will have his colleague, Ms. Julie Juma, who will be joining us online from Malawi. Julie Juma is the Education Program Manager at ActionAid International, and she has many years of experience working in education development and policy engagement in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our panelists with another round of applause. I hope Julie Juma is online and can follow the conversation. Thank you. Well, to introduce the topic, I would like to take like 2 minutes to set the pace for the discussion before I invite my discussants. The question of education financing or resourcing education generally, and the thought that we are trying to discuss today originates right from the conception of SDGs, where it was clear that the resources that are needed to make the SDGs a reality, and with specific reference to SDG 4 for us, will be quite a lot. And given the magnitude of the resources, then Africa, by way of the state of the resources that they mobilize, they will need to improve their resource mobilization skills in order to adequately finance achievement of SDG 4. And therefore, having known that Africa cannot achieve the goals of education set out in the SDG 4 with the current resources, then the question of how do we mobilize resources to finance education became critical. And since then, education stakeholders, development partners, and governments have been trying to look for various ways of improving financing education, and with specific reference to reach to the marginalized and ensure that no one is left behind. There are two approaches that have been explored over time. One is external aid and loans, which, for your information, constitutes just about 3% of education financing in Africa, and domestic financing of education, which takes up. So you realize that the largest proportion of resources that finance education come from us. But you see, most of the hyped financing is the 3%, which of course, if left alone, may not be able to support adequately the question of financing. So you find that in our discussion today, we would want to focus more on how do we enhance domestic resource mobilization to finance education, because one, that is the huge chunk or proportion that goes to finance education, and secondly, it is the most sustainable way that we can do that. Now, in this discussion, we will spend about 40 minutes listening to the panelists, and then we'll have another 20 minutes or so, because I've been given 1 hour for the panelists to share their ideas. I will begin by inviting Julie Juma, who is online, to shed some light for about 5 minutes on this aspect. Julie, education spending should be treated as investment, not as a consumption. So in your own view and your experience as an education expert and with a lot of experience working on the education sector in Africa, do you think that Africa has made sufficient investments in education that we think can lead us to achieving SDG 4 in the remaining 8 years? And if not, what should we do to enhance investments in education as African governments? Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you, TENMET, for inviting us to be part of this very important conference that is happening at a time when globally we are discussing issues of transforming education. Actually, let me start by responding to your question and also sharing some of the ideas that has come through in the Financing for Education paper, which has been prepared for the Transforming Education Summit. I listened to the recap from yesterday, and I have heard that you did discuss the Transforming Education Summit. So I'll share some highlights on the paper, as well as directly responding to what I have been requested to do. In the paper that has been presented, that has been prepared for the Transforming Education Summit, there is an issue that talks about education being not consumption, but a long-term investment. That is very key because in most cases, you will find that ministries of finance look at education not as an investment, but as a consumption, which is actually not a correct way to look at education, because investing in education is investing in future. All the resources that go into education, the impact or the effects are seen after a long term. So we need to look at education in the medium and long-term returns of education. From what we have seen on financing in education across Africa, as has been requested, there is a benchmark that has been set of 15 to 20%, which is the financing commitment that countries are called upon to make. But Africa is falling short of this commitment. So currently, for example, in Tanzania, as we heard from the presenter, their tax to GDP ratio is 11.9%, which is below the sub-Saharan average of 17.2. It is also below the minimum threshold of 15% considered necessary to finance even the most basic of state functions. So coupled with that, we are all aware of the impacts of the COVID pandemic, the effects that the COVID pandemic has had on financing of education. So 97% of education funding is supposed to come from domestic revenues, as our moderator has said. But this is profoundly affected by wider forces. So there's a need to take action on budget shares, which is 4 to 6% of GDP, and 15 to 20% of public expenditure on education. So Tanzania is committing 17%, but more can be done. And how can governments do this? So they need to take action on tax. They need to increase the tax to GDP ratios by 5 percentage points by 2030 through progressive tax reforms, enabling a doubling of spending on education, health, and more. But this needs to be matched with international action on global tax rules and havens. I heard mention that there was a discussion on sealing the loopholes through which revenue is lost. So that is the action on tax that needs to be taken to ensure that governments are not losing revenue through illicit financial flows. There's also need to take action on debt servicing. So any governments that are spending more on debt servicing than on education, they will not prioritize education. And also action on austerity. Governments should avoid austerity policies that block urgent spending on education, removing public sector wage constraints where there are teacher shortages. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have a high teacher shortage. Therefore, action on austerity whereby we reduce, whereby governments are constrained in recruiting the number of teachers that are required. This will have an effect on achieving quality education. Because for us to achieve quality education, we require the teachers to be there. So I think for now, let me stop there and allow others to come in, and then I can share the other insights later. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie, for bringing insights about the issue of the share of budget and also the focus on the sources of financing that we should look at as we seek to increase the share. But I invite you, Richard, to also shed some light on the issue of education. I mean, financing education as investment and not consumption, but also following on Julie's sentiments, you may want to shed more light on the 4S approach, because you can see since yesterday, we are all focused on discussing the share. Everyone is talking about how much should be allocated to education, the 6% GDP, the 20% of national budget. But it has been observed that we are more focused on the share without looking at the other S's of scrutiny, sensitivity, and size. And if you focus on the share without focusing on the size, you can only get as much as there can be in the size. So as you discuss investment in education, you please, Richard, can talk about the element of the 4S. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thanks everyone for coming in. I think first allow me on behalf of Oxfam to say a big thank you to TENMET for organizing this second ICAC. It's no mean feat to consistently organize such a huge conference. Last year was the first and this is the second one. So a very big thank you to Ochola and his team for putting this together. So let me try and put into perspective the concept of investment in education vis-a-vis the mindset of our policymakers regarding education as a consumption. And Julie puts it very clearly, but I want to use figures to put it to our policymakers that education is actually an investment. So recent research indicates that doubling investment in education, health and social sector would create up to 269 million jobs by 2030. So if we double our investment in education, our expenditures in education, we are not only consuming that amount of money put, but we are creating jobs for the future. So 269 million jobs in the next 7 years is not a small number. So our policymakers, our people in the ministries of education and the ministries of finance should be able to begin looking at expenditures and allocations to education as an investment that will create a lot of jobs for us. But also research shows that investing in early years of education and moving towards universal, high quality, affordable education and childcare system has potential to return in society up to $17 for each dollar invested. So if you invest $1 in education, you are sure to get a return on that investment of $17. So this is groundbreaking research that should inform our policymakers and people who are charged with the responsibility of allocating resources to education. Now, I would like to use a different perspective for us first to appreciate why it is important for education to be prioritized. First, I want us to believe and understand that education is a human right. Second, we need to appreciate the fact that education is the most powerful driver for development. But also for us who are keen on gender equality, it has the potential to improve gender equality and to improve health of our citizens. But also it has a strong possibility of reducing poverty among the population. For instance, research shows that an additional year that is spent in schooling increases your possibility of earning by 10%. So it doesn't necessarily mean that education has nothing to do with income equality. It has all things to do with income equality. So we need to prioritize education. But also it's important to underscore the fact that education has the potential to usher in peace and stability in a country. And so we can rightly say that for people who are highly educated, it is possible that they may not engage in wars unnecessarily. On the contrary, educated people do not go to the forefront of the war, but they use uneducated people to fight their wars. So it may not be very far-fetched for us then to say the debacle that is facing education right now and the fact that we are getting reduced financing to education could be deliberate to say our people do not get education so they can fight our political wars. That's my hypothesis. So why then do our leaders, why don't they prioritize education? In my view, two things pop to my mind. One is a lack of a political will. But also two, there is probably a certain lack of adequate resourcing or resources for our leaders to put in education. And that is where the issue of the 4S that our moderator talks about comes in. We need education that is prioritized by our leaders talking to their will politically. But also the 4S that our moderator is talking about is about the share, is about the sensitivity, about the size and scrutiny of education budgets. The share of the budget is what we've talked about, that governments committed to allocating 20% of the budget to education. But as we can see, and this has been talked about since yesterday, the allocation of budgets to education has not reached the 20% mark. On average, we are talking about 11 to 14%. But also in terms of GDP, in low-income countries, we are at an average of 3.5%, as opposed to the commitment of 6%. So this tells us that the allocation, the size of allocation to the education budget is not adequate to generate the outcomes that we need in education. In terms of sensitivity, we need to ensure that the allocations of budgets responds to the needs of the most vulnerable communities, the most marginalized communities, women, children with disabilities, ethnic minorities. This then tells us that the budgets that are there are sensitive to the needs of the communities that we are serving. And when we talk about the scrutiny of the budget, we should be looking at the efficiencies of allocation. If we allocate $5 to a certain school, we need to ensure that that $5 actually reaches the school and is used for the items that is meant to do. Our experiences in our countries across Africa has shown that there's a lot of leakages that relates to funding that goes to schools or to education. And so we need to ensure that those leakages are plugged so that resources are used for the purposes that they are supposed to.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, for that. Josepha, talking about investment in education and sensitivity, what can you say about how, to what extent are investments in education in Africa sensitive to the needs of the marginalized and is inclusive in nature or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of Light for the World, I would also like to thank TenMate for this invitation and to be part of this process. Regarding what you have been asking, one of the most important things that I think that we should take part on sensitivity is that inclusive education was not always a priority for many of the governments, especially for Mozambique. We passed from era where people were included on a segregated education system, meaning that children with disabilities or other kind of vulnerable groups were put it apart or in a different school, called special schools, I mean. So, and then after the sensibilization or awareness regarding inclusive education, it was showing that it was important also to have regular schools that could include children with disabilities or other kind of other kind of vulnerable groups. And from this moment, the country is trying to take this approach, having the regular schools with children with disabilities in the same classroom as the children with not disability. But what I can say about the investment that is being doing through this system is not quite a lot, because even for education, the GDP by 2020 for Mozambique was about 6.3%, and about the entire state budget was about 16%. But one of the things that we know is that 16, even 20% of a small amount of budget will not be, is not enough for countries with low income. And Mozambique is one of the countries in this situation. And if we don't have enough resources, even for a regular system, it's also difficult to look for separated groups or vulnerable groups. But there are some supportive development partners, not only Light for the World. UNICEF and World Bank is also working in Mozambique through different programs to support. So the development partners are the ones that are really supporting the government to making accessible the education system for people with disabilities, and also for other vulnerable groups, children, especially from rural areas, and also girls that are situated in early marriage obligation, and also pregnancy before the age that is expected. And there are so many other difficult situations, not only COVID-19, but also some conflicts that is occurring in the northern of Mozambique, especially in Cabo Delgado, Pemba. So meaning that in emergency context is also a big challenge to have people with disability being involved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Julie, talking about COVID-19 effects on education, it has been estimated that we will need about $200 billion to get back on track. And now the discussion of building back better. But we also want to focus on this aspect of building back better from a domestic or local perspective, and not external aids or external support perspective. In your own opinion, how can we build back better in terms of domestic resource mobilization to fill the gap that is left after COVID-19? And what practical ways should we do it in terms of civil society participation, not only saying what the government should do, but what should we as civil society do in our countries to contribute to the debate on domestic resource mobilization to finance education.
Okay, thank you very much.
Julie, you
I was-
heard me online?
Yes, can you not hear
Okay.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much. So yes, to agree with you that the gains that we have made in the past 20 years have been set back by COVID-19. And the most affected by this education crisis are children, young people from low-income households and whose education is disrupted further by humanitarian crisis, which is estimated now at 128 million, which is up from the 75 million that was there before the pandemic. So girls have often paid a high price as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, dropping out from school because they may be caring for others or forced into child marriage or exposed to increased gender-based violence. So despite the increases in investment in education over the last 15 years, even more is needed. So as you have mentioned, that it was estimated that up to an additional 200 million each year would be required to get the world on track to achieve SDG 4 by 2030. But now that figure is even higher. So the average annual cost of providing education to all refugee students, for example, in low, middle, and upper income host countries estimated to represent 4.85 billion. So we have the pandemic that has disrupted the financing of education, and we also have these violent conflicts that we are currently also facing. So based on the I will refer to the financing paper that has been prepared for the Transforming Education Summit, which has proposed actions in 3 key areas. That is mobilizing more resources domestically and internationally, increasing the efficiency and equity of allocations and expenditures, and improving education financing data and accountability. So just to emphasize that we have a crisis in financing of education. So as I mentioned earlier, there is need to take action on the budget shares. So this is domestically, okay? So as mentioned earlier, 97% of that funding has to come from domestic resources. So the action on the budget shares, action on tax, as I mentioned earlier, action on debt servicing, and then also action on the austerity. And then increasing equity and efficiency on spending on education is the second area that needs to be looked at. So more education resources must be accompanied by greater equity and efficiency in existing investments. So we need to take action on all levels of education. A principle of progressive universalism in lifelong learning perspective is needed, which encompasses all levels and strands of education, starting with early childhood education and prioritizing public investments towards achieving equity and quality. So we are falling short very much, in particular in early childhood education. So action needs to be taken on that. We also need to take action on geographies. Investing domestic resources equitably across a country should be a priority. For example, in Tanzania, the investment we are making in schools in Dar should also translate into the investment that are being made, for example, in schools in Chamwino and Singida, as should the investment of aid and loans to target countries that are most in need. So aid should also target those countries that are most in need and not only the countries that are middle income or high income countries. We also need to take action on excluded groups. So we need to have disaggregated data and intersectional approach, which are crucial for enhancing equity. Decentralization can help but the center must retain a redistributive role. So we also need to take action on linking sector planning and budgeting. So we need to have realistic and robust education financing strategies, which must drive investment decision over several years. And finally, the thing we need to really focus on is education financing data and accountability. So good policy requires systematic and reliable data on education spending to deepen accountability. So we need to have action on data availability, coherence, and timelines. Countries need to increase the availability and harmonization of quality data on public education and household spending. A research that was conducted by ActionAid showed that households are spending more on education than the government is spending on education. So we need to have that data to guide decision-making. Action on capacity to use data. There's need to increase capacities to understand and use education budget data at all levels, from schools up to ministries and parliaments. Because without data, the right decisions will not be made. Action on data for accountability. Effective domestic accountability systems in education should enable external partners to trust that education resources are well used. So there should be that accountability of the resources that have been invested in education. So if we put together these actions, we should be able to increase and be able to finance the education domestically, whilst looking at increasing the share, size, sensitivity, and scrutiny of education budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Comrades in the House, I hope you're taking notes on some of the brilliant proposals on actions that we should take as civil society to support domestic resource mobilization, even as we urge governments to increase financing education domestically. Now, Richard, in a way of filling the gap of financing that is needed to build back better after COVID-19, we know that there are tax injustices that are happening in Africa. And most of these injustices are perpetrated or made possible by international, multilateral, or international political economy, as we can call it, that is largely controlled by governments and powers that are outside the African continent. How can we as Africans, including the citizens, the civil society, and governments, confront this issue of tax injustice so that we can raise money from fair taxation of the resources that are taken from Africa to finance education and other social sectors in our countries? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think the first point we want to agree on, and all of us agree, is that an education crisis is upon us. And this is from COVID-19. But I also think that it is time for us to put behind all the gloom that came with COVID-19 and begin looking at the brighter side that we can take forward. As the saying goes, beyond or behind every dark cloud, there is silver lining. So much as COVID-19 came with all the debilitating effect on our education system, we need to look at ways of getting around that now than simply going back and saying it has been a bad time for us. So as civil society, as citizens, but first as civil society, I think the biggest role we need to play is to generate evidence that we can use to advocate for improved domestic resource mobilization. At Oxfam, what we pride ourselves on is generating that evidence. For instance, our latest research goes to show that during the 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, there were pharma, tech, food industries, and energy industries that made billions and billions of dollars that governments can actually tax to improve the domestic resources that they have to spend on education. For instance, there is a food industry, a chain called Cargill, which was raking $20 million per day during the 2 years. $20 million per day, that's insane amount of money, isn't it? And our research shows that in the 24 months of COVID-19, these wealthy individuals accumulated wealth that they could have made in 23 years if there was no pandemic. So that is insane amount of money, and it is only up to our leaders to be able to stand tall and tax these individuals who have made wealth out of the pandemic. So that's the silver lining that I'm talking about from the pandemic. Not all is lost. So as Oxfam, we are suggesting some form of wealth tax that I want to share with you and probably with our leaders in the House. So we are suggesting what we call a windfall tax. A windfall tax for excessive profits that these individuals and companies have made in the 2 years. Because we estimate that tax on just 32 super profitable corporations that they made during the COVID-19 would generate up to $104 billion. That's good enough money for us to invest in education and other social sectors. This is not impossible because we already found out that Italy implemented this tax in their country, and they generated a lot of money out of these excessive profits that companies made during COVID-19. Another example that we can give is France. After the Second World War, they levied 100% tax on what they call wartime wealth. So a lot of the companies that made profits during the time of the Second World War in France, all their profits were swept by the government to invest in social sector services. We are also suggesting what we are calling a one-off solidarity tax, which has already been in Argentina and has been successful in generating enough revenue that has supported Argentina to recover from COVID-19. So these are some of the taxes that our countries, our governments can levy onto the super wealth, the wealthy class of this country. One of the things that we need to share also is that Africa is has the highest number of high net worth individuals coming up. So the number of the rich that is happening in Africa is greater than all the continents in the world. So it means that in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Burundi, in Rwanda, across the African continent, there are high net worth individuals coming up every day. And so our governments need to track, and my colleague Julie Juma talked about the importance of data, that we need to track the wealth of individuals and have the courage to tax them fairly and progressively. This is important. I think because of time, I can stop there.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll keep the discussion going on. Now, quickly for 2-3 minutes, Josefa. Africa at the moment is struggling with the debt burden because of heavy borrowing to finance domestic social services, education included. Do you think Africa really can finance its education and other social services without debt? And what is your view that conditions that come with debts and loans are an extension of neocolonialism that continues to control Africa in its progress? Please, you can discuss a few of that.
Thank you. Mobilizing resources and mainly talking about domestic finance. I think one of shares that I have is that in Mozambique, we have conducted a study, and it's on the Bedrock report. It was shown that if multinational companies pay their fair taxes share, it will be possible to employ more teachers, to train them up better. It will be also possible to put technology into the classrooms. And we know that the main of the challenges that we have in education system is having the shortage on teachers number, and also technologies to assistive technology, not only for the children, but children with disabilities. And I would also say that in some contexts where it's not possible, there is not enough funds, it's very visible that donations, loans, and other kinds of resources are what supporting education system, and especially ECD. And we can see that it's not the money is not that much, but if the government do not prioritize having a sustainable policy on domestic finance, the government will always depending on the donations and also on the international community. We are not saying that it's a bad approach, but it's not sustainable, because we know that education investment is a long-term investment, and the project has a cycle, and it may not happen in 5 or 10 years after, but we need to have conditions to continue and pursuing for quality education, and also having resources to support all the situation, all the depths that we have in the system. And I would also like to emphasize that paying the teachers better is not only a question of respecting what they're doing, but it's also a way to stimulate them to keep going through the hard situation that they have. In some cases, humanitarian situations we had cyclones for 2 or 3 years. We had some other different situations, has COVID and conflicts, and teachers were at that situation need to be affected and reallocated from different places. And it's very difficult to be working for education or for any kind of services if the personnel, the teachers have not enough conditions to work.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Richard wants to put an adjunct before we open it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm confident that Africa can actually finance its education without debt, only if it took action on 2 or 3 critical areas. One is on tax, 2 is on illicit financial flows that gets out of Africa elsewhere. Every year, Africa loses up to $88 billion to illicit financial flows. Tanzania, for instance, about over 200 million every year from illicit financial flow. Kenya loses 558 million. Uganda loses about 370 million. And you can go on and on and on. So all these monies, if they were plugged and remained in the country, we would be able to put them together and respond to our crisis in education. So I want to say that our governments can have the confidence that they can finance their own education, but it needs and takes commitment in these areas where there are leakages in the tax system that we can then be able to raise enough resources.
Thank you, Richard. And our job is cut out as civil society. We need to get out and mobilize our constituencies to put pressure on governments to take action and focus more on spending from our own purse than spending from an external purse. They always say, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So the more you depend on external financing, the more you dance to an external tune. Finally, before we give it up to the plenary, let's do this last one, and we'll hear some ideas and proposals from Julie and the rest of the plenary. But I'll start with you, Julie. What are some of the domestic education financing models do you think Africa can apply to finance education?
Thank you, moderator. I think the model that we have been advocating for is actually using the 4S framework. So the 4S framework has been highlighted, whereby we expect countries to take action on the size, the share, the sensitivity, and scrutiny of the budget. So looking at the percentage of the budget, either 15 to 20% or 4 to 6% of the GDP, or the size of government revenues overall, the small size of the budget will give a small share. So there needs to be that action on both of that, on the size and the share, and then on the sensitivity to ensure that the allocations within education are focusing on equity. So looking at the extent to which budgets and spending address education inequalities, and also the scrutiny to help to ensure that money arrives where it is needed. But on the raising of the resources, as we discussed earlier, on the domestic resource mobilization, so the key action has to be on tax justice, where we will be able to take action on increasing the tax to GDP ratio through fair and progressive tax. So the IMF and the World Bank estimate that anything below 15% is insufficient to carry out even the most basic state functions. So for me, in brief, I can say, if countries adopt the 4S framework, they should be able to finance their education adequately, and then taking action on debt as well. And if countries are to borrow, this should be done in a transparent and accountable way, whereby there's scrutiny of parliaments in the process of acquiring the debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Richard, you have any comment on that quickly? Yes.
I can't agree more with Julie. I think as civil society and where I come from, the framework of the 4S provides us with a very competent route to raise resources and spend them and spend effectively. And so we need to popularize that framework among civil society advocates so that we are able to respond effectively to the needs of the education financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Josepha. From an inclusive perspective, what are some of the approaches we can use to finance education domestically?
Thank you. I think there is a need of reformulation on legal framework to accommodate fair shared taxes, especially to include more people in the vulnerable groups. And we also need to develop accountability mechanisms that promote trust among the partners. As it have been said, people need to know where we are allocating the money, what are we buying, and we have to have this kind of data quality system that can enable schools, ministries, and all stakeholders to have finance information to take better decisions.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause to our panelists so far. Thank you. And now we open it up to the plenary. I will stand. Sometimes I like talking when I am up, and we will have about 15 minutes. I hope so. I can see, I'll take 4 first, then I'll come to the first one. I'll start with the lady in front here, then 2, 3, then 4. You can use the mic on your desk there. Yeah.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Hi, my name is Patricia Biala. I work with USAID Tanzania's Education Office. I'm currently the acting director for the Education Office, and I'm very excited to be here. I thank you all for this panel. It's super important what you're talking about. You know, governments alone can't do it. In many countries, even when governments are spending 30% of their budget on education, it's still not going where it's needed. Frankly, a lot of times it's covering salaries of, you know, Ministry of Education staff. So this has been a huge problem for a long time. Finding ways for governments to be able, or countries to be able to finance such an important resource as education. And what we've discovered in the United States, in USAID's work, is the importance of involving other stakeholders. So not just government, not just taxes on people's incomes, which are very important, but also it's not enough. And I wonder, I know we're gravitating towards piloting education finance initiatives that are involving non-state actors, private sector, civil society organizations. So I didn't hear so much of that today as part of the solutions. And I was wondering, what is the experience in Tanzania, in East Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, regarding including or partnering with private sector and non-state actors to help co-finance the much needed education resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 2.
Thank you, moderator. I have 2 things. One is about the purpose of education first. Why are we educating our people? Of course, Richard has in a way answered that, because he said when people are educated, it will help us to be peaceful and people can get jobs and so forth. But looking at a country like Tanzania, for example, 65% of the population engage in agriculture. Only 6% in industry, 28.44 are working in the service sector. Now we are taking our children to schools expecting to be employed in the service or an industry. We are not educating our people so that they can become useful and productive in the productive sectors in our country. So that is what one thing I see as a challenge, because you're just educating. It's like the education that is offered in the UK has to be the same as the education that is supposed to be offered in Kenya and in Tanzania, as if we are one. Each country is unique. So if we are not educating our people to be productive in our own context, then we will be wasting our resources educating people. Number two, it's about financing education, especially education for the weak. In Tanzania, we call the weak wanyonge, the downtrodden, the poorest of the poor, God's piece of wood, which is only is education, which is the only thing which the poor have access to. While the rich, they have take their children to private schools, which are well-resourced, they have enough teachers, fantastic learning environment. So what is the solution? Others have already said, the solution is to make it mandatory for all civil servants, policymakers, so long as you have reached a certain level of a salary, for you to educate your children through the public system and see after less than 5 years if the public system has not been improved. But so long as the things remain as they are, how should it be painful? It's something that is not you are not consuming from.
Yeah.
Those are my contributions, Asante.
Yeah, thank you. Point made. And number three, quickly, straight to the question so that we are able to move.
Okay, thank you. I have a contribution. Tunaposema kuwekeza kwenye elimu, naomba nichangie vitu viwili. Kitu cha kwanza, kama Tanzania na Afrika nzima tunatakiwa kuangalia hizi gender based needs, ambapo tukiangalia kwa watoto wa wanafunzi wote, asilimia kubwa ya wasichana kuanzia siku 3 hadi 4 huwa hawaendi shule kwa mwezi, ambayo inachukua siku 36 hadi 48 kwa mwaka wasichana hawaendi shuleni. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu hakuna mahitaji ambayo yani hakuna zile basic needs mashuleni ambazo zinapatikana kumwezesha mtoto wa kike kusoma kiufasihi au kiufanisi. Kwa hiyo ni changamoto kama tunakuwa tunawekeza kwenye elimu, lakini pia hatuna vitu vinavyomwezesha mtoto wa kike kuwa kusoma vizuri, inakuwa bado ni changamoto. Lakini kitu cha pili ninachotaka kukisemea ni kwamba tunapowekeza kwenye elimu tunatakiwa kuangalia hao watu tunaowawekeza au wanafunzi wanaosoma mwisho wa siku wanakuja kufanya nini. Tukiangalia graduates kwa mwaka labda wana graduate wanafunzi 500,000, wanao qualify kuingia kwenye ajira ni wanafunzi 200,000, ajira ambazo zipo ni 2,000. Hii tunaowekeza inakuja kuwa na faida ipi? Kwa huo ni mchango wangu.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, for those who don't understand Swahili, the speaker has asked a question of how do we meet the special needs of girls and other marginalized groups in terms of accessing education when investing in education? How do we take consideration to special needs, especially for those of girls? And the second one is, what is the return on investment on education in terms of what we are doing? Thank you. Finally, we take this one, then we can hear the panelists, and then we come back for another round, please.
Thank you. Very wonderful panel. My name is Boaz Waruku Ansefa. Oh, Ansefa is not part of my name, but Ansefa is the organization I serve. I am an African, and I think Africa is my business. So the postulations, the discussions going on are very well. I like the framing, particularly by Richard and Julie, because I think the 4S framework provides really the mirror through which we can see what is the challenge within our education financing framework. But I start from a position that actually the world should be coming to Africa to borrow from us. We have the wealth. The entire world relies on Africa. Where is our wealth? So when we are baking the pie so that we can share it and it becomes adequate, where is the wealth? The estimates that you get, because I think our wealth is in the very good, minerals that we have and all. We have large tracts of land which are very productive, which can be exploited. If you talk of the game, the wildlife and all, it is all here. So the wealth is in Africa. The Garden of Eden, sorry to say that, is here in Africa. Unfortunately, the indication and the estimates that we have, for example, between 1970 and 2008, there's been a lot of bleeding of these resources of ours. To the extent, I think, $2.1 trillion. That is if I'm to use the statistics of that was given by Hanley and Partners in a report. $2.1 trillion. Those ones are extracted and taken away. And also, if you look at Africa, we'll find that this is where people are just so happy that individuals can amass and transfer public wealth into private wealth. And so I'm also hesitant then to say that, okay, let's tax the profits, those wealth that they have. I think let us recapture that wealth and make it available for education. Let us also do the scrutiny part, which deals with how do we decisively deal with corruption? Corruption. Because corruption is what is eating up our nations. The resources we have, even when we do the budgeting to the letter, to the nukta or to the numbers, you'll still find that there's countries that boasting of, oh, at least we have surpassed at least 20% of their national budget. The spending of it, you'll find that a ballpoint pen like this is costed as, now I'm thinking in Kenyan language. I don't know how to convert it very quickly, but you'll find that the price that is paid for this pen to be delivered to the Ministry of Education is almost 100% times the actual amount that should be paid. In other words, we budget for corruption, we transfer public resources to private, and we then fail to deal with it. I would propose, and I'm asking you, because I think the 4S framework we've been discussing for, this is almost the fourth or fifth year. Are we applying it, and how effective? We should be reflecting on how is it bringing us back to enable the resources become available for use in education. Because for me, I think we should reach a point when we say, we've talked about this so much, where are our resources being transferred? The illicit flows to the external world and all that. We should be asking ourselves, within Africa is still where you have the French speaking countries using what they are calling the franc CFAs and all that controlled elsewhere. And we think we are independent. I think we have to be very clear where are our resources, and our resources, are they being used to benefit us? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Let's give the panelists 2 minutes each to react to those comments, and then we come for another final round and take some comments. I can see some more hands. Now, Julie, a speaker has observed that the issue of public-private partnerships in education, how can we use that without necessarily appearing like we are privatizing education? For 2 minutes, maybe you can mention a few things on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to acknowledge that we have at least over 350 million children who are educated by non-state actors. That's a reality that we need to acknowledge. So we need to integrate these actors into a coherent and well-regulated system that complies with state obligations around the right to education. So I will quote the Global Monitoring Report, which urges governments to see all institutions, students, and teachers as part of a single system. Standards, information, incentives, and accountability should help governments protect, respect, and fulfill the right to education of all without turning their eyes away from privilege or exploitation. So that's something that I wanted to focus on, in that the private sector can support in providing education to the citizens. But the primary duty bearer still remains the state. So I think the speaker who asked that question also talked about that even countries that spend over 30% of their budget on education are not able to meet all these costs. So I think I'll take us back to the 4S framework again. What we are saying is, even if you are spending 30% of the budget on education, but if the overall size of the budget is small, that 30% is still small. So that's why the action on domestic resource mobilization, expanding that tax base, is critical. And here we are not actually looking at only taxing the citizens, but also the multinational corporations, sealing all the loopholes where funds are being lost. I usually like to quote the president of Ghana for what he said during the GPE replenishment in 2018. Yeah, the president of Ghana indicated that as Africa, we are not poor. We have resources, and we cannot depend on others to finance our education when Africa is losing billions of dollars every year through illicit means. So if we take that action on tax to ensure that all the illicit financial flows are dealt with, Africa can fund its own education. Thank you.
Thank you. How is a question that we need to think about. We can talk about illicit financial flows, but if we do not stand up and take action, then this will continue forever, and we'll have a million conferences discussing how illicit flows are taking money from Africa. It is time to take action. It is only us who can take action. If we don't, it will not be done. Now, the issue of PPPs, but you observe that, Julie, that private sector should come to supplement a public sector. But another speaker, if you can talk to that, observed that privatization or private schools propagate inequality in the society, because sending children to private schools where the facilities and quality of education is higher than public schools, then if that is the mode of partnership that we'll do with private schools as a PPP approach, then we will be exacerbating inequality. How can we embrace private education providers without necessarily pushing inequality in offering education in the society? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Kobe. And I think as education advocates, we've always said that, and governments and all of us have committed to offering fee-free public education. And our understanding of the private sector is that they are driven by the need for profits. And so we need to have a delicate balance between public education and privately sponsored education. And that is why civil society actors decided to come up with what we call the Abidjan principles that guides how private sector and the government needs to interact to provide education that is affordable to everyone. But as Julie says, the responsibility for respecting, providing, and fulfilling the right to education rests primarily with government. And the focus then is to support government to raise at least 90% of domestic resources to provide for education. And so that is why the bulk of the energies and discussions is focused on how can governments be able to raise this amount of money and channel them to the most productive sectors of the economy, including education. I think that is critical. Can I go to, there is a question that I think Nicole raised about productivity of education and how our education system seems not to be working for us. I think this is a discussion that has been going on for some time. And I know that in a number of countries, there's been attempts now to deconstruct the curriculum in most of them. And I think I remember yesterday, the PS here talked about a process of policy review that's going on. We think that it is important for our education system and curriculum to be structured in such a way that it responds to the needs of its communities. I think the challenge that we've had over the years is that governments across Africa inherited colonial education system that has not focused on the needs of the people or the citizens of that country. And therefore, we are seeing the challenges of that inheritance now. And that is why we are now talking about decolonizing education. How can we be able to have an education system that speaks to the needs of the African people? That I think is critical for us to engage in. And my sister talks about the need of girls and special groups. And I want on this point to applaud the government of Tanzania for churning out the reentry policy for girls who have gone out of school due to pregnancy to gain access back into education system. I think this is one of the ways that we can be able to support inclusivity in education. The only thing that remains for us to see is how can this reentry policy now be implemented so that our girls, our sisters who fell out of school can go back into the education system. I think that is what we've been talking about yesterday, about the difference between, or the gap between policy and practice. I hope that the government of Tanzania will this year and probably subsequent years be moving towards implementing this policy as effective as it possibly can. And I think there is need for commitment and affirmative action from our governments to be able to support inclusive education of the marginalized and vulnerable communities. I can give an example of the Maasai in Kenya. There was a study that was conducted by APHRC in Kenya and in Maasai land. And one of the findings was that schools remained without children during times when families needed to migrate to look for greener pastures elsewhere. And as a result of that study, the government of Kenya introduced school feeding in the Maasai community. Now, what happened thereafter was that even during times when communities needed to migrate, they left behind their children because they were sure that their children would get feeding in the school. And so only the men would migrate with the animals and leave the family behind to partake of the school feeding. This was an affirmative action and it led to increased access and retention of children in schools. And so governments elsewhere could also borrow a leaf from this kind of, policy that can be able to help marginalized communities and ethnic minorities to access education. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, before we open one more round of comments, Josepha, there was a comment or a question about the issue of meeting special needs, especially for girls, as we structure our financing of education. What are some of the examples from your experience that colleagues in the House can probably explore of how we meet the special needs of girls while structuring financing of education?
Thank you. One of the ways to increase accessibility for girls, it's a massive campaign and awareness on gender sensitive. And we may have now situations that most of the communities are sensitized about having the girls going to school, because many of the times they told that girls don't need to go further because they need to get married early. And awareness, especially through the community, is one of the best ways to achieve it, because it's shown that many of the countries has good policies on gender sensitive, but to get to the access and also continue going to the schools and monitoring it, it's not only a question of government responsibility, but all the community and society knowing that girls needs to go to school, needs to be there, and other different groups also. So it's kind of awareness through community. And I would also like to emphasize about the social responsibility that we were talking on private sector. For countries as Mozambique, we have so many multinational companies, and they are mainly working through social responsibility. That is mainly building new schools into the communities. And yes, it really helps because we have overrated classrooms in many of the schools, and there is something that really helps. But I would also remain that the main responsible to provide access for education is the government, and the other partners may have their responsibility on social awareness and also social responsibility. But I would say also that the just or the fair share tax would be also an input for having more money to employ more teachers and also to improve the education systems.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is always a limited resource. I would like to take.
Can I add one thing to the inclusion? Yeah, okay. So in addition to what the last speaker has said, it's also important to look at the inclusive education policies or inclusive education strategies that exist in the countries. ActionAid did a study, which the last speaker also had alluded to, on bedrock of inclusion in Mozambique, Tanzania, Malawi, and Nigeria. So these countries all have an inclusive education policy or strategy, but however, they often miss aspects of costing and resourcing, or the budgets that were there were woefully small compared to the need. So there's an action that needs to be taken to ensure that the inclusive education policies are costed, and also the costing should be realistic. And for that to happen, you need to have reliable data to use. And the final point, a final point on what we noted in the costing that was done for some of the countries. It lacked, it did not take into account the need to train and pay more teachers, which is a vital factor in ensuring a workforce that is equipped to support inclusion. So you need a workforce there to support the inclusive education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time is always not on our side, and I want to give people a chance because we need to close in the next 10 minutes. you go specific to a question, no explanation. If you explain, I'll cut you short. The last person with the white shirt, number 1, then 2, I'll take a lady, 3, 4, and then 5. Question. So we start number 1 there back. There's a question. Morning, please, someone give him the mic.
Okay, my name is Samuel Sura from Masumbwe Secondary School there in Geita. My question is that in our education, I always see that it's a colonial education because we all look the things which we learn, they are theoretical and not practical. And the thing that many of them I know is our education takes us to the opportunities, these opportunities which everybody needs to be employed, and it's not take us to something that maybe you can think to employ ourselves. So maybe you can just make it clear in my mind. Just I can think, but for it to be having, maybe I can gain something that you can have and self-employment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How can we make education relevant to our context? Number 2. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Binde. I'm coming from a project jointly funded by Ministry of Education and Global Affairs Canada. I'll go straight to the questions. Thank you, Richard, Josefa, Julie. We have talked about the variations in terms of resource mobilization, the differences in the understanding of education as an investment rather than just another expenditure. And we have talked about just taxes. My question is, in view of all this, what kind of lessons that we can draw and which can help us to take us forward?
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, team. My question is related to the recognition by the panel that communities are major contributors to education budgets. And my interest is in finding out what you think we as civil society actors should do to support the government to capture that data that will help them, first of all, make better use of the funds that are coming from community level, but also to help communities support government better to ensure that all kids, especially marginalized kids, are in school and are able to complete school. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mine is more of a comment than a question. I think it's not enough to just say 15 to 20% of the national budget should be allocated to education, or 4 to 6% of the GDP. Therefore, I would like to urge all civil society actors present here that the conversation should go deeper. And if we're talking about 20% of the national budget, what percent of this 20% is going into the actual teaching and learning and not the personal emoluments of the teachers? So even as you sit in these forums and lobby for financing towards education, there must be detail to this budget. Where I come from, 90% of our education budget goes towards emoluments for the teachers. So of course, this speaks to the quality aspect, but then there's also other issues that need to be addressed in order to ensure that we are delivering a good education system.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally.
Thank you. I'm Alicia Kamugisha from Secretariat. Mine is mixed questions and comments. One, my question goes to Julie. She talked about households investing more than the government do. Maybe she throws more light on that. But the second goes to Along. You talked about the solidarity taxation kind of, practiced in Argentina, if I got you well. So also you throw more light so that we can borrow the best practice. But also, thirdly, my comment goes to Kobia. Maybe you can throw more light on the DTA as a source of, where we can get more finance to finance social services, including education. But also, I would also to urge the audience to go as a homework, peruse more on the Abidjan principles, which was generated in 2018 for our use. Thank you.
Thank you, Lycidia. Now, as a way to wind up, and we don't want to eat into the next session, I will give the panelists each 2 minutes. They respond to issues that are of their concern based on the comments as they give the closing remarks, and then we move on. So I will start with Richard, then Josepha, and then move to online Julie, so we can start.
Thank you, moderator. And so just to start with the question on solidarity tax. So I mentioned that a lot of billionaires on millionaires were made during the COVID times. So for Argentina, as part of their recovery plan, they decided that they needed to tax some part of the profits that was coming from the millionaires and billionaires that made the money or profits during the COVID times. So it was, you would want to call it a response to the COVID-19 distress in the communities of Argentina. So those who made more money had to be in solidarity with those who lost lives, lost properties, and other economic livelihoods, so to speak. So that was the solidarity tax in Argentina. And my good friend asked about the roles of civil society organizations. I think for me, the most important role that civil society can play is generating data and evidence to support advocacy, but also to raise awareness on the issues of taxes, on the issues of education and domestic resource mobilization, but also to mobilize communities to respond to issues of transparency and accountability in the implementation education plans and policies. I think those were the few I could pick. Maybe I leave the rest for my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the question regarding the curricula. I guess what we really need, not only for Tanzania, but many of the countries in Africa, is a realistic reformulation of curriculums that is adequate to the context of the countries. Sometimes we have countries that the education systems is graduating a lot of engineers in areas that maybe are not a priority. But for agriculture and all other important areas, they are not really clear strategy on the formation. And then the question regarding the lessons that we can take through the different domestic finance is to straighten the budget forum that generally we have in civil society. So this kind of organization not only responsible to monitor what the government is doing, but also to show the people the transparency that is needed during all the process regarding natural resources exploration. And then there is a question on the branch mark. I would say that the branch mark is not a really a state, but it's just a standardized rate for the United Nations members And according to our contest, mainly Africa, we could see that really 20% may not be nothing for our budget, for a national budget, but we need to address exactly the needs that we have. So that's why it's important to go through our contest or for our needs and priorities. Each of the countries have different priorities. Some needs to have more resources for employing more teachers, and some may have more resources for training better the teachers, and some may have maybe resources for technology. So that's the point that I can take on that.
Okay, thank you. Julie, finally.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with the question on the household spending on education, just to share that in our tax privatization and right to education project, we did a survey in Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, and Pakistan to look at how much the households are paying towards their children's education, taking into consideration that education is a right, and government as a duty bearer has the right to provide free quality public education. So what our study found out is that in Ghana, 19.5% of the income is spent in public schools and 48.7% in private schools. In Kenya, proportion of household income spent on education, it was 23.6% in public schools and 69.2% in private schools. In Uganda, it was 33.7% in public schools and 173% in private schools. So you see there where the problem with privatization of education is. So just to emphasize on this point is that the citizens pay taxes. So expecting the citizens to also pay for education, it's like they are being taxed twice. So government needs to provide quality, free, inclusive public education. I hope I've answered that question. Moderator, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like me to add to. Oh, okay. I think there was a comment on the percentage of the budget, the 4S framework. I think what we need to understand is that our emphasis is not only on the size of the budget. Yeah, there was a comment about the 90% of the budget going to personal emoluments. I think that is not a problem at all, because we need teachers to ensure that we are providing the quality of education. So the problem here is that the resource envelope overall is not adequate. So if governments were able to generate adequate resources, even if that 25% that is given to education and 90% goes to teacher salaries, the remaining should be adequate to finance the teaching and learning and other requirements for education. So let's look at the 4S holistically. Let's not just look at the size or the share of the budget, which I know civil society we've been focusing on for many years. So let's look at the other S's as well. Let's look at the overall size of the cake for the national budget. Let's look at the sensitivity and also scrutiny. So the sensitivity, we are looking at how are these resources being allocated. So we should take an interest in that as civil society to say, this is what, when the budgets have been passed, we need to, not even when they have been passed, when the budgets are being formulated, to find out what has been allocated to which areas and follow up on that. And then finally, we are talking about the scrutiny itself. Okay, so on the sensitivity, we are looking at the children with disabilities, we are looking at girls, we are looking at children in emergency situations. So we need to look at those sensitivities. And then scrutiny, civil society, as well as parliaments should take an interest to find out how the funds that have been allocated have been utilized. So if we only focus on one S or two S's, then we are not doing justice to our education financing agenda. We need to look at all those parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. And that's where we come to the end of our session, ladies and gentlemen, because in the interest of time, we may not have adequately responded to all your questions and comments, but such conferences are supposed to excite our thinking and set the agenda. The real work will be done when we go elsewhere. Let us continue reading. Let us continue utilizing the learning communities and spaces that are available for us to continue interacting and exchanging. But finally, what I can say is that we can lament all these things in virtual conferences or physical conferences like these ones. But without stepping out and taking action, nothing will change. What I can wrap up this session by saying is that let us step out and take action about what we say should be done. Let us be the ones to do it. Let us just not stand on the pedestal and say, this should happen, this should be done. Who will do it if it is not us? Thank you so much. And a round of applause to our panelists again as we end. And
moderator, one thing.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah,
Julie?
I would just like to urge everybody to look at the Action Track 5 paper, which has been prepared for the Transforming Education Summit on education financing, and look at the actions that have been proposed there. We need to ensure that we are taking this action forward for the next years to come. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Julie. We continue sharing resources available as we proceed. Thank you. May you take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And Julie, you are now free to continue following the conference, or you can log off at your own pleasure.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do not see the MC, but maybe I can assume the role in the interest of time. And because I have the timetable, and of course our business here is to execute the timetable, I will take this opportunity to invite Dr. Herin, who is going to moderate the next session, which is a panel discussion about African languages as a medium of instruction and learning, rethinking the future of education. Dr. Herin is the director of AIMS teacher training program in Rwanda. So Dr. Herin, please, you can come in and take the floor as you introduce your panelists and invite them to the podium. A round of applause again to Dr. Herin. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
It's an education radio that I need before the did you introduce the? I haven't introduced anything at all. I haven't said anything.
Okay. Asante. Okay, so you've got the email address. You know how to get in touch with them. I think it's a fantastic resource. David, thank you very much for introducing the next topic. I was looking at the time and coordinating on how we can proceed with the next sessions. So thank you for yours. I think we've clapped for you. Congratulations. And we're moving now into the panel discussion, and let me invite the moderator immediately. But I'd just like to let you know that we'll be in the main venue for the next 2 sessions. The health break is your own, at your own will. If you wish to stand up and just go refresh, that's okay. But we will continue so that we can catch up with time. We'll stay here in the main venue for the next 2 sessions, and then we will break out. Now, we will escort those who wish to go to the Investing in Early Learning to Mikumi. And once again, we'll be exiting right, your left, and we'll take you to the hall either by lift. Yeah, we're mostly going to be using the lift. So our breakout room will be Mikumi just before lunch. And please note on the program that some of you will stay with Madam Viala for the more realistic and sustainable future discussion on the role of tertiary education here in the main hall, while those joining Lucy Tesha for the assessment of knowledge, attitude, and practices related to gender-based violence in higher learning institutions in Tanzania will be going over to Mikumi. So after lunch, I'll just prompt you to get out of the room and you will know where to go. And then we'll come back for the main venue for the role of human-centered design HCD discussion here. So karibu sana, please continue. We're starting at about 11:10 or so. We'll take this to 12 noon.
Thank you. I just want to say, as we were discussing in the first session, I had a question, but I didn't, my hand wasn't picked. Or rather, I wasn't picked, but I said, well, I'm going to the stage anyway. So I said, I will ask my question or make my comment there because I think it's really important that we're having this discussion. One of the things I was going to say is, as part of looking into issues around financing education, and part of it is a responsibility we need to have as CSOs, is thinking through the education interventions that we propose to our governments. Many times we are attracted by things that perhaps are too expensive, yet we have local solutions that we can actually draw on and still achieve the goal. So there's the big example. I am a mathematician. I work in the STEM education sector. There's a big issue about laboratories. And a lot of us imagine that laboratories have to be the very, the things we have to bring in from India. And while that is true, I was just looking at all the bottles that we have here, and every time I'm in a conference, I keep thinking all these bottles should be shipped to a school because we can make beakers, we can make funnels, we can make so many items from these bottles and actually have a hands-on science education and spend very little. The challenge is sometimes with us CSOs, we like big budgets. We want to push some of the ideas, and unfortunately, we become a marketing avenue for products from outside. Another space that we need to think through is the EdTech, but we'll talk about that later. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Herin Otieno. I work with teachers in Rwanda, but coming here
So I'm the director of the teacher training program in Rwanda, working with maths and science teachers. But coming here for this conference, I was sponsored by another entity, and that is the EduTalk Afrique Radio. I am the founder of what is deemed to be, or soon to be, Africa's #1 online education radio. So today I'm privileged, thank you very much. Today I'm privileged to be asked to moderate a session on African languages, and I'm really looking forward to meet my panelists. And the question should be, why are we having this conversation? Because as the moderator said, if it's just about, if we just become a talk show, then we're not doing any benefit to our continent, we're just spending money. And I was just looking at research just to try and create context for this topic before I call in my fellow discussants. I was just looking at research. One of the papers I was looking at, and this is a paper from South Africa by somebody called Richard and the second name. And one of the things that is quoted there is that we've been talking about African languages for the last 50 years, whether we should use African languages as a medium of instruction for the last 50 years. So as we have this discussion, the question is, when will we translate our conversations into actions? And it's a very complex issue. And sometimes we think, of course, there are difficulties that come with it, but just to try and compare with the rest of the world, I was looking at data again from that particular paper. And I'm looking at countries here, just a few countries from the other parts of the world. The USA uses English, Canada uses English, Britain uses English, Italy uses Italian, perhaps up to university level, first degree, France, French, Spain, Spanish, Netherlands, Dutch, Norway, Norwegian, and the list goes on. I mean, if you go to Japan, South Korea, and all that, because sometimes we are made to think you can't learn maths in an African language. Of course, Tanzania is a good example, and we're really proud of that, of them, that they have been using Swahili. Of course, there will be some conversations there. Now let's come to Africa. Some of the top countries, I mean, some of the countries in this research: Botswana English, Ghana English, Kenya English, Nigeria English, Uganda English, Cameroon English, French, Senegal French, South Africa English, Afrikaans, and Zimbabwe English. And so that is what we want to discuss today. Where is the challenge 50 years down the line? Why are our African languages not in our classroom? Well, it's not all gloom. We are making some good progress. I just want to mention a few. Of course, I've already talked about Tanzania that has led us in this, and we'll be hearing about their lessons. But we know that more countries are stepping up to have conversations about the African languages. And I think, for example, the cabinet this year of Uganda decided that Kiswahili need to be a compulsory, or rather need to be compulsory in primary and secondary schools. And it also adopted Kiswahili as an official language. So there is some action, and those are some of the things we want to talk about. But again, why should we teach in our African languages? Why should this be a conversation when we are talking about rethinking education and thinking about transformation? Now, a number of things. One of the things that has been very consistent is, what's the purpose of education? What's the difference? Somebody asked a presenter, can you draw a picture of an educated person yesterday? So we need to ask ourselves whether part of the problem why somebody said yesterday that education disconnects us from the society. Could the language of instruction be part of the problem? Those are some of the questions we'll be talking about and asking about today. And on that note, I want to invite my discussants. Give me a second to pick out my discussants. We have 3 discussants, very able discussants. We have Wema Msigwa. Please kindly walk to the podium. Chair of Language Standardizer, Bakita. Please, let's put our hands together as Wema makes it to the stage. And then we have Nicodemus. I'm trying to struggle to say your second name. I don't want to butcher it. So Nicodemus from TenMed, please come on. Very good conversation, question earlier on. And then we have Professor Aldin Mutembe. Professor, sorry, please come on board. So my three discussants are here and we're going to make it as interactive as possible. Please, I always believe that while, yes, we're going to give every person a space to say something, if you want to jump in to add into something somebody is saying, please just signal me and let's have as good a conversation as possible within the limited time. Thank you very much, Prof. So 50 years as a continent, we have been talking about using African languages as a medium of instruction. And here we are in 2022 with still very few countries being able to do that. So I just want us to perhaps, first of all, find out what has been the journey in this and why hasn't it been possible for us to make this a reality? And I'm going to start with Prof. I'm going to start with Prof. Maybe in 1 or 2 minutes. Why is this the case? Why are we still talking about African languages as a medium of instruction 50 years down the line, and we're saying we have not made so much success? So I know those are not some of the main questions you're given, but just to try and create context from your own experience, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm also honored to be here, but it is that we are defending African languages using non-African languages. To me, that is an absurdity. So as much as I would have loved to say in English, let me change into Chinese, because I am the director of Confucius Institute at the University of Dar es Salaam. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be addressing this session in Chinese. Well, somebody is saying Chinese is not an African language. Neither is English, nor French, nor Portuguese. Africa, and I'll be changing into Swahili. Afrika ndio bara peke yake ambalo linaongea katika lugha za Anglophone, Lusophone, and Francophone. It is the only language, it's the only continent that go by those labels. Now the question was, why? Ni sababu ya hapo. It is a mental incapacitation. Tuna tatizo kubwa Afrika kudhani kwamba kila kitu ni lazima kiwe katika lugha ya Kiingereza au ya Kifaransa au ya Kireno. It's something here. Kwa hiyo mimi kwangu, why I should say we have to change the thinking. Kwa sababu the argument has been, unajua huwezi kujifunza bila Kiingereza. Ina maana huwezi kuwa na elimu bila Kiingereza. Kwa hiyo Japan ambao hawatumii Kiingereza hawana elimu. Unajua huwezi kuwa na science bila Kiingereza. Kwa hiyo Wajerumani hawana science kwa sababu hawatumii Kiingereza. So that's an absurdity. The argument is that you cannot learn without English. You cannot learn without French. You cannot learn without Portuguese. There's no science without English. So in Japan, there's no science. In Germany, there's no science. In Finland, in Sweden, in Denmark, there's no science because they don't use English. Yeah.
So we're being challenged in terms of our mental thinking. And I know at this point you are thinking the government. And I was just reading a statement and I want to read it for us because sometimes we point too many fingers to outside and we do not think about ourselves, as I push this question to our next Nicodemus. And I was reading a tweet that was sent out by somebody. And he said the gradual and slow destruction of African languages in Africa is not directly by colonialists. But the truth be told, it is the African middle and upper classes. Listen to the parents and children talking at public spaces in English all the time. What's your thought? Are we our own enemies? I guess you might be falling in that bracket of middle and upper class. Nicodemus, are you the problem?
Thank you, Dr. Irene. Nice meeting you face to face. It's a very interesting discussion. I think we need to, first of all, define what we mean. What is an African language? It's very confusing and it's contested. We can't agree which is an African language, for example. If you are to look at languages that are spoken in Africa, we have population of 237 million people speaking English. So for some people, English is their mother tongue, right? Then you go to Arabic. Arabic is spoken by 140 million people. So for some people, that is their mother tongue. So it's for them, they are Africans. They have not become Arabs, but just because they are speaking Arabic. Or they have not become, for those who are using English, have not become Britons or whatever because they are speaking English. Then we have French. French, 141 million people speaking French in Africa. And for some people, especially the elites like you, French is their first language because at home they speak French. It's not like most of us who are born in town. Our children do not know our real mother tongues. They speak Swahili as their mother tongue. So while Swahili is a second language for majority of Tanzanians. So which is an African language? In Tanzania, we have over 120 tribes. So when we talk about African language, which one is an Tanzanian language, for example? Swahili, of course, is a unique example because it has been developed. And therefore, it has become our lingua franca and language of instruction. So if you are to go to other countries like Nigeria, for example, in Nigeria, Yoruba is spoken by 45 million people. Yeah, and Igbo by 30 million people. So which one is an African language? So I think it's not about, I think in Africa, our problem is not the language. I think we have a different problem. Although we are trying to problematize language as a problem, language I think is not a problem at all for me. I think there is something else, but we are using language as a scapegoat.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. So there's a big question here. What is an African language? And does it mean by the fact that my daughter speaks English, can I adopt that as my mother tongue? That's a big question. And Professor is shaking his head. But before I come back to Professor, we have a language expert in the room, Wema. Wema, pick up from what Nicodemus has just presented to us. Are you on the same wavelength as him that we actually, African language, we need to go back and define what it is? What's your position? And so Nicodemus, I'll come back to you, but let's get people to interrogate what you have said. Yes, Wema. Maybe you want to pass on the mic to Wema? Or she has one? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to use the Swahili also because we are discussing about the African languages. As Nicodemus said, ameuliza kwamba lugha ya Kiafrika ni ipi? Na anasema kwamba kuna baadhi ya watumiaji wa lugha au kuna baadhi ya nchi ambazo lugha zake za kwanza ni lugha za kigeni. Lakini kwangu mimi ninadhani kwamba lugha za Kiafrika tukianzia hapo ni zile lugha ambazo zina asili ya Kiafrika. Watafiti wengi wameweza kuzigawa lugha hizo katika makundi tofauti tofauti na kuziita kuwa ni lugha za Kiafrika. Yako makundi mengi, lakini baadhi ya makundi makubwa ambayo yanatambulika kama ni lugha za Kiafrika ni manne. Kundi la kwanza ni lugha za Kiafrika ambazo zimeitwa Kiafrika Kieshia. Na katika kundi hilo kuna lugha ambazo zinazungumzwa ndani ya Afrika, ikiwa ni kaskazini, upande wa kaskazini mwa Afrika, na kundi la pili ni lile la lugha za Niger Congo, ambazo ndani yake ndimo kuna lugha za Kibantu, ikiwa Kiswahili ni mojawapo. Na kundi la tatu ni zile za lugha za familia ya Kisudani, ambazo humo kuna lugha zinazozungumzwa Sudani, Mali na Tanzania, ambapo ndani yake kuna lugha kama Kimasai na Kijaluo. Na kundi la nne ni lile la lugha za Kikoisan, zinaitwa Kosan, ambazo ndani yake ni lugha zinazozungumzwa Afrika Kusini na Tanzania, ambazo ndani yake lugha mojawapo ni Kisandawe. Kwa hiyo katika makundi ya jumla ya kwamba lugha za Kiafrika ni zipi, kwangu mimi ninaona kwamba lugha zilizopo katika makundi hayo manne ndizo lugha za Kiafrika, na si zile lugha za kwanza ambazo mtu anaanza kuzungumza bila kujali asili yake.
Very, very insightful there. I have been able to learn about the categorization of our languages, and Wema is interrogating or pushing back on the assertion by Nicodemus that if you speak English fast, then that becomes your mother tongue. And I want to take this forward. So yes, there is the issue of perhaps the complexity in Africa, as being alluded to by Nicodemus, is that we have so many languages. And the bigger question is, when we say African languages, how practical is it? Or how do we deal with the richness of our languages, as which fall in the 4 categories that Wema has placed? How can we deal with that richness, or perhaps the complexity that comes with the fact that we have many languages in any country? Kenya has, for example, 47 tribes and maybe more, and those are all different languages. Prof, in your own consideration, taking into account that reality, how do we then still come to terms and build a reality of using mother tongue or African languages as a medium of instruction? And perhaps as you answer that, are we just saying this because we want to be patriotic, or what are the learning benefits that this actually could present to our education system, or contribute to the transformation that we are also yearning for?
Yeah, asante sana. Wakati nataka kujibu swali hilo, let me inform you that actually we have already started now. There's a project in South Africa at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where we are now teaching Swahili using isiZulu, where in Zimbabwe teaching Swahili using Shona and Isindebele. In Namibia, we are trying to teach Swahili using Oshivambo. So it is not far-fetched. Tumeanza tayari. But let me explain something. There is a difference between a language in Africa and African languages. Let us be clear. A difference between a language in Africa and an African language. French, English, and Portuguese are languages in Africa. They are not and should not be thought to be African languages. A language carries value. Kuna thamani fulani ambayo iko ndani ya lugha. A language carries philosophy. A language carries culture. It is an expression, if I may use as conceptualization, it is an expression of being. Yani wewe kuwapo kwako kuko ndani ya lugha, na lugha inakutambulisha wewe. Sasa tunaposema kwamba Kifaransa, Kiingereza au hivi ni lugha za Kiafrika, ambazo hukutani nazo ukitoka nje ya familia yako, hukutani nazo katika mila na desturi zako, tunajidanganya sababu sio lugha za Kiafrika. Yeah. They don't carry our values, they don't carry our culture, they don't express the philosophy of our parents and mothers and bibi na babu na hivi. Hapana. As a matter of fact, this language reminds us from slavery to colonialism, neocolonialism, and the quest for Pan-Africanism. Lazima tuwe makini katika namna hiyo. So the question was, are we doing this because of patriotism, kwa sababu ya uzalendo? Hapana, hapana. Today we are complaining kwamba watoto wetu hawana mila, hawana desturi, hawana maadili. And yet tunaondoa zile lugha ambazo zingewapa maadili, zingewapa dira. Tunaleta vitu vivi ambavyo they don't even look around and see. So actually we are shooting, tunajipiga risasi sisi wenyewe. On the other hand, tungelipenda watoto wetu tuwarithishe mambo ambayo ni mazuri, mambo ambayo kesho watafanya hivyo. Alafu kwa upande wa pili tunataka kuwanyang'anya. So our kids, they will not be on this side or on the other side. Watakuwa wananing'inia, na hicho ndio kitu ambacho wanaosisitiza lugha hizi ziendelee, ndicho wanataka. There is no any country in the world, hakuna nchi yoyote duniani, na kama ataweza kuniambia aniambie, ambayo imeendelea kwa kutumia lugha ya nchi nyingine. Haipo. Swala linalozungumzwa hapa, the most important thing, katika ndio session iliyopita, the last session, financing education. Wanasema itakuwa ni ghali sana tukiweka fedha katika elimu katika lugha zetu. Fine. So logically you are saying we agree that we will use our African languages, but it is expensive. Kwa hiyo tutafute namna ya kufinance, lakini sio kukimbia kusema unajua we cannot. Ikiwa mnadhani hii ni ya gharama kubwa, if you think this is very expensive, so try ignorance. Na watu wetu, unajua nikisema ignorance inakuwa kama nzuri, watu wetu wanafurahia, lakini ni ujinga. Yani wewe jaribu ujinga. Watoto wetu hawajui chochote sasa hivi, madaktari, wanasayansi, kwa sababu tumechezea 50 years. We're dilly-dallying.
50 years. So Prof has really articulated the issues of identity, values, but even learning. And I want to push it back to Nicodemus, speaking on this. I don't know whether you are getting a little, you're moving on to say, okay, really?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm going to interject. It's extremely confusing when we don't stick to a language that we can all clearly walk on the bridge together. So if we're going to do this in English, let's do this in English. Let's not mix it up, unless we're literally translating exactly what we've said previously. So there are Zimbabweans here, people from Lesotho, people from across the world. We can't confuse them by flipping languages. And I feel let's bridge that. So for the purposes of the conference and this topic, if we're going to speak in English, let's do so. And if we do need translation, yes, I know you were, but I'm hearing from the delegates that they're getting confused. They cannot hear the context properly. So please, Professor, let's stick to. We understand what you're saying, but for the purposes, and Dr. Otieno, please, you also need translations. So let's stick to a single language that we can proceed with.
A real demonstration of the African language debacle. So, but I think I think what you're saying is that in the next conference, we need to make arrangements so that we have translators. However, because that arrangement was not made, I'm going to request Prof kindly that we are going to try and stick to English, painfully so. And, but I will also try to translate some of the things that you say in Kiswahili. Okay, so just a balance of both.
I cannot be shooting my own legs. if there is somebody who cannot understand Swahili, and we are trying to say and to defend the African languages, it is an absurd. That's absurdity. Come on, Mimi, I will be doing both. I'll be doing Swahili first and then doing a little of English, because my emphasis is on African languages. I cannot be defending African languages using non-African languages. That is impossible, absolutely impossible.
Okay, so thank you, Prof. Prof will be translating and giving the highlights of what he has said in Kiswahili. I will also be trying. And this is a challenge that we find ourselves in, because I know if we had a Zulu person here also speaking the Zulu language, then again, some of us would be floating. So that's a kind of challenge that we have. But I want to move this into the next part. And I was just kind of emphasizing what Prof was saying, that when we do not teach our children, and I am guilty of this, and I believe all of us are asking ourselves how guilty we are. One of the things we rob them of is the identity, the sense of value system. And at the end of the day, we shoot ourselves in the foot because there are things we aspire to and we fail to do that. So I want to push that to Nicodemus. Yesterday, there was a lot of conversation about, there was almost a feeling like people are pushing back to say we don't need education. The member of parliament who was here kept asking that question to say, the education that you are presenting to us, the people we find in the community who call themselves educated are not actually presenting the solution that we need. They're the ones asking for jobs. And I think Rakesh yesterday said that the education we have is actually disconnecting us from the society. What role has the language of instruction played in getting us where we are? And what can we do as we think about rethinking and reimagination, and as we look at issues of transformation?
Thank you, moderator. I want to quote one person: to have another language is to possess a second soul. Change your language, that is called Chamalin. Change your language and you change your thoughts. Another one says, knowledge in another language is a doorway to wisdom. So we are kind of like thinking, actually, this is an academic exercise, to be honest. We are just doing an academic exercise. In our country, for example, we have already made our minds that Swahili will be used. Swahili is will be a lingua franca. In public schools, it will be language of instruction to standard 7. And from secondary upwards, we have already made that decision, and it cannot change until Jesus comes back. Why? Because it is the requirement. The lives of the elders like him, his children are going to private schools which use English medium. And most of the people who try to speak for the majority, they have their children in China, they have their children in Britain, they have their children in Canada and all that. But when they are here, they want to get public attention that they are really very patriotic. They are patriotic. I think that just as I've said earlier on, language is not a problem. We have many educated Chaga here. Every year, at the end of every day, they go back home. They know English, they are professors and whatnot. So language is not the one actually is engaging us. It's our education system. Because our education system promises you that when you are educated, you will have better life. You will have a good job. You will be in town. You will drive V8 in Dar es Salaam. Will be living in an air-conditioned room like this. But in the end, once people have graduated, they have no jobs because they have been promised to live in town. So that is the problem. It is not about the language, because you can speak any language and it can be anywhere.
This is very interesting.
Please, before you...
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. The reality on the ground is this. Tanzania, for example, we are not an island. Lately, it was advertised that there was a job in South Africa to teach Swahili. And the condition is you must have mastery of English in order to become a language teacher in South Africa. So this is just a political gimmick kind of. So We have Tanzanians living abroad, the diasporas. If they didn't have English, they would not be there. And now they are sending money to our countries.
Okay, so this is very, very interesting. And I think that it's something that requires a whole conversation. The question here, I think we are asking ourselves, and I'm just going to interject here as an educationist, as somebody whose area of focus is the science of learning. And I just want to articulate, the issue here is not so much, should our students not know English? The question here is, what should we use for instruction? And I think that is part of what the African governments are struggling with. And what benefit does it present in terms of quality of learning if we use a language that is closer home to the student and not a foreign language? Now, this is something that needs a workshop, but I'll just say this. First of all, I was just reading this document, and it actually is true. Research has shown that if a student is learning using a language that they're not comfortable with, there is, in fact, let me just quote something that from this, without me saying what I'm going to say, that this paper was saying, if you're looking for efficiency of learning and cognitive development, then we must use mother tongue, especially at the foundational stages. English, French can be taught as a subject. And I just want to debunk some myths. I was privileged to go to school in the UK. I did my PhD in the UK. One of the things that struck me was that I had a colleague from Japan, and she had done all her education in Japanese. And here she was doing a PhD in the UK. She was still able to do that with translations and everything. So I think we need to debunk the reality that if we do not learn in English, we cannot learn. In fact, some people say that English pushes us away from our society. The child is coming home and, you know, they're not communicating. However, you are right that there's a cultural capital that comes with knowing an extra language. The question is, what is the order? And I want to push this to Wema. What is your thought about this struggle and tension we have about what we use as a language of instruction? And to build it up, we have countries like Tanzania that say you're going to learn in Kiswahili and then you're going to move on into the next level into English. How can we manage that transition to ensure that it does not actually create an impediment to the learning?
Asante, thank you. Kwangu mimi, lugha ya kufundishia, the language of instruction, ni vizuri na ikawa ni ile lugha ambayo ni lugha ya Kiafrika kwa Waafrika. Na ninasema hivyo kwa sababu ili mwanafunzi na mwalimu waweze kwenda pamoja, mwalimu aweze kufikisha ujumbe aliokusudia au kuhamisha maarifa aliyokusudia, ni vizuri akatumia lugha ambayo yeye mwenyewe anauelewa nayo. Lakini pia kwa mwanafunzi ni vizuri akatumia lugha, akapokea maarifa kwa kutumia lugha anayoielewa vizuri. Kwa hiyo kwangu mimi bado ninaona kwamba lugha ya kufundishia kwa Waafrika ni vizuri ikawa ni lugha ya Kiafrika. Kwa mfano, kwa nchi kama Tanzania, naona ni vizuri lugha ya kufundishia ikawa ni Kiswahili, ambayo ni lugha ambayo mwalimu anauelewa nayo vizuri na mwanafunzi pia anauelewa nayo vizuri. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni jambo, haitakuwa shida kwa kitu chochote ambacho anataka ukifundisha, iwe ni sayansi au ni teknolojia, kwa sababu lugha anayoitumia ni lugha ambayo mwalimu anaelewa vizuri. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni vizuri kwake yeye kuhamisha maarifa kwa mwanafunzi wake na mwanafunzi atapokea vizuri. Kwa hiyo bado ninachoweza kushawishi hapo au kuona hapo, ninaona kwamba African languages is important to be the language of instruction for African.
Thank you, Wema, for that emphasis. So just to translate, Wema is, her position is that the language of instruction should be the African language for a number of reasons. One, if the teacher is teaching in a language that they are proficient in, they are able to bring the concepts closer to the student. They're able to explain it more deeply. And the students are also able to relate with what is being taught, and the conceptual understanding is enhanced. So in Wema's position, the language of instruction, using a language of instruction that the students identify with, would enhance the quality of learning. And there could be a debate about that, but just looking at data, I'll give you an example, because sometimes we say, but science and maths, how do we teach that in African languages or in languages that are not English or French? And I'll just give you an example. If you look at mathematics ranking across the world, the countries that tend to top the charts, I was privileged to go to the International Mathematics Olympiads this year in Norway. And the countries that top the chart, 3 of the countries were China, South Korea, United States was there this time. But just to show that the fact that they are learning in that language it's possible to teach maths and science, for example. Of course, there's a cultural capital, and this is something we have created. It is us who have created it, that if you're not speaking English well, then you are not very intelligent. That is something that, as Nicodemus says, because of responding to the market reality that we have created over these last 5 years, we are beginning to measure, or we have found ourselves measuring people's intelligence, capability, not just in terms of how well do you speak English, but how close do you sound like the American, or how close do you sound like the UK? So these are the things we need to be thinking about. And this is a very interesting conversation, but I think it will even get more interesting by getting questions. So I want you to prepare with your questions, and I can see hands are up, but Prof just wants to interject very briefly. Prof, half a minute.
There is a confusion between the language of instruction and mastering a language. Kuna watu wanachanganya vitu viwili. Kufahamu lugha na lugha ya kujifunzia. These are two different things. Haya mambo yasichanganywe. The language of instruction is something else, and mastering of a language is another thing. Why do you want to confuse the two? As if these are one. All right. So to me, I have something here, because when I was preparing, I had to break down our topic was African languages as medium of instruction and learning, rethinking the future of education. And I had put into what is African languages, what is that? But let me read you this thing. What is it that we instruct? What is it that we instruct? Let us take biology, for example. What do the instructors instruct? Is it biology, meaning bios logos, or is it English in biology? What do we instruct? How do the Swedes, the Svenska, instruct or teach? How do the Danish, the Norwegians, the Germans teach biology? How do the Japanese teach biology? How do the Koreans, the Chinese, the French teach biology? Why do you want Tanzania to teach biology at the same time teaching English, while these are two different things? Our argument is let people learn English very well, but let people learn biology very well. Acha watu wafundishwe biology vizuri na wafanye watu wajifunze Kiingereza vizuri. Why do you confuse the two?
I can see all the mics are up. Nicodemus is ready, Wema is ready, but Nicodemus, half a minute.
Half a minute, yes, because I'm the only person who is has no supporter. They do have.
No, you're really important. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I want to quote two people before I make a short comment. Number one, language is not a genetic gift. It is a social gift. Learning a new language is becoming a member of the club, the community of speakers of that language. Learning another language is not only learning different words for the same things, but learning another way of thinking about things. Now, I know the difference between the two. I'm also a language teacher. I teach both English and Swahili. I know the difference between the language of instruction and mastering English language. The thing is, practically, actually, in fact, to me, it does not really matter which one becomes a medium of instruction. But if you are to look at real life, in Tanzania, for example, they want their children to learn through the medium of English all the way from nursery. Then when they come to the public, they say, no, their children are not learning. Tanzanian students are failing exams because they have no mastery of English. If our teachers do not have mastery of English, why are we avoiding English instead of teaching English properly so that children who are studying in public schools can also have the same mastery, whether English is a medium of instruction or not, but have the same mastery as the children who are in the private schools. That is what we are saying. So to me, the language of instruction, if you are to go to, we are using African languages. In Rwanda, you use Kinyarwanda up to class 3. That's an African language. And then you have moved from French to English. You go to Uganda, there are over 100 languages, but 65 languages are used. But of course, up to class 3. The same thing to Kenya, the same thing to Tanzania. But in Tanzania, we have Swahili to class 7, and then English upwards. And I have no problem with that arrangement. I find it fine. But my issue is to say that because in Tanzania, if you say, let's move from language of instruction, be Swahili all the way from, it will only be for the poor. Because their children will be learning through English in private, better resource schools. So which means we will become their voters, we will become their servants, because when there is international jobs, it will be their children. If it is becoming member of East African community, it will be their children, because you can't go to the East African National East African Assembly if you have only Swahili. You can't get a job in the East African community if you have only English, if you only have Swahili, and don't have.
Nico, I hear you. Nico, I hear you. Nico is a realist.
Yes.
Nico is a realist, and I hear you. But I think the question, and Wema, maybe you comment to this. And there was already a question about what's going on in private schools, what's going on in public schools, and what's the reality. And remember, what Prof is saying is it possible in the public school, okay, in the education system, to teach with Kiswahili, teach in Kiswahili, but also put a policy to ensure that the students learn English? Is it true that by teaching in English, the students are learning English? Is it possible to actually, the way we do, for example, you are taught in English, but you can actually learn French? So that's the question, is because we don't want to make two wrongs to make a right. And in this case, we're talking about policy. If you are advising, if you had a clean slate and you are asking, I hear you about the cultural capital, the inequalities that we have put ourselves. And I want Wema to be the one to comment to this. I think the message is it is good. And I like the way you're saying learning a language is learning another. Remember, another means on top. So what is the first one?
Yes.
So Wema, okay, Nico.
Half a minute. I have already said earlier on that in Tanzania, we have already made our minds. We have developed Swahili. So I think it is high time for other African countries to have a second language, which for them is Swahili, because we have 200 speakers in Africa. So that will give them an advantage over, say, for example, learning Luo in Kenya or Kikuyu in Kenya. I mean, rather than promoting mother tongues. So we already have African languages. If you are to take another language in order to become bilingual, I think that would be fine.
Very good. So Wema, last comment. Please, your hands up. Wema, banning half a minute.
You. What we mix here is the language of instruction and the language and to learn language. Language of instruction is the language, as we said earlier. Hii ni lugha ambayo inatumika tu kufundishia na si kujifunza lugha. Kwa hiyo hapa ieleweke kwamba lugha ya kufundishia iwe ni lugha ambayo tunaielewa vizuri, lakini kujifunza lugha, hicho ni kitu kingine ambacho tunapaswa kufundisha lugha vizuri. Hicho ndicho tunachosisitiza. Kama ni English, kama ni Kifaransa, ni lugha yoyote tutakayofundishwa, tufundishwe kama lugha ya kigeni. Tufundishwe, kwa sababu kuna tofauti ya ufundishaji lugha kama taaluma na lugha kama lugha ya kigeni. Hicho ndicho nilichotaka kusisitiza.
Okay, so she's really stressing the difference between language of instruction and being proficient in another language, that we must learn other languages, but we should be rethinking the use of English as the main, or French or foreign languages as the medium of instruction. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to pass on this to you, and there's so many hands. Last time, the last started from this side, and I was sitting here. That's why he didn't see me. So I'm going to start from here, and then I'm going to come there. So lady in white, and then there's a gentleman in cream. Enough for this side, and the no, too many ladies. I'll come back to you. And the gentleman in front. So let's start with the lady. Now let's agree. Sorry, let's agree. It's a very dicey, interesting topic. If you can, just your name, straight to the question or comment. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Noela Msuya from Child Support Tanzania. We always say like there is nothing about us without us. Mimi naomba nifanye kitu kimoja. Tunapoongelea lugha ya kufundishia, tuna wanafunzi hapa. Hatuwezi kufanya kitu bila wao. Naomba niwaulize tu watoto kwa asilimia. Huwa nikisema watoto watoe marks hapo mbele kwa wote walioongea, wanaweza wakanipa asilimia ngapi kwa walioongea kwa Kiingereza, lakini pia kwa wamewaelewa kiasi gani na walioongea kwa Kiswahili. Watoto, naomba niulize, mmoja aniambie au wawili waniambie kwa Kiingereza wameelewa kwa kiasi gani na ambao wameelewa kwa Kiswahili. Naomba mnisaidie. Mmoja ambaye anaweza kujua.
Naomba wasimame.
Nico, Wema, Prof. We are on test.
Kiingereza nimeelewa kidogo sana kuliko Kiswahili. Kiswahili nimeelewa.
Okay, so we have the verdict. Another one?
Kiingereza nimeelewa kidogo sana kuliko Kiswahili. Kiswahili nimeelewa vikubwa.
Okay. Okay.
Mtoto mwingine?
Mvulana? Inuka tuambie. Sorry, we
Kwangu mimi nimeelewa hivi. Ni Kiingereza mbona ni lugha ya kawaida tu. Ni Kiingereza ni kila mmoja anaweza nakajifunza na kaelewa. Na Kiswahili unaweza ukajifunza na kaelewa. Hadi lugha hizi zingine unaweza ukajifunza na kaelewa.
What did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Asante. Nilikuwa nataka tupate kidogo kutoka kwa watoto, lakini nirudi sasa kwenye swali langu. Kuna nchi nyingi ambazo kama amesema profesa hapo, kwa mfano Ujerumani wanafundisha Kijerumani. Na Mr. Nicholas alikuwa amesema kuwa tukijifunza kwa Kiswahili tutaishiwa kuwa voters na nini. Nataka kujua hizi nchi nyingine, labda mnipe uzoefu. Hizi nchi nyingine wanafanyaje, wanajifunza kwa lugha za kwao na wanafanyaje mpaka wote wanaweza kubaki kwenye level ile ile na wanajiamini bila kuwa voters wa wengine. Asante sana.
Okay, Nico, please put that down. Sorry, I'd already selected the first three people, so yes.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Gaspar Albert Mbwambo from ATD Fourth World International Organization. I have a question, and I will be very happy if this question will be reacted by Professor. My question is, how can we curb this paradox and start to use our languages in our education system? Thank you.
How can we?
Curb this paradox, because this is a terrible problem, and a professional, I'm a Swahili teacher, so I'm very excited to listen this discussion today. Tunawezaje tatua hii changamoto? How can we curb this problem and start to use our languages in our education system? I will be very, very excited to listen the answers direct from Professor Mutembe.
Great question. Great question. Walking the talk. Oh. So there was
Mimi naitwa
sit down.
Mimi naitwa
Or-
Daniel Mike
yeah.
kutoka ADD International. Nafikiri sina swali ila nina mchango kidogo kuhusiana na masuala ya lugha kama ambavyo tumekuwa tukiongelea. Nashukuru sana kwa watu ambao tumekuwa Nashukuru sana kwa watu ambao wamejaribu kupresent kulingana na namna experience yao jinsi ilivyo. Lakini mimi nataka tuulizane vitu fulani hapo. Kwamba tunapokuwa tunajaribu kutumia lugha ya kufundishia na lugha ya kujifunza mashuleni, lazima tuangalie kwamba tuna mazingira gani kumsupport mtoto aweze kutumia lugha hizo. Mfano, tunapokuwa tunamfundisha mtoto Kiingereza shuleni, anarudi nyumbani anakutana na lugha nyingine ambazo tunaziita ni lugha za Kiafrika. Vipi unamlazimisha ule mtoto kutumia Kiingereza muda wote? Maandalizi ya walimu wetu wapo mafunzoni kwenda kufundisha watoto, mnawaandaa vipi kuja kutumia hizi lugha? Kama kweli tumekubaliana tunadharau Kiswahili na kutumia lugha nyingine, tunakutana na vibao vya speak English mashuleni. Mwalimu huyo anamuuliza mwanafunzi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, alafu mwalimu huyo anategemea mwanafunzi amjibu mwalimu kwa kutumia lugha ya Kiingereza. Tuweke pembeni, turudie katika watu wenye ulemavu. Mimi swala langu lipo katika jamii yangu. Mimi ni kiziwi ila nina uwezo wa kuongea vizuri. Hilo swala siwezi kuliepuka. Nikasema kwamba mimi sio kiziwi kwa sababu una uwezo wa kuongea. Sisi tunatumia lugha ya alama. Mimi ni mwalimu wa literature in English. Nimependa sana kusoma hii lugha kwa sababu ni juhudi za baba yangu kunifanya nisome hicho kitu. Lakini ninapokuja katika mazingira ya kufundisha, ni kivipi mimi naweza kumfundisha mwanafunzi kiziwi mwenzangu kutumia lugha ya Kiingereza? Napata shida. Tunatumia TSL, Tanzanian Sign Language, sio International Sign Language. Ninapomfundisha mwanafunzi Kiingereza, nabadilisha mwenyewe kuja kwenye Kiswahili kichwani. Nitoa alama za Kiswahili, inanipa shida. Bado tunategemea wewe mwanafunzi pale atakuja elewa hii lugha. Sasa ni kwa nini tusikubaliane sisi kutumia lugha zetu za ndani katika kufanya kila kitu? China wanafanya vipi? Na wameendelea, wamepiga hatua. Sasa mimi naomba tujaribu kuangalia sana katika marekebisho ya sera yetu ya elimu, iweze kusupport lugha zetu za ndani kutumika kufanya kila kitu. Lugha nyingine zinakuja kama ni option, ni utaalamu ambao mtu anapenda kwenda kuuchukua, unamsaidia baadaye. Hatudharau, kwa sababu moja ya malengo ya elimu ni kuheshimu utamaduni wa mtu wa ndani na utamaduni wa nje. Hatujakataa, lakini priority ya kwanza lazima uipe kipaumbele ni lugha ya ndani. Hiyo ndio lugha ambayo itafanya kila mtu aelewe kwenda katika mazingira husika na kile kitu anachoenda kufanya. Asante sana.
Wow. Standing ovation, standing ovation. So unfortunately, our time is coming to an end. There's so many questions. Might be there should be a second session. But
Sorry, but can you translate that beautiful, just this one sentence summary, please?
From what I gathered, and I was going to let Prof do that, but first of all, his main position is we should prioritize our African languages as the mode as a mode of instruction. And I believe part of what he said, especially in terms of special needs, we are having the sign language for Tanzania, and then you're going to teach in English. In itself, it's problematic. So that's part of what he said, but his position is let's promote our local languages. And we can see that there's a whole conversation about language of instruction and inclusivity, using African languages of instruction and how that affects those with special needs. So that's part of what he said. We have less than 3 minutes. You can see him standing there. So I think, Prof, there was a question directed. So what? We are making noise here, and then are we going to, how do you translate this into action?
Mwalimu ameuliza swali. Mimi nimetoka Dodoma jana na najua kwamba sasa hivi Wizara ya Elimu inashughulikia swala hilo. Kwa hiyo tusubiri majibu yake. I'm saying I was in Dodoma the other day. The Minister of Education is now actually, as we speak, going through all the curriculum, new curriculum, and the education policy. So we are waiting for them to give us the answers. Ndio swala kwamba tutafanya mpaka lini? So that's my question.
Respond to any comment, but these are closing statements.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry,
I want to build on what he has said. Our education training policy is being revised, and the position is already clear. English and Swahili will be used, and sign language and other languages will be taught. But in public schools, Swahili as medium of instruction.
Okay.
Then there is a lady who asked a question: how are people in China? Chinese has many languages, but they have made a choice to choose one language. That is Chinese. Yes. If you go to Germany, they have other languages that there are those who speak English, French, and Russian. So if you see, even those other languages are not their own languages. They are languages of other countries. So I think, to me, the most important thing is to enable learners to understand the contents of the subjects and to have mastery of the subject contents without really minding what language. Because if people who are learning, in Tanzania, for example, we have 2 classes. Those who are taking their children to English medium schools, especially at lower level, they have no problem with language. They are mastering it. So why do you say that the poor should learn in Swahili because they will learn better? I think the most important thing is languages to be taught properly and people to understand. I am a product of the poor system, of the public system, and I
okay, Nico,
I can use a few English words as well.
I have to interrupt your point made. Wema, you are closing points. No, that's
yes.
Your closing point, right, Nico? So now it's Wema's turn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's on. Try using it.
Ili kuleta maendeleo ya kweli, tunahitaji kushirikisha jamii nzima katika nyanja mbalimbali ikiwepo elimu. Na ili jamii ishiriki vizuri, ishiriki vyema, inahitaji kutumia lugha inayoeleweka katika jamii nzima.
Okay, very great contribution that if you're going to bring in all the stakeholders, including in the sector of education, the language issue has to be looked into. So I'm just going to conclude with 2 statements. One, yesterday there was a great conversation about the disconnect. Part of what research suggests is that even at our higher institutions of learning, part of the challenge is that sometimes because we're using a language that our students are not very proficient in, and perhaps our instructors, then it's part of what pushes them to cram just to get head knowledge because they can't deeply interface with the knowledge they're being taught. So part of what research is suggesting and pointing us to as we're thinking about rethinking of education is that there's something we need to dig into in terms of education. But going back to what Nico says, if you're going to change, if you're not going to change, we need to ask ourselves, how do we make our exams take into account some of these realities? You will be surprised what other countries do to ensure language does not become an impediment for learning math, so that I'm not being tested on English or math. So there are a lot of things, and Nico, I'm not giving you permission. This is now me closing. Nico,
half a second, sorry.
Nico, we are closing. We are closing.
In Uganda, if you fail English, that's a total failure.
So so anyway, I'm going to conclude with this quote. This was during the African language, when we were celebrating our African languages this year. I'm just going to finish with this quote, going back to what he said. The beginning was the mother and the child. The first meal was from the mother to the child. and first tongue to the child knew was the mother tongue. He who forgets a mother tongue has forgotten the face of their mother. We speak the tongue of the land. Our umbilical cord was buried in, we speak the tongue of the land our umbilical cord was buried in. Mother tongue is identity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the questions coming through the platform. Hopefully you'll get some responses. Thank you again, my able discussants, for a very nice session.
Let's put our hands together loudly once again. It's funny how clapping your hands is also sort of a language that says congratulations. And Dr. Otieno, your quote, by the way. So when the child is born, the mother feeds the baby for the first time. And if the mother speaks in a certain way, like cuckoo, cuckoo, that's the kind of language the baby will understand. You know that if that continues for like 5 years, that's all the baby is going to know? Not English, not Swahili, not Portuguese, not French. So when a baby is born, it has its own language. It will cry, but how does it know how to cry? The first thing a baby does is cry. It is a form of language which is distress, despair, or I need attention. And then a baby in 2-3 years, if not spoken to, it will die. Have you read about that? A baby will practically die. And especially if it doesn't have close attention. So if a baby lives with an animal, probably the baby will learn animal language. What you gonna teach your kids? So that they can communicate with the world. So the next session we're moving into is the role of CSOs. That was intriguing, but this is going to be extremely interesting. The role of CSOs towards implementation of policies and practices in the education sector in Africa. And at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, I wish to introduce to you to the Commissioner for Education, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, United Republic of Tanzania. Your Honor, please stand. Diabwene Ntahabwa, may I please introduce you and welcome. We would normally sit you towards the center, sir. But if you feel that, you're fine right where you are, all right, thank you. We appreciate that. And I hope you're seeing how interesting this is. Karibu sana. So let me welcome Jamal Msami, Director, Research REPOA, as our next moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are navigating from one session to the next session, but I think I have a burning issue in terms of the language of instruction, and I'm not quite sure whether we have drawn a line to our next move. I have heard most of us talking around our native language, mother tongues, to be used as medium of instruction. But indeed, we have not navigated. Now, how do we implement that? And what has been really hindering us from doing so? And we wish, as we continue to discuss this particular topic and understand the government is in the review of the educational policy and training, we are not really getting now, because we need also to advise all the governments and sets that are here. How do we move forward? Because if it ends like we have indeed communicated, possibly we might not be able to come up with plausible outcomes of this session. So in your conversation, continue to conversate around that. And indeed, the participants should help us here in Tanzania, because the government is doing the review of our educational policy and training. And if that is the feeling of all Tanzanians, that we should use Kiswahili as a medium of instruction, therefore, let's agree in common and we see how we advise the government. Otherwise, it was a highly debatable issue. And I think we should continue conversating around that. And I know there are so many other countries maybe struggling with the same thing. Thank you.
Asante sana. I don't want to wade into the debate that has just preceded us, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamal Msami. I direct strategic research at Rapport, and I'm going to be moderating the next session. And the theme of our next session is actually more of a mirror image of the theme of this entire conference. And we'll be talking about the role of CSOs in policy and practice with regards to the education sector in Africa. So with me on the panel, I'll be joined by Madame Sebabasto Ntlamele from the Lesotho of NGOs. Madame Ntlamele, please make your way forward. A round of applause, by the way. I'll also be joined by my colleague from Kenya, Mr. Joseph Wasikongo from Elimu Yetu Coalition. You can sit anywhere. Please do feel free and try to make it as informal as possible. And lastly on the panel, Mr. Clemens Nhizio from Zimbabwe Education Coalition.
Should I break the order so that...
What happened to Clemens? Oh, there he is. Balance is not possible. It's the three of us and the one of you. Karibu sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the role of CSOs in education sector, policy and practices. The role or the relationship between CSOs and the state, and as well as that with the citizenry, hasn't exactly been an easy one, not just in Africa, but everywhere across the globe. It has gravitated and ranged from being a friend to being a watchdog, and in some quarters to being a fifth column or an enemy of the state and sometimes of the people, allegedly, by the way. So I'm interested in spending the next 90 minutes examining this particular issue with my esteemed panel of guests from Southern and Eastern Africa. And crucially, with respect to this particular topical area, we'll be exploring the 5 Ws. We'll be exploring the what, the who, the when, the where, and last but not least, the why, with regards to the role that that CSOs can play in policy and practice in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just try to remind you, this is not meant to be a monologue or a dialogue, but more of a conversation. But the panelist's job is actually to introduce some of the key concepts in the area, to stimulate debate, and hopefully towards the end, I'll also try and open up the session to the plenary for more interjections, as well as having a Q&A. So without much further ado, let us dive in. By the way, we are cognizant of the fact that the time is already moving, and we'll be spending 60 minutes having a conversation amongst the 4 of us, and we'll have around 5 areas to explore. So we'll try and keep our contributions to a maximum of 4 minutes per question per panelist. Can we do that? Fine, excellent. So just to begin with, can you please provide us with an overview of the role and space for CSOs in as far as education sector, its policies, as well as practices in your respective countries? What does the operating environment look like in your respective countries? And perhaps I will start with the lady to my right, Feba.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sibabatso Ntlamelile from the Mountain Kingdom. I will talk about the civic space, basically in education in Lesotho. I think in most of our countries, we can say that civil society has not always been welcomed to actually to knock on doors properly. But in the past few years, we can see that there has been, I can say, a slide window that's been now opened where there can be a conversation between civil society and government, I would say. And I think that has mainly been due to civil society not just being advocates in the sense of just trying to advocate for a change, but without anything empirical in what they're talking about. Now you can see civil society having empirical research. You can see civil society having evidence in what they're talking about. Therefore, that makes it a conversation a bit more substantial, because now the advocacy is based on something that is tangible. So I feel that in my country, having advocated for certain policies, especially in the past, I'll say 5 years, there's been significant amount of policies that civil society drove to actually the policies being enacted, which is the inclusive education policy of 2018, the non-formal education policy also in 2018, and the language policy, which took place. And now we are working with the Ministry of Education to work on a policy that's looking at open distance learning so that we can include what we saw as a challenge during the COVID-19 pandemic, where certain students were not able to get educated. So now we're trying to find a way to have a policy that in case of something like that happens again, there can be an open learning where education can continue. In layman's terms, thank you.
Thank you very much, Feba. What does the situation look like in Zimbabwe, Clemens? What is the operating environment for civil societies with respect to the education?
Thank you so much. My name is Clemens, and I'm here with a representative from the government, a representative from parliament. That's then depict how the civil society within the education sector in Zimbabwe operate. If you find that we can come together with government, come together with the parliament, it shows the relationship that is there between the government and the civic space in terms of education. However, there are areas in Zimbabwe that we feel as civil society needs to be improved in terms of the engagement that we do with the government. Of course, engagement is there, but the quality of the engagement sometimes, what is as a civic space. But the relationship is quite good. In Zimbabwe, other civil society organizations are so much worried about the private voluntary organization bill that is coming up. But for us in the education sector, we are okay because we've built a relationship, a long-lasting relationship. We're an ally of the government when it comes to advocating issues within the education sector. So I can say it is fair. It is quite fair, even though there's need for improvement.
Thank you. And to our neighbors who've just successfully concluded an election.
Thank you very much. I think in Kenya, it will depend now on who you're talking to.
and probably the sector you're talking about. But generally, in terms of education, I can say that the environment is conducive, and conducive especially from the perspective that as CSOs engaging in education, we have had an opportunity to engage with the government and the various stakeholders, and also from the fact that it is possible for us to mobilize a civil society. And if you are a civil society and you cannot mobilize, then there is a problem, because essentially civil societies are people organizations. So if you're able to mobilize and you're able to engage, then you can generally say that the space is conducive. And if you're in a position to develop your position and to share it out, then the space becomes conducive. But generally, it will all depend with who you're talking to, and the perspectives will vary even within civil societies that are operating within the education sector. But as a coalition, Elimu Yetu coalition, I would say that it is conducive.
Thank you. The two words that I got from that opening salvo were mobilization and engagement, which actually brings us to the next question. What do these words actually mean? When you say mobilize or we engage, what does it actually mean in practice? Our colleagues in Zimbabwe, what does it mean in practice?
Okay, let me throw in other two words to add to those. I think I can add coalition building and networking. It is very critical, to coalesce and network for you to be able to then engage. We need to build a coalition within the civil space, working closely with grassroots organizations and bringing our advocacy issue from the grassroots, and engaging in numbers. When you engage in numbers, then you are easily heard. So for me, it is critical to build that coalition among organizations and networking among organizations, and approaching the government, approaching the policymakers as a network of organizations than approaching as an individual entity. Then in that way, you're not heard. Critical also in terms of the engagement with the policymakers are issues to do with evidence-based engagement. You cannot just engage over an issue that you do not have evidence on. Our experience in Zimbabwe is that whenever we talk to the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education about an issue, the first thing that she asks is, Clemens, do you have evidence? If you provide with evidence, then she can be able to listen to you. So evidence, provision of evidence is also very, very critical in the engagements with the policymakers. Critically also are issues to do with the capacity building of the policymakers themselves. First of all, for them to understand the problem that is at hand. Secondly, for them to understand the causes of the problem. And thirdly, for them to then, take corrective measures either through, policy formulation and implementation. So those are very, very, critical points that in engaging government in terms of policy change, we need to be capacitated as civil society than to just go, and emotional. I always say the moment you become emotional, you lose it, because the moment you become emotional, you then become very, very confrontational, yet you do not have enough evidence to substantiate your claim or to claim your space. So you need not to be very, very much emotional. When I see people getting emotional, I get worried because I know everything is going to be lost in the emotions.
Perhaps to just speak up on that. Clemens, you talk about capacity building, mobilization, coalition building, but as we've been hearing all along since yesterday, we do have common problems all over Africa, and the issues in relation to the sector, they relate to the inadequacy of budgets, the issues in relation to the medium of instruction, as the previous conversation we've just had, Also issues in relation to the overall quality in terms of teacher competence, quality in terms of motivation, quality in terms of the learning environment as a whole. With respect to these tangible qualitative attributes of the existing education sectors in Africa, how exactly how exactly do CSOs in your respective countries work towards improving outcomes and addressing some of these commonly shared challenges? Perhaps I should start with Seba once again.
I think what needs to happen, and to a certain extent it has been happening, which is the motto of leave no one behind, nothing for us without us. Because when you're talking about having empirical evidence, I will speak, Richard used a lovely word yesterday and this morning, but it's basically about incorporating indigenous people into in our work. It was based on the young lady that was speaking about the Maasai yesterday. For me, in Lesotho, I'll speak about herders. We have a herding culture where we've had many herders that have been excluded from the education system. And only when we advocated along with them, when it was not a top-down approach, but a grassroots approach where it was their issues to actually express, where maybe my voice could be stronger in the sense that I know which door to knock on, but though it was their words, it was their challenges and many other challenges, then that becomes more, that stakeholder inclusion, that stakeholder involvement, and having that essence of a face that's not a face, like I would say a face, or having an ambassador to apply it, then it becomes easier, or it becomes a way, a different way to actually have a conversation, and it becomes a sit-down conversation which can include all phases, which is the civil society, which could be the lead organization, but includes the grassroots or the ambassador, and includes the government, and includes different aspects, even the international bodies. Now that becomes something that we can have a conversation and see how we can have a betterment for our people. Thank you.
Joseph, this may be a little bit unfair on you, because I want you to expand something that Seba's just touched upon. There's a great deal of talk with respect to inclusion and the need to engage with indigenous communities and so on and so forth. But by and large, we're actually talking about participation, civic participation, to be honest. Now, in light of some of the challenges that we've talked about that are afflicting the education sector in pretty much the whole of Africa, do you actually believe more participation, more engagement is actually beneficial towards addressing these challenges? Because they seem more tangible issues, whereas participation, engagement in the more abstract conceptual issues. What's your take on this?
Okay. First of all, probably to even understand the context better, we need to understand what CSOs are. And in terms of the CSOs, we understand there are people who organize around an issue of interest. So if you begin from that particular perspective, in one way or another, participation is critical. How much of that is the question you're posing? Now, the other thing is that I can also add is that for us to understand that whatever that is happening is about the people. And generally development is about the people. I mean, even the sustainable development goals is about people's prosperity for now and the future. And then of course, the critical question of participation. So for me, the most important thing is not probably how much of that particular participation, that particular question, whether people are participating more, but then again, you need to ask the question, what is that quality of participation? If by participation is just about you expressing an opinion, if by participation is you just being told that this is the state of affairs, what do you think? Then we can raise questions as to whether that participation is adequate or not. But for CSOs to be effective, it goes beyond that issue of participation. And if we are going to address matters of participation, then we must address various facets of it. For example, to be effective as a CSO, number one, just begin with the basics. Stakeholder engagement. Who is there? Who is involved? You can even have an inkling as to the level of participation that you're going to need. What is the evidence saying? Why are you bringing people to participate on an issue that the evidence is not even concerned about? The other issue is whether we like it or not, and in terms of participation, we must bring along groups that are marginalized, those groups that are disadvantaged, even from the perspective of gender. We must be able to bring them along to make a contribution towards the participation in the various issues that is affecting them, and in this particular case, education. Information. You can't talk about participation if there is no information. If you are engaging with people and they do not have information, then the quality of that participation will be affected. Contexts. We come from different contexts. The context in Kenya is different from Tanzania, just as the way it is different in Uganda. Our contexts vary. What we define as participation in this context might be different. We must take appreciation of that. And then generally, if we are talking about people participating, then are they going to participate in a sustainable manner in a way to benefit them? These are crucial issues that we must take into consideration. So it's not really a question of how much of that participation that is happening. It first begins with the definition of what that participation is, probably before considering, are we doing a lot of it or less of it? Thank you.
Yes.
If I may add to what Joseph is saying, he's talking about the breadth and the depth of the participation or engagement that is there. Let me point out that, the global crisis, and especially, the crisis in the financing of education has really offered an opportunity for this type of engagement, because governments all over are failing to deal with these challenges on their own, and they're looking up for support from civil society. Then my question is, are we up for the game as civil society? Or are we found wanting, and then we always complain that there's the civic space is limited. We are not, because when government come and consult, we are also out of answers. So I'm saying as civil society, let's grab the opportunity to say this is the opportunity. Governments are really engaging. They are really looking up to civil society for solutions. I can give you an example in Zimbabwe in terms of the education financing. The government is really engaging. The president announced to say next year, it will start rolling out free education. And the government is saying, civil society, how do we roll out? What plans do we have? What solutions can you proffer? But if we are found wanting, then next time they won't come to us and we'll complain of limited civil space. So we need to be prepared as well as civil society organization.
Yes, Seba.
On that aspect, there's definitely a shift that I'm seeing, like Clemens is saying. Right now, obviously, as civil society, we can advocate for a policy, but at the end of the day, it's the government that will enact the policy, that will make the policy a law. But now you're finding government knocking on our doors and saying, okay, this is what we see is an issue based on what you've been telling us. How do you think we can actually come up with something that can be a legislature now that can benefit our people? So I agree that there's an open door. I said it's an open window. To a certain extent, it can be an open door. There is something that is now tangible, even when it comes to, like he's saying, with financing education. I know a few years back, and when we were supported still by GPE, and to a certain extent, OSISA, some of us coalitions did empirical study to look at financing education. Now, those studies that we did, as much as there were small desk researchers, they're now being used as benchmarks for what they're looking at, because financing of anything, especially education, is fizzling. So we have a stance, so long as it's empirical and so long as there's evidence that can back up what we are saying, there's a window that's opening for us.
There's clearly a lot more that we can actually explore in this particular area. I mean, we've talked about, I'm looking for actual tangibles. We've so far talked about communication, and how you act as a broker of some sort, occupying the space between the state and the people, basically. Now, with respect to some of the problems that are affecting the education sector that we've talked about, for instance, the issue of inadequate budgets, the issue of falling pass rates, the issue, as we found out today, of basic needs, whether we're having enough textbooks, whether we're having enough teachers, the question of having enough laboratory equipment, and so on and so forth. Do CSOs actually have a far greater mandate to play besides being a talk shop? Yes, Joseph.
Yes. CSOs have a greater role to play. And when you study the roles that the CSOs have played, you realize that it comes to two points. Okay, one, critically, the role of complementing the government efforts, okay, which is critical. And then the other role is holding the government to account. Essentially, CSOs should play a role. I mean, we're talking about education policies, in the implementation of education policies and or policies and practices within the sector. And the role should be vital so that it goes beyond just being a talk shop. And we talk about space as CSOs, yearning for that particular space. And one of the greatest challenges that we have is that when we are given that space, are we ready to play these two roles that we have talked about? Now, in terms of playing this particular role, it goes beyond the implementation part. So we are saying, are we mobilizing communities to identify issues, to participate in processes whereby issues and problems are actually identified? Are we together in the planning processes? Because if that space to engage in planning processes is not opened up for CSOs, in a way it limits us to just being talk shops. So we need to be at the center of that discussion when the planning is being done. When the government implements activities, we ought to be able to understand what they're implementing and the goals towards that. Are those goals addressing the needs of the society? And of course, being alive or participating in processes of monitoring and even reviewing the performance of some of the implementation of these particular policies. But one critical thing that we must remember, even as we play a role as civil societies, especially the role of complementing and even holding the government to account, we are there as CSOs to fill the spaces, to complement the provision of fundamental rights, including the right to education, That is the role of the state. So we cannot be people who substitute that particular role. We can only complement. Because in terms of rights, it is only the state that has got the instruments to ensure that a right is actually attained.
Thank you so much. I would want to, to add the tangible examples of what, usually happen in Zimbabwe in terms of complementing the government efforts in terms of implementation of the policies. One of the things that we have undertook is to make sure that we capacitate the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Primary and Secondary Education, which has the mandate to provide the oversight role on what the ministry would do. And oftentimes, the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Mohier, whenever he is, going for question and answer sessions, or when he has summoned the minister or anyone from the ministry, he would ask me, what are the gray areas? What can I ask, what can I ask the minister? What type of questions do you have as CSOs that can really, assist us in terms of making sure that implementation is taking place? So that's one area that we have also taken. Another area that we have taken to make sure that, we complement the government efforts is mobilizing our membership to really, direct their programming towards, assisting, government in areas that are lacking, because oftentimes as CSOs, as NGOs, we write proposals to get funding and to please our donors, and mainly not to react to challenges that are on the ground. So we always make sure that, our membership, we direct them to challenges that are within the education sector, so that, in their programming, they address the challenges rather than, pleasing the donors and, just getting funding for survival. Because you hear some say, if you write your proposal in this way, then you won't survive, you won't get funding. So I've seen also that CSOs, we've got a challenge of wanting to survive rather than to react to challenges that are on the ground. So one thing we do is to make sure that we drive our membership towards, issues. And we also try to coordinate our members in terms of the intervention that they carry out. You find that, for example, it's about girls' education. You find that members can be concentrated in one region, because this is where we are working in, and we have to work there. And you find that other regions do not have, such interventions. So we try to coordinate and make sure that such interventions are spread across the whole country to make sure that we address the challenges that are within the sector. And in terms of identifying the challenges, we do identify the challenge together with the ministry, and we try to come up with strategies together with the ministry. Just yesterday, the ministry right now is disseminating the ESSP. And yesterday I was sent an email to say, what support are you going to give as CSOs in terms of supporting the implementation of the CSOs? And for us, that's what we want, because it's a strategy that addresses challenges within the sector. And as NGOs, as civil society, we need to be, following the set strategies and make sure that all our interventions are within such strategies.
Do you see you slowly raising your hand? Do you want to chip in there?
I would say just few things. Just to reiterate what my brothers are saying here, is that capacity is important. Capacity building is not only for, I would say, for our parliamentary portfolios, it's also for our members. When we ask, because we are not necessarily on the ground, but for our membership, for them to report exactly what's happening, for civil society, for NGOs to have a word that is, I'll go back to my tangible, they need to be capacitated in how they can communicate what they encounter on a daily basis, what they're seeing, what is the life that they're living on a daily basis. So capacity building is not only for government or portfolio or committees, is also capacity for our membership, because for us to have a stronger voice, we need to all be strong enough to say, if Sibabato is not there, Clemens will be there to speak the same language, to speak the same, yes, basically speak the same language in that this is what we are advocating for. This is what we need to talk about. This is what needs to happen. So that capacity building is very strong, needs to be really strong. Thank you.
Maybe to be a bit practical, a little bit. I indicated that the participation of the civil society should be throughout the cycle, not just during the implementation in terms of the role, but throughout the cycle. Now, in Kenya, the coalition has within its structure what we call county education networks. And through county education networks, because Kenya is comprised of counties, what we do is that we have county dialogues whereby we have an opportunity to address issues within the sector and also to discuss pertinent issues and the current issues within the sector. And from there, we get to understand and develop positions with regards to those particular areas. Now, through that particular county education dialogue processes, we take those issues and we take them a little bit further. Now, we took those issues to a forum that was discussing education priorities for the country for the next 5 years, which actually led us to develop what was called the Partnership Compact, a process that, a GP process, facilitated process, that led us to identify the priorities for the sector for the next 5 years, of course, with other stakeholders, including the government, because it's a government-led process. Now, globally, we are the first people in the whole world who have developed the Partnership Compact and completed that particular process in a very, very inclusive process. There are countries that are coming up, they're developing it, but we are there as a pilot country, and I think we were the first people to come up with the initial document, which actually to exemplify the participation of the CSOs as reflected within our various structures. We are part of the signatory to that particular government document for what will be happening in the next 5 years. Now, design or planning. So after that particular document was generated, we participated in a retreat with the government to actually start talking about design processes on how we are going to come up with the implementation framework, okay? And so far, that is where we are in terms of the Partnership Compact. So the government has gone to sit down to develop a document that is going to use for implementation, which again, we are going to provide input. But let me talk about the monitoring or review. As a civil society, and especially through our coalition, we have been involved in the review of the National Education Sector Support Plan. The current plan that is there is 2018 to 2022, and it has just been reviewed and we have been part of it. So when you look at it, you see the role of the civil society adding value to matters related to education, so that we're not just talking about theory, but we're talking about something that is there. Right now in Kenya, we have just come from an election, okay? So whichever way it goes, we're going to have a new government. And we are keen to see how then do we drive the education reform agenda, and how do we get to actually see the movement of these critical documents in terms of the realization of the education aspirations within the country. So that underscores the role then that we play within the civil society, which is not essentially theoretical, but actually also very practical.
You raised some very important issues, and to an extent, I find some of them a little bit at extreme ends of the spectrum. On the one hand, you talk about the need, you talk about complementarity with the government. Yet on the other hand, you also talk about performing the role of a watchdog. And crucially, there's also the issue of survival, given the funding landscape. And last but not least, you talk about the jousting for spaces when it comes to shaping up education agenda across our respective countries. How do you manage to do all of that? And crucially, don't you find any contradictions in the way that you do between being a watchdog and being an ally or a complement of the state? And how does that impact the relationship that you have with the government? And crucially, how does that impact the way in which your respective populations actually view you? Do they see you as an extension of the state or as separate entities altogether? Perhaps Seba, could you give us?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I'll say it's touch and go. I'll say it's touch and go because all those roles that you mentioned, that's the role of civil society. Some days we're able to sit on the same table and break bread for the betterment of our people. Some days there will be a report that needs to go, like right now, there's the education summit that's happening in September. The government is doing their own consultations, but also as civil society, we are doing our own consultations to shadow, to come up with a shadow report on what has been happening. So that's when now there will be, oh, you are now in opposition. No, we're not in opposition. At the end of the day, we are complementing each other. Accountability is a two-way string. At times, you don't always see what you're doing because I can be friendly with you does not necessarily mean that we also need to be enemies. We are complementing each other in the sense that at the end of the day, everything that we're doing is for the betterment of our people. So we need to at times step on each other's toes so that we can actually do what needs to be done. Because at the end of the day, we cannot, I'll say go on as if life is peachy, because we would not be having this conference if life was peachy. We need to be looking at the way we need to transform education, because we've just in the past 2 years, we had already seen that there were challenges, but the past 2 years has shown us that we need to be innovative, and we cannot be going how we've been doing things as if, as how things have been happening. So the past 2 years has shown us that we need to transform, we need to move with times, we need to change with what's happening. So you need that extra arm that can say, you know what, this could be another way of looking at things. But also you as government can also say, yes, but they can be, this is what we were looking at things. And then we can sit down and have a medium. So that is the role that we play. Sometimes there is that sense of, yes, because we are sitting on the same table, no, we are all agreeing, we are in all agreement. Yes, because now you are writing a shadow report, we are disagreeing. But at the end of the day, if we try to remember why we do what we do, which is the betterment of our people, for the rights of our people, then the work will be done, although it's not always how it seems to the other eye. Thank you.
Clemens, you're the one that brought up being an ally of the government. So what happens when you put on your watchdog hat? Does the state view the same way as it does when you are the ally?
Thank you. For me, it's easy. Being in a relationship does not mean sometimes it does not mean you agree all the time. Sometimes you do have agreements, disagreements, but it is how you then deal with disagreement that matters. Sometimes we really, really do not agree with the government, but it is how we engage and how we then, address the disagreements. We don't toy. We don't, demonstrate against our government. Demonstration is the last resort. We don't embarrass our government officials. You see, at one time, even now, it is a challenge for the Minister of Primary and Secondary Education to engage teachers' unions. Because every time teachers' unions, you engage them, they heckle the minister. So at the moment you do that, yes, there is a disagreement, but the moment you do that, then they become defensive. And when one becomes defensive, then you can't engage. It is at the end of it. Then you're seen as an enemy of the state. So for us, we simply say, we don't agree, but we need to sit down and we bring our points, you bring our points until we agree on a certain level to say this works. If you do confront the state, then you become an enemy of the state, and the state intelligence will always be following you to see what you say, and you see it becomes very difficult for you to operate because you are confrontational, you are antagonistic in your engagement. So it is critical in coming up with a way of engagement, how you engage when there's a disagreement. It is critical to do that. So you can become an ally and a critic of the government at the same time if you find a good way of engagement.
Just to build up on what he has said, I mean, when you're talking about disagreements, it all depends with the way you approach it. And talking from a practical experience, there's a particular time we were in a government workshop and a microphone had to be taken away from me. But what happened was, in fact, when that happened, I thought that, okay, this is the last time I'll be invited to any government function. But actually, I was again invited. But it's the difference, it's the way I had approached it. Actually, it was a regional conference and it was an online conference, but there were people who were meeting because Kenya was hosting it. There were people who were meeting in a room. So, and it was during the COVID crisis. So when I wanted to make my input, because I was against, I didn't agree with certain issues, I remember going to to whoever was running the show and telling them, just switch that regional thing off. Now we want to talk about local issues. And I started talking about it. So at the end of the day, yes, we disagreed. They came for my microphone and whatever, but they invited me to another meeting and another meeting and another meeting. So it is how you actually operate and how you engage. But I want to answer that question you're saying, how do you do this? All these things. Now, one, it depends with the way you are organized. Now, CSOs are many. In fact, if you would be very, if everything would be very clear to you, I would be surprised because they come in very, very many different forms. So how do you then organize yourself? Now, in Kenya, on the part of education, one major organization is through the coalition, okay? Now, another, which to a certain extent comes and represents the local grassroots organizations through their various structures. The other one is through the local education group. So you have got a lot of CSOs that engage with the government and provide feedback through the local education group. Now, because of that, we are able, number one, to have a pulse as to what is happening within the education sector at all levels, including the local and even national and even within the government in terms of the aspirations where we want to go. And we are also able to contribute. But again, in CSOs, there are certain things that we must be alive to, alluding to some of the things that you're asking. Number one, when you're working with the CSO, there are risks. One, there is a risk to self, okay? You can talk and there can be repercussions. So that's a risk that most CSOs are aware of. And it's something that can happen anytime. Now, there's also that particular risk of expectations. For example, because you are a coalition, then you have the magic wand. You are the bridge between, say, the people and the government. And sometimes it's assumed that if there is something that people generally disagree with the government, you're going to do it. And the results are instant. No. Engagement sometimes will take time. So you have to manage that particular expectations as a CSO because the expectations are there. Now, there is another issue of money. because the way you articulated the question, it's about the issues around the CSO, the resources. Because we kind of engage with donors who want to give us resources, chances are that there is the risk of actually leaving out the minority, the marginalized, and the people whose voice must really be heard because they're not bringing in the money. Okay, there is that particular risk. Then there is that risk related to what you're saying. Sometimes they say, okay, when the government engages, they engage with the usual suspects. These are the usual suspects. So there are a few of us who are outside that particular bracket that actually the fear is they might not be reached out and their voices cannot be gotten. And which brings me to the other risk, the risk of either being perceived as having being part or an extension of the government. And sometimes this is real, or sometimes it's just imagined. So people imagine because you're successfully engaging, then you're actually part of the government. They have actually taken you, you're part of it. So this is the environment that we work within. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is as CSOs to have the larger picture. At the moment, for example, even across the region, what is the larger picture? How are we managing the reforms within the region? Because every other person is talking about reforms. And what is our participation? That big picture is critical, and especially our role in terms of safeguarding the role to the right to education.
Thank you very much, Joseph. On the subject of the larger picture and engagement, please allow me to open up the participation to the plenary. And if there are any interventions from the crowd, I can see 3 hands. Can I see a 4th one? Yes, 5th. Okay, so we'll start with the ladies. I'm just biased. Do we have someone to pass the microphone around, or should I be doing it myself? Yes, please. Sir. Oh, I said ladies. So the first lady, the one in maroon, yes, with the headband.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Lema Mkwa, a student of Mwalimu Nyerere Memorial Academy, taking degree of Gender and Development. On the role of CSO toward implementation, policy, and practice in the education sector in Africa, for me, I think it's the time now for those CSOs to start digging from the ground roots, the challenges which facing their communities ambapo zinafanya wanashindwa kuimplement vizuri zile policy. Yani waje sasa wao kwenye jamii waelekeze hiki tunafanya hivi, labda local government hawajui waimplement vipi masuala ya gender kwenye jamii, waje wao waelekeze, wadirect kwenye upande wa elimu tunafanya 1, 2, 3, na sio tu tukija kukaa huku tukajadili alafu yanaishia huku, watu wa kule chini hawapati mrejesho wowote au hawapati kile ambacho kinatakiwa wapate ili waweze kufanya vizuri kwenye masuala ya elimu. Asante.
Thank you very much. That's very close to Shona and Lesotho. Actually, she's talking about the implementation gap and whether CSOs are able to adequately connect with the population, whether what they do actually reflects what comes from the population. I'll take on more interventions from the crowd. Yes, gentlemen, right in the front row.
Thank you very much. I don't have a question per se, but just to make a contribution on the role and space occupied by civil society organizations. I must say that civil society organizations in Zimbabwe are not appendages of the state, but I need to appreciate the invaluable role and the highly indispensable role played by CSOs, particularly in capacity building, especially for members of parliament. As you are aware, I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Primary and Secondary Education in Zimbabwe, and I really appreciate the role, the significant role that the CSO has played especially in 2019 and 2020, when we're coming up with an amendment to the Constitution, the Education Amendment Act of 2020, whereby CSOs had to participate, especially on the submissions which were given by the public before the legislation was done. And also in terms of capacity building workshops, we really appreciate the role that they play, especially in enhancing members of parliament to embrace or to have skills and tools, especially on the oversight role that parliamentarians should play. In line with section 119, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which states that government departments and agencies are accountable to parliament. So in that vein, we really appreciate the tripartite kind of a relationship that exists between government, parliament, and CSOs. As you have seen, I represent parliament and he's here representing government, but government is answerable to parliament. So we would conduct some oral evidence sessions where we will ask very difficult questions to the honorable minister or to the peers to be accountable. And also on legislation, CSOs do write petitions to parliament according to section 149 of the Constitution, demanding that certain things should be done. For example, the issue of inclusivity, and especially regarding disability, that the government must be seen to accommodate those people who are vulnerable, whether they are students, whether they are people, there is need for government to ensure that no one and no place is left behind. The government must be responsible, and that is the role that CSOs would play in ensuring that even the budget tracking has to be done after disbursement or after allocation of the cake or in terms of GDP. The percentage is earmarked for education financing. We have to ensure that we take the budget in line with the Public Finance Management Act to ensure that what has been allocated has been disbursed. Sometimes some governments would allocate and disbursements are not done on time. It should be timely done. Then lastly, on education financing, especially the issue of benchmarking visas. Last year, I led the Zimbabwean delegation to Ghana to learn from the Ghanaians how they are financing their education system. We were accompanied by members of the CSOs. That shows that we are like Siamese twins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my right honorable friend. I saw a hand from the last moderator. Doctor, please.
Thank you. So thank you for the insightful sessions. I just have two comments. One is, so currently I'm working with teachers, and I think one of the things that the CSOs working in education, we need to interrogate and see how to improve is how teacher-centric our interventions, conversations are. To what extent are we including teachers in the conversations and the interventions we are trying to build, sometimes to improve them, so that we come out of sitting in our offices, coming with interventions and going to classrooms to the teachers to tell them this is the way to go. And the other thing I think I've observed that is critical is that CSOs have a very important role. They can support the government, but they could also mislead the government. And this comes especially when those of us who are implementing interventions, again, we do not do our homework. We do not have, apart from the evidence of what's going on, but also there's the aspect of the research that would inform some of the interventions. One of the very practical things is, for example, currently there's a whole push for EdTech, and I'd already mentioned that into our institutions, which is really good, but how deeply are we thinking about this so that we are not the ones at the forefront exciting governments about some things that are half thought. And then what we then have at interventions that 3 years down the line, we're saying, oops, this one did not work. And just to the Elimu Coalition, how do you balance this issue of being an ear to the population and working with the government? Because sometimes there is a sense that sometimes CSOs can become bedfellows with the government to the extent that they do not hold them accountable, and then people lose trust in them. To the Zim person, you already mentioned about the education issue. There's this whole conversation that has been going on the social media about teacher, for example, teacher remuneration. I'm aware of the situation. The question, I mean, outside the teachers themselves, and you've said some of the concerns, what role are you playing in trying to amplify or be part of the solution to that problem? Because teachers are at the core of what we want to do in education. I'm not so sure how many teachers were invited to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll welcome just one last intervention, but it has to be quick and short. Yes, gentleman sitting on the 3rd row, middle column.
Thank you very much. I wanted to congratulate the panelists. I also belong to the network, the civil society. I was uncomfortable a little because listening to them, they were speaking in a manner to suggest that the teacher unions or educators unions are not part of the coalitions and the networks. That got me worried. So maybe they would have something to say about that. 2, I would have wished to get a feel that they understand the foundations of the engagement of the civil society, that it is not out of benevolence or good faith or good heart of the government that we engage, and that we must portray ourselves as worthy parties in the process of making right what education right is in our country. I'm saying this because governments are also sensitive institutions, run by sensitive institutions. You'll find governments that first they look at ways of disempowering the very voice, the very organization of the civil society. Why? Because it is easier for them to run through or ram through the throats of the public what they wish. What am I talking about? I think the civil society will always be alert. I think if the government is so cozy with you, it simply means that you are really not doing much. I would put it in a point-blank way that way. 2, that the governments across the continent, a number of them have been known to attack teachers and destroy unions. Kenya is a shining example. I would have wished to hear that as an emerging issue. And in fact, the unions are in total disarray. And with that, the teachers are suffering because they have been silenced. Their critical and independent voice has been destroyed and captured. Leadership being changed from day one to the next. And these leaderships are now tossed around by the same government. So the civil society as a collective needs to be strong enough. I think the fear that has engulfed most of the coalitions and the civil society needs to be removed. And indeed, when you're strong, when you back your arguments and you stand on a firm ground, you'll find that you'll do much more, because a number of the governments now, for example, taking education reform agenda, some of them are the worst case study of what education reform agenda is. And the civil society voices are silent or just backing them up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those questions and answers. Now, just to conclude, I need 3 key takeaways from this particular session, and you have 30 seconds each to give me one. What can we take away from this? Feba?
What we can take away from this, for me, I'm going to go to what Mr. Boaz is saying. It's not necessarily that our bark is not strong enough, but we've tried to indicate that it's about how you approach the issue at hand. I'll go to Lesotho. Lesotho right now, we've been talking about reforms. Lesotho from 2019, 2018, there was a teacher union industrial action. Our teacher unions and the Ministry of Education were at lock hand, but for there to be a sit down, it took us to come and say, teacher unions are our members. We are also, as Basotho, part of the Ministry of Education, but let's sit down and see how we can then answer the issues of the teachers, but also understand that we cannot have students that are not learning due to an industrial action, which is the role of civil society. When it comes to advocacy for reforms, I will say in Lesotho, we as LCN spearheaded the reforms process. Even now, we were supposed to have closed our parliaments, and we're supposed to have the Lesotho We Want documents. But because the document has not passed, we are now calling for motions as civil society to say, but we have not worked for 4 years to say, this is the Lesotho we want. We held consultations throughout the countries with members, with people, with women, with children, with herders, to just understand what the Lesotho they want. And then Parliament closes, and then that work has gone, is now becoming null and void. So we've now petitioned for a Parliament to reopen so that we can actually have the Lesotho we want, because at this stance, as a country, we will be dilapidating, to say the least. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph, just in a sentence, please.
Maybe very quickly, the issue of balance, so that to ensure that probably you're not talking about co-option. I think if you are participating as a civil society and have some kind of feedback loop, even with the local communities on the ground, then you can avoid that question of co-option. But if that link is broken down, then there is a danger of actually being co-opted and just being an extension or appendage of the government, sorry. Now, teachers' unions. Yes, talking about Kenya, I think this has been an issue. The other day I was having a conversation with actually the Secretary General of one of the unions, actually, which used to be a former powerful union. And I was telling him that actually you're missing out on the table, because we have been talking about so many education issues, but you're not on the table, and it is critical for you to be part of that. There's another teachers union that is part of the conversation and has always been part of the conversation, just agreeing with Boaz that actually teacher unions are people that we should be working with. So in terms of unions that were previously strong, yes, we are dealing with that particular issue, but we have actually tried as much on my part as a civil society entity to encourage them to be part of the conversation we are having. I also agree with the contribution that was made that our engagement in spaces is not based on benevolence. Like I indicated a little bit earlier, the civil society is part of the society. Actually, technically speaking, they will say that's fear between the family, the market, and the state. So we are part of the society. When we start engaging in those spaces, it's not out of benevolence. We ought to engage in those spaces. But also we must realize that the standards are high. If you look at the Istanbul principles for CSOs, participation, development, effectiveness, the standards are high. We are required to be transparent and accountable, practice good governance, respect human rights. And the same measure we would expect of the government is actually given back to the CSOs. So the way you respond to these particular issues then defines or determines the kind of respect that you're going to get with other stakeholders, including the government. Now, working together with the government does not mean you're co-opted. And in fact, I want to say this, courtesy of the Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which emphasizes partnerships, it has resulted in changing the role of the CSOs from an antagonistic partner, whereby the relationship between the CSO and the state was that one of mutual suspicion, to a point whereby you are a formidable partner in the development process. So engaging and working with the government does not necessarily mean you have been co-opted or you're part of the government or you don't know what you're doing. It's only to find out alternative mechanisms that you can voice the concerns of the people and actually concerns and disagreements and make contributions in the spirit of complementing the government towards initiatives, because the CSOs will have different capacities, and also holding the government to account. Thank you.
Thank you. And Clemens.
Thank you. She specifically asked about the involvement of teachers' unions. They are member of the CSOs. They are member of us. But you know, I will say what I always say to the comrades. The comrades are so arrogant sometimes. You know, there is need to really look at, you know, the difference between unionism and, you know, civic participation. If you focus on unionism alone and negotiate in the media, it becomes a problem, because there are spaces that are there that are available to say, can you come, let's discuss these issues. I can give an example. Parliament, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee was so passionate about these things and said, teachers, come sit down, let's talk about this. They didn't come. The new Minister of Education, when she came, the first point of engagement was us. She came to us, can you arrange a meeting for me with the teachers so that we talk with the teachers? They didn't come. They are so arrogant. They say, all they want is negotiating the newspapers, give us money in the newspapers. It becomes a problem. Like I said, the way you engage. So it will continue to be a problem as long as they become so arrogant. And to come into Boaz, I hear you that when civil society, you know, is treated with kids gloved by the government, then it means. But also, you need to understand that I say it is how you make the noise. Number one. Number two, who influences the noise that you are making, especially for us CSOs. We have to, the government is so sensitive to that. Who is influencing the noise that you are making? Number three, what agenda does your influencer have? So we have to take cognizance of that.
May I just go to some of the points that
Seba, unfortunately, we don't have the time.
I wanted to answer.
And on that note, let me please take this opportunity to thank my panelists and the wonderful crowd that we had. We can take this conversation, we can continue with it later on. Asanteni sana, and looking forward to the next session.
All right, congratulations and pole sana. You know, when we start late, it's really hard to catch up. Really, really hard. So it's been a long morning, and it's going to take us all the way till 2 p.m. or at least 2:30 now. And so, David, may I call you back here? You're running your session here, steering education opportunities towards inclusion and sustainability. And so those interested in this particular subject, we remain in this main hall. For those joining Janet and Davis Gisuka for investing in early learning, you're breaking out towards Mikumi. Do I have some members of the Secretariat here with me so that we can lead our delegates out? So we have breakout sessions. Now, we'll come over to your rooms later to prompt you to lunch. And after lunch, some of us will return here to be with Patricia, who's exiting right now. All right, so after lunch, she comes back here towards a more realistic and sustainable future. What is the role of tertiary education in preparing youth for the future of work? I think that's very exciting to listen to. And then some of us will go back to Mikumi with Lucy Tesha for the assessment of knowledge, attitude, and practices related to gender-based violence in higher learning institutions in Tanzania. Another interesting subject or topic. So who is remaining in the main room right now and who's moving out? Those going for the investing in early learning, Are we leading them out this way now? Through the middle door? I think that's the best way to go. That will take us directly to the lifts and towards Mikumi. David, you're here? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, probably I should translate this a little bit. Ningefurahi sana tuweze kuwashirikisha watoto katika ratiba yetu, lakini tuko nje ya nyuma, tuko nyuma ya muda sana. Kwa hiyo kwa wale ambao mngependa kubaki hapa na David, naomba muangalie ratiba hii na mbaki hapa. Lakini kwa wale ambao mngependa kuzungumzia masuala ya early learning, naomba tutoke mlango wa katikati tuelekeze ukumbi wa Mikumi. Na pia baada ya mada zote hizi mbili, tunakwenda kula chakula cha mchana, na baada ya hapo tunarejea tena katika vyumba viwili. Chumba hiki ndio kikiwa chumba kikuu, na wengine ambao watakwenda Mikumi. Kwa hiyo tuangalie ratiba yetu kwa mara nyingine tena. Kwa kama ni eneo ambalo una uzoefu nalo, utaalamu nao, ama interest tu, una shauku nalo, ungependa kulifahamu zaidi, naomba ujiunge na moja kati ya vyumba hivi viwili. Kwa hiyo kwa sasa tunabaki hapa na David, hatupotezi muda sana. Let's take it away. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much. MC, asante sana. Naona tuko nyuma ya muda, lakini ningependa kusema jambo moja. I would like to mention something about the civil society which was being discussed. And you can see we are grappling with the role because the idea was originated from the north and brought to Africa to operate as a structure through which the northern civil society can continue working in the south. I would like to inform you there are elements of the forms of the African civil society that are not in the civil society as currently constructed. So basically, it is something that you need to think about. For it to be relevant to us, then there is need to reconstruct the southern composition and intentions of the civil society. Anyway, nawasalimu kwa jina la Umoja wa Afrika. I greet you in the name of the African Union. I said that it is important we start socializing our consciousness into one continent as opposed to the artificial boundaries that were created by colonialists, if we have to move forward with our Africanization of the agenda that we pursue. Now, I have been requested to moderate a session that is going to focus on steering education opportunities towards inclusion and sustainability. And I have three panelists. For those who are going to remain here, we are going to be guided through this topic by three panelists. And may I kindly request them to come to the podium as I mentioned them. The first one is Richard Mabala, Haki Elimu Board Chair. Please, you can come and take the podium. I haven't been informed whether there are any changes in terms of composition of the panelists.
I am
So
going to
tafadhali,
connect by Zoom
Richard
if that is
Mabala,
possible.
na kuomba uje hapa mbele.
Excuse me, unaweza kunisikia?
That is Haki Elimu Board Chair. Okay, wacha
Unaweza
niendelee na mwingine
kunisikia?
naambiwa.
Niko Arusha.
The second panelist is Dr. Asaveli Loitama from the academia, representing the academia.
Unaweza
Please
kunisikia?
come forward.
Hello?
And the third panelist is Dr. Dina Mbaga, an education specialist on inclusive education. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the panelists who are going to animate our discussion this afternoon. And I request that we clap for them as they come, even if I cannot see them. Oh, welcome, madam. You are Dr. Mbaga, right? Karibu sana. Asante. Yeah, karibu sana. Dr. Asabeli Loitama, yupo hayupo? Hayupo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
He's coming.
okay, thank you. Okay.
Can you hear me,
Thank you
please?
so much.
Unanisikia?
As we wait for the panelists, by way
Unanisikia?
of introducing this topic, I would like, yeah, karibu, Professor.
Hello, unanisikia?
Yes, asante sana.
Hello.
As a way of introducing this topic, I
Hello.
would like to mention that all along in the past decades, our focus has been inclusivity and leaving no one behind. That our programming of education, our policies, and implementation of the programs within the education sector should focus on having everyone on board. Okay, sawa, asante. I'm told that Richard Mabala, Haki Elimu Board Chair, will be joining us virtually. So karibu sana Mabala, kama unatusikiza pahali ambapo ulipo.
Asante, nawasikia. Unanisikia?
Asante. So
Unanisikia?
thank you very much. We will be inviting you in a short while. So I was just saying that to set the mood is that our idea is to have an education system within the continent that takes care of learning needs and development needs of each and every individual and each and every community. So therefore, how should we engage and structure our education policy and programming so that we achieve this objective? That is the gist of this session. And I will invite Dr. Dina Baga to start us off by asking this question. Are our education systems inclusive?
Well, thank you very much for that question. Whether or not our education systems are inclusive. And how do we measure inclusivity in the system? May I take you to the class? The classroom, I call that an industry, because that's where a lot of things are taking place. What I mean is, if we are to build an inclusive society that will be able to take opportunities and that will remain sustainable, we have first of all to address the stakeholders concerned in inclusive education. First of all, our history in Tanzania, and I think some parts of Africa, shows that we were inclusive from the beginning until somebody came and told us that we are not inclusive. What do I mean by that? Our societies, we don't have words like blind, deaf, and that kind of thing. So when we are told that our children need to go to school, they were taken from us and put into institutions.
So today, we want to see how inclusive our society will be. I would like to make a reference to, first of all, realities on the ground. And this was based on two research that I was involved. In our societies, we can say that there are people, three categories of people who are suffering from being excluded. The first group is those children or students who have obvious disabilities. And you can identify them, saying this is a blind, this other one has hearing impaired, this one has a mental disability. The second group are those children who don't have obvious disabilities. And these are those who have difficulties in learning. The third group is gender. Girls are excluded because of the reasons that I'll give. Let me start with those with obvious disabilities and who are now going into what we call ordinary classrooms. And if you go to a classroom, you'll find that teachers are not addressing their needs, not because they don't want to, but they are not prepared. And I'll give reasons for that later. The second group of those who are experiencing difficulties in learning is that they are not identified. They are sitting there. And maybe these, not maybe, these are the children who, I think yesterday somebody mentioned that they will sit there, finish classroom period of 7 years, let's say, but they haven't learned. And this I have evidence because when I was doing research, I looked into examination results. Unfortunately, that is the only measure we use to measure whether the child has achieved. And we say is reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I could see their children in standard 5. Mind you, we see children at standard 4. And these children, some of them could not read and write, but they were being pushed through. Those with difficulties which are not identified, they are also sitting there, but teachers are not aware. And the unfortunate part is that in some classes, teachers have already categorized them as those who are dumb or stupid or will not learn. Therefore, whom do we blame for this? It's because the system is designed for those who can learn, but those who can't learn because they have difficulties, we are not providing for them. And it's good that we are addressing this topic at this critical time when the ministry is making, thinking of making policy changes and that kind of thing. Therefore, now I said the third category were gender. It's unfortunate that our laws or regulations are conflicting. We have been sitting here since yesterday, and I also have to compliment our president that we have re-entry. But while we have re-entry policy, we have also a rule or regulation which says if your child stays out of school for 90 days, automatically they are dismissed. And now I'm coming to the question of exclusion because of early marriages and early pregnancies, teen pregnancies. So we take the coin from one hand and give it to another. unless we review the law of marriage of 1971, we will add more girls being excluded from school because of early marriage and early childhood. Therefore, we need to also look at our law of marriage, 1971, and which is outdated. And who does that? Civil society have been trying their best to advocate and even to ask for, to look for support up to the government. And there is a case which was taken to High Court, and the rule was that age of marriage should be 18 and above. Now, the funny thing about that is that 18 years, people vote at 18 years, people marry at 18 years, and yet when it comes to the law of marriage, even up to 14 and 15.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Allow me to interject because actually you've made the point, from your presentation is that our education system is not inclusive. I think that's what.
Not up to now, and
Yes,
I'll give
not up to now.
suggestion.
Thank you, thank you. Now, allow me to move forward and bring in Mabala online. Then if our education systems are not inclusive, and thank you, Dr. Mbaga, for that, because the points you've brought are true and we can see them, then Mabala, what are the barriers to inclusion? What is making our education system not being inclusive? And yet we've been singing about inclusive education for the last 2 decades. What is the problem?
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. I would like to start with a visit I made to a school which was supposed to be an inclusive school, a model inclusive school in Tarime. There were children with disabilities in the school, but they were taught separately, they ate separately, and they slept separately. So I had to ask now, where is the inclusion? And they admitted that maybe the only place where there is inclusion is on the playground. So I think one of the first problems is a lack of understanding about what is inclusive education. And there needs to be a lot more awareness raising on what inclusion is and why inclusion is important. I think the second problem, which I'd like to expand a little bit on what Dina said, particularly with those with learning difficulties and mild intellectual disability, teachers have to be given training. I mean, obvious physical disabilities, they can see. They may not be fully trained to deal with it, but they can see. And the problem lies in the infrastructure sometimes for those with physical disabilities. But this whole group where the disability is not so visible, they need very much special training in how they can deal with that issue. First of all, how to identify, how do you identify children with mild intellectual disability or with other learning problems? Thirdly, I would like to expand a little bit the concept of inclusive education. It has come to mean almost exclusively education for children with disabilities. And of course, that is extremely important. And people say that the emphasis on children with disabilities and inclusive education was largely because education for all rather forgot children with disabilities. And so inclusive education was what was being used to make sure children with disabilities do get education. But originally inclusive education, and I'm glad that Dina mentioned gender, the issue of girls, but then there can be many other disadvantaged groups in society, children coming from very poor families, children of pastoralists who are moving from one place to another, children who are involved in child labor to support their parents or to support themselves. There are a lot of groups which actually are being missed out, which need to be looked at. And so inclusive education is, to me, is really trying to make sure all groups of children, including, and very importantly, including children with disabilities, need to be addressed. And the third point I would like to make is that maybe we have to move beyond schooling to some extent. Because sitting in a classroom where you don't understand the teacher might be inclusive schooling, but it isn't inclusive education. Going to a school where there is no protection for you from abuse or harassment or bullying, which lead to many children dropping out of school, maybe you have inclusive schooling, but you don't have inclusive education. So I think we need to look at some of the barriers to children getting education, even if they are in school, if we are going to have inclusive education. And one, I know this was discussed earlier on, but it's something that I and Dr. Waitama feel very strongly about. If you use a language of instruction which children don't understand, then that is not inclusive education. The children are being excluded from education by the language that is used. And finally, for now, because I don't want to take up too much time, can we look at other forms of education which can also contribute to inclusivity? For example, libraries, starting from the National Library down to community libraries, have been completely forgotten. I think it's only this year that a certain amount of money was allocated in the budget for the buying of books by the libraries. Yet the libraries is a place of community, a place where people can meet, a place where children and adults can access books, which enable them to get education without being entirely dependent upon a teacher. And so to me, okay, let me finish there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Richard Mabala, for bringing out those reasons why we are not achieving inclusivity in education, even after all these spirited campaigns. And when, to come to Dr. Asaveli, Richard has already started us off at where I was going to point to and request you to probably talk to that. We've heard that our education systems are not yet inclusive, and we've had some of the reasons why they are not inclusive. So then, what must we do to make them inclusive?
I think if we connect back to the other sessions, for all our children to be able to access education, we would have to look at in the earlier years, for instance, we have to look at what is in the curriculum. Because if one is in school but is not learning, then they are excluded. If you come from a community which is doing cattle, livestock production or coffee production, and you go to school, what you are learning at school is disconnected with what is happening in your home, then you just sit there in the school, but you are disconnected. So curriculum reform to make education relevant will increase inclusivity. But also, you also need to look at devolution, decentralization of education management. Because if you are also going to make education relevant, you are going to find that you have to have an element of vocational skills being provided. And vocational skills that are contextualized will require that you have a different conception of a teacher, or a teacher who works with other people who are not teachers, who are not trained teachers. People who are, you could call para teachers, like on similar lines to paralegals. Okay. Now, if there is a member of the community who knows how to build houses, if there is a member of the community with a carpentry workshop, well, you have to have a teacher who knows how to bring that person to the school, or take the students to the workshop, take the student to the farm, take the student to the livestock area, and have a way of engaging with those people with skills but we have no training in teaching. Then we increase the involvement of the students so that the students don't see themselves as just being there. But that requires that you have a very strong mechanism of having teacher supervision. Teacher supervision requires that you have the chain of command between the teacher and the people who are making decisions about their lives short. That's why a lot of teachers who work in private schools, where the chain of command between the person making decisions and the teachers is short. I mean, the owner is always around. but the owner of TAMISEMI schools, is in Dodoma, and we have created this funny business of having a minister of education and then another minister of TAMISEMI. And this bureaucracy in between is the one where that the teacher at the classroom level has to negotiate how they are supervised. Now, if you don't devolve school management, then also you are not going to enhance inclusion. I mean, inclusion now philosophically, because being in school, I mean, we can take over, all the other issues about inclusion are taken for granted. I mean, girls cannot be in school if you haven't given them hygienic pads. I mean, if they are leaving school because they, or if the washrooms at the school are not friendly, they will not come to school. If you don't have a mechanism for involving people who are, hard of hearing or hard of seeing and so on, those I think some effort has been made. But exclusion for those who are in school, but they are not learning anything. They are just sitting there mesmerized by what is going on. That will require that you devolve power. You move this business, which I find funny, of going to a school somewhere in some remote area, which is called Ofisi ya Rais TAMISEMI. Ofisi ya Rais? Seriously? I mean, this teacher in Kantalamba is dealing with the Ofisi ya Rais in Mitumba, Dar es Salaam. And that's why, obviously, privately run schools are doing better. Sometimes not because they have more salaries, it's because teacher supervision is close, the owner of the school. Why can't the village be the owner of the school? Why? I mean, why should it be? And if the school is owned by the village, it means even the resources to the school might be increased, because it means everyone who is in the village, even if they do not have children, can contribute to it. And of course, if you devolve power, you also increase the possibility of having tax reforms, which will mean that people can actually, even those who are richer, those who have more wealth at the village level, you can find mechanism of having village philanthropy enhanced, because it is easier for someone to relate to a school that they pass by when they are going to church or something than to tell them to contribute to a school which is far away in their imagination. So I think there are all kinds of, larger questions of devolution, larger questions of even of language, not just about English, by the way, but also of local languages. If you are in Sukumaland, it doesn't mean when they go to class 1, if you send someone in Sukumaland who doesn't know Kisukuma, you're also excluding people because not all of them know Kiswahili. Or not all of them know Kimasai. So you have to look at the possibility of beginning the earlier period of schooling, like in other countries, like in Lesotho and so on, those that they've done that up to standard 3. But then you will find people saying, if you introduce these local languages, then people will be tribalistic. That is wrong. Who told you? If you don't teach you using Kisukuma, it means that Kisukuma is dead. It is not dead. And the affiliation to Kisukuma has not died because you are not using Kisukuma in school. So for me, I think I would have all range of issues. Of course, obviously, using English. I mean, if you use English, then you can't actually access knowledge from, village artsmen, village masons, village people who have the knowledge to make people know how to build their own houses, but they have not gone to school and they don't know English, certainly.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, very good insights there relating to curriculum. And I am happy that the current curriculum review process is going on in your country, Tanzania. And I hope you will have a chance to give those inputs so that they are taken into consideration. And I pray that they are taken up because those are very crucial in terms of enhancing inclusivity and addressing the issue of the whole colonial aspects in our education system. I want to do a full circle, Doctor, before I come, because I want to engage my audience. I don't want them to be passive. Yeah, we've heard that education is not inclusive, and we've had some of the challenges that we are facing why we are not getting inclusive, and some proposals on how we can make it inclusive. So, as education stakeholders then, what asks should we take forward as the civil society to make education inclusive? I will take 2. 1. Yes, you, Nico. 2 minutes or even 1.5.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to, first of all, congratulate the speakers for setting the context for us. I still want to build on the aspect of access. Dr. Loitama has actually sort of preempted me, but I want to talk about curriculum contents. I will use an example of where I come from. You go to school, you may be given knowledge, but the knowledge that you are given is not relevant in your own context. For example, the examples of
Are you responding to my question, or you are reacting to the comments of the panel?
It can be either.
Yeah, because I wanted us to follow a process, then we come back to the panel,
Yes,
and then we'll
I
open
want to
up.
respond to you.
Okay.
But I was started from that end. So what I was saying is, for us to make our education inclusive, then even the contents of the curriculum should also be inclusive. In that, if we are going to have one curriculum for 120 tribes, and then use the same examples, use the same names, I should use the same names and use the same examples. For example, you come to our place, and then the examples you use is fish, fish, fish. You don't see any cow. If a child from Maasai, for example, picks a book and does not find a picture of a cow or a goat, it means you have already excluded, and he will have made him not to be interested to learn.
Okay, thank you. So yeah,
context
what should we ask? What should we go and ask those in charge of managing our education system so that we make them inclusive as civil society?
Context. We have to look at the context.
Then we come to the lady.
So, my name is Ayubu Kafiorilo from UNICEF, and I have one point which we think should be our asks to those with authority. The first thing, and very important, is to make the education relevant in terms of what are we providing to the children, and how is that responding to the needs of the society. One thing I have learned from the past, even during the colonial period, people were traveling a long distance to look for education, going to a school which is located in a far distance. But nowadays we have 100 million children in Africa who are not enrolling in school. And one of the reasons they will tell you is distance, it's the opportunity cost, the value of education. And in fact, if education was really responding to the needs of every child and responding to the needs of the society, the people, the community, the parents would take their children to a school wherever it is located to get the education that will help their children to grow into a better community, society.
Thank you, thank you. Why do we even go for education abroad anyway? Okay, that's again for another day.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hilda Gadmera from Child Support Tanzania, Mbeya. From the practices of as a CSO practitioner, I think the best way to implement inclusive education is through the reforms of our curriculums, as it said, but also linking the policies and the practices that are existing in our countries for us in Tanzania, but also improving the financing system of the inclusive education, because implementing inclusive education can be costful or less cost, I think, more cost. But if our ministries can work together closely and triangulating their budgets together to ensure that the delivery of inclusive education without leaving any groups behind. As most of us, whenever we speak of inclusive education, we think of disability inclusive education alone. We leave out about 13 or 11 groups of people with different special needs. So the first one can be on financing system. We need to invest, the government, the development partners, the schools, and Dr. Loitama said it very well, the villages or where the schools are located. We need to do the financing, the proper financing, but also capacity development from the national level to teachers. With the experience of 14 years in our CSO, the challenge that we have harnessed is that we train teachers who are coming from best universities in Tanzania or best teachers colleges in Tanzania, but they lack those skills of accommodating all children.
Okay.
Despite their.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Back to the panel. I just want to do an integrated kind of session where we are all interacting. Now, Dr. Dina, you had some sentiments that you wanted to follow up after talking about what we should do, but also you can proceed to give us examples that you know of some successful education inclusivity programs, either in Tanzania or anywhere in Africa that we can probably borrow a leaf from.
Thank you very much. Before I do that, I would like to, if you allow me, I would like to add to what Dr. Loitama said when it comes to relevance. I'll give an example of a classroom. I was sitting there and the teacher is talking about rice growing. The teacher is in Kilimanjaro region and he is referring to rice growing in Mbeya. And I was like, oh, these children don't even know where Mbeya is. So we also are adding to what Loitama was saying is that we have to be contextual. Give children examples that they know, but this is a reflection actually of our system where the teacher is teaching the curriculum, because when inspectors come, they look at where you are in the curriculum. But also the problem of thinking that a curriculum designed at the Institute of Curriculum Development fits everybody. So we need also to look into a teacher training so that teachers can, I don't know how I would say it, be autonomous, but also realize that you can, to be able to learn, you have to be close to the examples that are given. And now I'll go to your question, which was on, I would like to give an example of an inclusive program run by, and I think there's somebody here from Sense International, and it's covering a number of schools in Dar es Salaam, in Rombo, in Same. Very often, we think that in order for children to be inclusive, it's only one teacher. Now, in that project, I don't know whether it's now a program, there was an intervention there. Let me put it this way, that teachers, students with multiple disabilities, like blind, deaf, and then they have physical disability, they need a lot of attention but assistance. Now, once that is given, they can be taught in the same classroom as others. Now, in that model, they've introduced what is called teaching assistants. Now, these teaching assistants don't have necessarily to be teachers, but they get short courses and they are there to assist the teacher. And normally, classrooms accepting those children, they are prepared. The school is prepared, the teachers are prepared, the parents are prepared. So it's a joint stakeholders way of giving education. So, as I said, inclusive education is a motto, is it's a dream, but it has its cost because we need to get prepared. We need to also make sure that our teachers understand what their responsibility. Today, our teachers are only interested, maybe generalizing too much, interested in those who can do it, who can perform. Because after all, there are promotions depending on how many children have passed. So we have this notion of passing and failing, but not education. If I may give a crude example of Bill Gates, he dropped out of the university because it wasn't answering to his needs. So our system have to address potentials, needs, develop talents. And when it comes to utilization of resources, we have a lot of teachers who are retired and they are there, they have the knowledge. So if we co-opt them into, no matter how big the classrooms are, there will be of assistance so that teachers can concentrate on the teaching. But also, we need to look into the teaching and learning processes in the classroom. Are our children participating? Are they engaged? Is their voice heard? All this will contribute to learning and also our values. Are we imparting values? I was a bit not disappointed, but our colleague from Zambia, I once visited Zambia and they have something called child to child. There, children who are doing better, I don't want to say intelligent because intelligent doesn't count, who are doing better than others, they assist their fellow students. So they are paired. And this has meant a lot to those who are not making up, maybe because of disabilities, maybe because of learning difficulties, and learning difficulties starts from home. How is the home environment? And when the child comes to school, how are teachers involved to identify their potentials so that they can develop them? So we have a number of things that in our new policy, in our new curriculum, we need to take up, that the teacher is not the owner of knowledge. The
Yes.
teacher is there to facilitate. You can even use children in the classroom to help others. You can call a parent who knows the subject to be in the classroom. So a classroom is not like a mosque or a church where it's only those who attend.
Thank you, Doctor. Two very good examples, having teacher assistants in school and the child-to-child approach that can enhance inclusivity that we can borrow and try them out. Now, I want to bring in Richard Mabala from Haki Elimu, who is online. And probably you can share with us your views about the operational environment of the civil society and any barriers that they could be facing and how we could surmount them as we push for inclusive education in our endeavors.
Thank you very much. Again, as Dina did, I would ask if I could just make one point before we get there. And that is, we can do whatever we like with the curriculum, but unless we address the elephant in the room, it won't happen. We have a competence-based curriculum for the last 15 years or more, but the exams are not competence-based. The exams are purely knowledge-based, and therefore, and you have a national exam every 2 years, or 3 years from standard 4 to standard 7, then 2 year, form 2, form 4, form 6, and there's teachers there, their recognition depends on children passing the exam. So our children are being examicated, they're not being educated. And actually the nature of the exam system is blocking inclusive education. You can't have bringing in local Seramalas and so on, or have local knowledge being used if you have a centralized examination system which controls everything. And so if we are going to be inclusive, then we have to find a different way of assessing our students. And secondly, the other reason why we have all these exams is because a lot of education is extremely boring. And one area where I think that civil society and private-public partnership is very important is actually with relation to the production of books, the production of education apps, and other assistance to learning. The book trade has been seriously disabled by the fact that the government holds an almost complete monopoly over the production of books from which you can make a profit, which are the textbooks. They're all produced by the Institute of Education. And the money also that would go to schools for buying books is also kept in the Institute of Education, unless I'm wrong, for the production of more textbooks. And so supplementary readers, other books, exciting books for early education and so on, books which make children enjoy going to school, they are not being given the chance to do these things. Similarly, the use of digital learning. It doesn't have to be digital learning where you have a connection to the internet. It can be memory cards which can be placed in and so on. And so there are a lot of these things that that if the control of education is reduced, and that the Ministry of Education, the Institute of Education see themselves as coordinators rather than controllers of the whole education system, then I think also, coming to your question, this is where CSOs can play a very important role as well. To have teachers for the new curriculum, for example, whatever the new curriculum will be, or even for the current competence-based curriculum, to train more than 100,000 or 200,000 teachers in a competence-based methodology, which is a paradigm shift for most teachers. You need in-service training. This cannot be done by the government on its own. I think if you look at the budget speech, it was less than 20,000 or so who are going to get in-service training this year. but by using CSOs, they could make a big contribution, both to developing the curriculum and to actually training the teachers in a new way of training and also producing materials, which many CSOs are doing. And they all have to send their materials to the Institute of Education for validation, which in one way I think is good. But in another way, it depends on who is doing the validation. For example, if you write and I know this has happened because I've seen it, if you have a book written for preschool children or standard 1 or standard 2, and the evaluation committee consists largely of academics, are academics the best way of ensuring that this is the best material for children? And so we need to open up the system to allow many other actors, including the villages, as Dr. Laitama said, to participate in education, which requires removing the examination system as it stands. In the 70s, we used to have a continuous assessment, which did allow a lot of local knowledge. It fostered projects which all students had to do as a part of their national assessment, and that required them to interact with their local communities and so on. I don't know why we gave that up. And so by opening it up, then I think that we can get a lot more inclusive education.
Okay, thank you, Richard Mabala there. Yeah, now moving forward as we move towards the end, because we were given up to 2:30, Dr. Loitama, well, without repeating anything that has been said so far, what else do you want to say about inclusive education?
Well, I would want to say 3 things which would also contribute to inclusive education. First, in order to increase the resources and the 4 S's, have parent-teachers associations, strengthen them, where they may make decisions on the school. And of course, if you couple that with decentralization, where the village school belongs to the school, not to Ofisi ya Rais TAMISEMI. Then secondly, the use of projects. And I'm speaking of things that are already happening. Use of projects, where pupils, students go out and do something, organize themselves, interact among each other and interact with the communities around them, and write a report about it. Those kind of situations would also bring in those kids who are good at painting, those kids who are good at music, those kids who have particular talents which are not even provided for in the curricula. You increase the possibility of including their interests in the entire process. And then finally, school leadership, school clubs, school leadership, school clubs, where students learn how they will behave when they are students, when they are adults, and doing that as early as possible. Again, that brings out a lot of talents, because someone might be good in mathematics but not very good at leading others. And so you include them now. They also feel, school sports and games. There are some students who are good in sports, and the other may not be that good in other subjects. So inclusivity means you go out to bring out everybody's talents. And if we go back to what we started with when Rajani, when our friend from New York was saying, Nyerere talked about an inquiring mind, someone who learns from others, expose them to other things other than those of their own. And then also someone who is developed to be confident in themselves. To be confident in themselves, that requires that, in the earlier period, if they only know Kisukuma, start with the Kisukuma. And if people you don't have to be a Msukuma to learn Kisukuma. I'm not saying that, teachers who will teach in Sukumaland should be those who go and learn Kisukuma. You can't just go and teach people in Sukumaland in the area grades and you don't know Kisukuma. You can't go to areas in Maasai land, you don't know anything Maasai, and you're just speaking Kiswahili all the time. You are not helping those kids, to feel confident, because confidence begins from valuing what is what it is that is their own at that point. So I think those three, PTAs, teachers, parents, teacher associations, make them powerful bodies. There are some schools, especially the private ones, by the way. The private ones are the ones who are serious about this, because then they can make decisions even about increasing the resource envelope, you know, I mean, at the school level, you know, to give incentives to teachers and so on and so on, you know, and then also have project-based learning, you know, where they go out to school. Of course, sometimes it causes problems, you know. I mean, you know, you remember there are some of the bus accidents, you know, in private schools with bus accidents and so on. But that should not deter people from organizing, allowing teachers to organize school tours, etc., etc., etc. You know, and then finally, making sure you increase clubs where kids learn how to debate, debating clubs, school clubs, but also, as I was saying, school organization which is genuine, not putting some people to call them prefects, they have no powers. No, you know, I mean, really serious student leadership, you know, which trains them to learn other skills other than the academic skills.
Thank you, Doctor, for those three key points on how we can enhance inclusivity in our education system. Now, the final round to the audience as we wind up. Yeah, and I would like you to look at it from this perspective. We have said a lot about what should be done. When you make your comment, think about it in a way that, what will I do so that what I've said should be done can get done? I mean, that is the perspective that would want to take it, because we might be finger pointing a lot and advising a lot while seated on the bench, but we would also want to hear, and probably when you say what you want to do, we might join you, because we could be having a similar engagement that we also want to do. I mean, how do you think about that? Karibuni. Nataka nianze upande huu. Naona kuna mmoja pale, wa pili, kule nyuma karibu na mlango mmoja, naona mko wawili, mmoja wenu mtagawanya hizo nafasi. Alafu hapa chini huyu ndugu, alafu na huyu dada tumalizie naye. Kwa hivyo nataka nianze upande huu. Haya dada, nani yule alikuwa number 1? Niwe, endelea. Kipasa sauti nani atampatia?
Asante sana moderator kwa kuniona.
Karibu.
Naitwa Fortunata Manyeresa, ninatoka Tree of Hope Tanga. Ni wapongeze sasa panelisti kwa mchango wao mzuri, lakini pia na mimi niseme kitu, na nimefurahi zaidi hapa mwishoni. Umesema kwamba sisi tunaweza tukafanya nini, lakini nina issue mbili. Ya kwanza ni hii ambayo Mr. Loisama amemalizia kusema hizi school clubs. Nitoe labda best practice ya Tanga, ambako tuna mradi wa kuunda clubs za watoto katika shule za sekondari na msingi kuhusiana na masuala ya ukatili wa kijinsia. Nafikiri wakati waziri mkuu akizindua ile kampeni ya siku 16 za ukatili wa kijinsia, alitangaza kwamba kuundwe hizo club katika mashule. Kwa hiyo kwa Tanga tayari tuna best practice ambapo tuna hizo clubs tumeanza kuunda katika shule zote za msingi na sekondari. Lakini jingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuangalia masuala ya inclusivity, hususan kwenye hii reentry policy. Bado kama asasi za kiraia tuna kitu cha kufanya, kwa sababu hao watoto ambao wamepata ujauzito, kwa kesi ya Tanga tuna mpaka primary level. Kwa mwaka jana tulikuwa na kesi watoto wa miaka 12, 14 ni wajawazito. Sasa hii reentry policy, kweli watoto warudi shule, lakini majority hao watoto wanatoka katika kaya maskini. Hicho cha kwanza tufahamu. Lakini tunaposema kwamba warudi shuleni, wanarudi vipi? Kuna mechanism gani? Nani anawatambua watoto? Wako wapi? Lakini pia kuna namna gani ya kwa support? Kwa sababu mtoto, kumbuka, ni mtoto na ameshazaa mtoto na anatoka kwenye kaya maskini, familia ambazo hazina uwezo kiuchumi. Maana yake ni kwamba akirudi shuleni mtoto wake anabaki na nani? Lakini namna gani tunaweza tukatengeneza sisi kama asasi za kiraia, tukatengeneza strategy ya kuidentify watoto katika ngazi za halmashauri au katika ward level, and then tukatafuta namna ya kusupport serikali ili hao watoto waweze
Asante,
kurudi
naomba
shule.
naomba useme kwa kifupi kwa sababu muda hauna.
Asante. La mwisho ambalo nafikiri pia ni la msingi ni swala ambalo la inclusivity. Watoto wetu kama ambavyo alizungumza binti jana, nafikiri kwamba watoto wa kike wanakosa takribani siku 36 kwa mwaka. How do we compensate? Kwa sababu wakati wao wako katika hizo siku, wavulana wanaendelea kusonga mbele. How do we compensate wasichana? Asante.
Asante sana. Nafikiri naandika pale. Second, proceed. Yeah, just half a minute.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you. For me, what I think might work or should work is that, first of all, we need to put in place the enabling policies that support inclusive education. When we do that, then we need to put in place a curriculum that will bring about a kind of education which is meaningful to the individual, the family, the community, the nation, and be able to fit this learner into the global trends, the global world, the direction that we are taking. And it shouldn't end there. This curriculum, the appropriate curriculum that should be designed, it should be supported to be implemented as designed. Most of the times, once a curriculum is developed, we realize that once the support is not given accordingly, we end up with a different outcome curriculum, which is not the approved curriculum. So support, and this also brings on board the issues of financing education that we have been discussing in the morning, that people should prioritize education and support the curriculum. Again, it shouldn't end there. I think this curriculum should give relevant education to the learner and also prepare the teachers who are going to deliver the curriculum to ensure that they take on board the inclusiveness of education provision, capacity built, and they should have the appropriate content. And that shouldn't be the end of the story. I think also enhancing accountability systems to ensure that the objectives set, the targets set are achieved by ensuring that the implementation is done the way it is supposed to be done. Many times when we have variances between the policies and the plans and what is really being implemented, if we can bridge that gap, I believe that we have what it takes to ensure that we provide inclusive education. Thank you.
From Zambia. Yeah. Number 3, just 1 minute. And please don't repeat what has been said.
Yes, I just want to add something very, very short. And this is from Dr. Dina, because she mentioned the groups suffer from inclusion in learning in school. Students who have difficulty in learning, disabled, and gender. But I just want to add something. Also, these are kids or children coming from disadvantaged families. These are poor kids. It's very hard for them to learn. Sometimes they isolate themselves in school, so it's very, very, very hard. I had this evidence. I got this from one school here in Dar es Salaam, and we had enough time to speak with teachers. They addressed a lot of things. And we saw that this issue of poverty also is including is in this agenda. For sure, you have spoken very, very well, the panelists. But I really like also to put in the list this group of disadvantaged kids. Also, they are excluded in education because they isolate themselves. And sometimes they do not wish, it just happens because you can just imagine a student comes to school and has not even any money for breakfast, nothing. They stay from morning to the evening, nothing at all. When she's there or is there thinking about the miseries at home, thinks about the problems at home, family quarrels, because poverty is the source of many, many, many problems in the community. So this also we can put in the list, and maybe because here there is academicians, researchers, you can do also research in these things. Also, you can come and consult us at TD. We shall discuss more about this with you and giving a lot of evidences and opinions on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Quickly, there I had identified, unless you don't want to go for lunch, because I can see new hands coming up. And those are the only ones that time can allow us have. However much we would want to have many. So we had one at the back and one here, then we come to the last one here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving a chance. My name is Jumanem Somba from TTU, Tanzania Teachers Union. So for these topics, I want to contribute things like that. So now we're talking about a formal education. Only formal education is not enough for our society. So we must to think beyond the formal education. Like Dr. Xavier told that some of the children or people learners, they like more sports. So we must to encourage them. We must to encourage them in sports, in so many arts, so can help them to acquire the knowledge, and then they employ themselves in their environment. Also, our education must go with what? With to influence them to use or to utilize their resources which surrounding them in the environment. But when we emphasize only in white job colors, so that is a problem which comes for us to lack of employment in our African nations.
Okay.
So that is my contribution.
Thank you. The lady at the back there. Okay, if you've given up, then it's fine. We can go with our leader here.
I just moved from the back. I was looking for a mic.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
My
Okay.
name is Iku.
Oh, you
from,
changed, yeah.
Shule Direct here in Tanzania. Thank you very much for the discussions. I really enjoyed it. And I just wanted to add, as you say, the question, what are we doing about what we're suggesting? So as Shule Direct, we've partnered with organizations in Kenya and Malawi. And one of the things that we're looking into right now is the gaps between the policies and the implementation when it comes to inclusive learning. And I think generally we are making decisions that are not evidence-based. And I think that's why for us, this was very important. It's a program that's funded by GPE through Education Out Loud for the next 3 years. These 3 countries will be focusing on looking at the policies and where the gaps are. I think that's a great place to start in terms of identifying these issues. Secondly, I really liked what Kaka Richard Mabala said about addressing the elephant in the room. So I would like to add, in addition to that, I think we need to come to a place where we need to urgently do something around stopping the cycle, because the question of inclusivity, if you really listen between the lines, most of us are talking about inclusivity as if it's a different group. But when we're talking about inclusivity, it's all of us. So how do we change? How do we stop this cycle? I think it's something that we need to start addressing in our curriculum, starting from a very early age, looking at issues around empathy, soft skills for children, to start changing the mindset that everybody should be thinking for everybody else. So it shouldn't be a question of us and them, or making sure that we're creating an education system that can accommodate a certain group of people, but we should be really looking at every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those. And finally, we hear from.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you for, just on top of what Mwalimu Waitama was saying about decolonizing education used through governance. So now I think for the past, since yesterday and today, we've been talking things which we usually talk in every workshop. But I think one interesting fact which comes from Waitama is about governance. We talk of leadership, political will, but we don't talk of governance. Governance is about how power is shared. So the concept of contextualizing education, having curriculum that responds to people's need. Perhaps when we discuss issues of constitution now in Tanzania, I think we're discussing about amendment of constitution. Maybe instead of us acting as CSO for education and think education is just education, we may also think how the new constitution amendment can help decolonize education. So as people are recommending on serikali za majimbo, za majimbo, having counties. So if you have Mwanza county, have their own power to be able to design the curriculum which fits with the people in Mwanza. So perhaps sometimes when we talk of education, we also have to link, how can we also look at, how can we link systems of education with the new constitution, with the constitution structure. if we have serikali ya majimbo, we have Moshi County, they will have power to decide what kind of curriculum, what kind of things to teach, which respond to people in Moshi, rather than having one size fits all.
Thank you so much. You stole that chance, but if the point would have made you burst, let us make you relive it. And I mean, it's okay. Proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Tehseen Sharif. I'm from Al Muntazir Schools. I'd like to share what we do as a private sector and how that can be taken as a point that NECTA can learn. One thing that I would applaud the national curriculum is that they do provide help in standardized testing, which is not taken. I would like to go back to Dr. Dina when she said that there are children who are failing, but it is because you're not asking for help in the exams. I had one child who we supported, not just one child, but several children who have been supported by giving them scribes and readers for the exam. Because these children, while they are not able to maybe read or write, they are listening very well. So they are learning, but we do not take that into account, and we can take, and the government provides this resource, but we only need to ask. And the second thing is that at Al Muntazir Schools, we have AMSEN, which is Al Muntazir Special Education Needs. It has a very successful running program, and it is following what both of the successful strategies that Dr. Dina has stated, and we still have openings. So if you're willing to come and look at those, you could also share it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you for that. I think we have to wind it up there because it's past 2:30. I will now give just 1 minute to our panelists to give closing, then we can wind it up. I will start with Richard, who is online. Please, based on this topic, we can give you a chance for just 1 minute closing remarks or parting shot that you'd want us to go with.
Thank you very much. I think what we have to do, all of us, is take advantage of what the government is giving us a chance to do, which is to really contribute to the debate on education now, to give our views, to say what needs to be done, to stress the different kinds of inclusivity that we've talked about today and how they can be achieved. This is our chance. This is one of the few times the government is actually saying, we want to hear your views, so let's make the best of it.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dina, your parting shot.
Thank you very much. My concluding remarks are that we shouldn't teach the curriculum, and teachers, they should realize one teacher is for all children. And teachers should be rewarded for being able to lift up those who come to the class with some, maybe because of their background, maybe because of the difficulties, but they should be able to identify the difficulties and capitalize on that to develop potentials. And when I talked about the project or program that Sense International is doing, we need to understand that maybe not everybody will be able to read and write. They have other talents, and we needed to develop that. If we really believe that, we shouldn't leave anybody behind. And we also need to have an inbuilt quality assurance in our system so that we don't wait for years before we realize we have left some children behind. And that calls for competences within teachers, and that also should be looked into in our teacher training. How we do it, I think it needs a broader dialogue to go into the details. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Dr. Loitama, your parting shot.
I think I want to reiterate again the question of pedagogy. for students. If inclusion would require that we have a pedagogy which involves students in activities which bring out the best within them and gives them confidence that they are human beings, that they have certain ideas, that they have certain competencies, and that those competencies are different, and that's normal. People are not the same, and that is very important. And that also includes, by the way, having student parliaments, mabunge ya watoto, very important. I saw this in Action Aid Tanzania, have this run in Mtwara, I think in Newala and Tandaimba, very successful, and the students building confidence in them. The school clubs, where students are taught to be critical, even of their teachers, with respect, of course, saying, thank you, sir, but I think you are wrong, And then finally, I wish to stress again the point raised by Bavon there, governance issues are linked to inclusion because they also relate to increasing the resources envelope. I mean, why is it that the school, which is private, has more resources? Not because, it's because, first of all, they use the PTAs to increase the school resources. They also use the opportunity of being close. People can give more when what they are giving to is near them. So if you had governance which allowed the school to belong to the village, and everybody in the village sees pride in their school having the kind of digital resources that others have, which has the video resources that it has, that will increase the resources in the school. Everybody will feel in the village or in the neighborhood that this is my school, which means those people who are a bit richer, even without taxing them, they will give more. I mean, it seems so obvious to me, but you can't do that if you have centralized everything. If, village governments are not village governments, districts are governed by people who have been sent there by someone. I mean, you can't have inclusive education that is sustainable without changing the governance. And finally, if we can all check the Transforming Education Summit site, the 19th of September, there is 4 areas there of what things we can do, as you are saying, what things we can do about exclusion, what things we can do about the teaching profession, having para teachers, what things we can do about curriculum reform and pedagogy reform, and what things we can do about digital transformation. Because even if we learn, to me, you can learn in Kisukuma, but if you know how to use a computer, you are better off than if you don't know English, but you can mouse a few slogans in English, which you don't even understand. If you can bring computers to a school which is Kiswahili medium, you are going to make the kids and the graduates more marketable in the world. It's not just merely knowing English; it's knowing how to use a computer to access information. So if we can resource the schools, if we can devolve power so that the school belongs to the village, not to Tamisemi, Mitumba. How can a school in Kantalamba belong to someone in Mitumba? It doesn't make sense. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. A round of applause for our panelists and animating this session. I think we must accept that time has not been on our side in most of these sessions, and we've been forced to rush. Sorry for those who I was not able to accommodate their comments. Like the MC said, there is that application because the Secretariat is capturing the comments for the final report. Your comments will be taken up. Thank you so much, our panelists, and you may now take your seats, and thank you so much for availing yourself. Richard, online, you are also free to log off, but if you feel you want to follow through, you can join us. But for now, we are breaking for lunch, and unless we invite you for lunch virtually, if that is
Please send me lunch by Zoom, yeah.
Okay, that will be fine. Otherwise, thank you so much and all the best. Thank you. Now, the MC is not around, and oh, yeah, there's someone who is coming in, and you can take it up from there. Thank you. Yeah? Oh, food. Yeah, I am advised that we can now break for lunch, and we are going to have lunch on that floor, just like we had yesterday. And then we come back after 40 minutes. What time should we come? Yeah, 40 minutes lunch break based on time is sufficient, I guess. So we can come back after 40 minutes. Thank you.
and the moderator is also in. Let me take this opportunity then to invite the moderator, Dr. Charles Sokile, to take his position, and you will invite the discussants. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good afternoon from me as well. We have another session at Mikumi. I've just come from there, but we don't have any participants. Hatuna wahudhuriaji. Mnaweza mkaangalia ratiba zenu. Probably some of you signed up for that one. Tuweze kuelekea huko. Or are we all interested in this particular one? So just before we continue, if you angalia ratiba zenu baada ya lunch, after lunch. So sasa hivi we're doing the assessment of knowledge, attitude, and practices. Sindio? Is that correct? Naomba tuelekee Mikumi. We can exit through the middle door. Mimi nitasimama hapo kwa wale ambao mnataka kuja, and I can lead you to Mikumi if you haven't been there yet. All right, karibu sana. I'm sorry to cut into your time. Karibu sana.
Sure, welcome to the very interesting session on higher learning, the connect between factories, industries, workspace, as well as the education space. Our panelists are already in the house, and without much ado, I would like to invite them to come to the stage, and then we'll start executing business from there. So let me ask Dr. Patricia Viola from the USAID to take the stage to the second chair from my left-hand side. Can we put our hands together as she comes to the stage? Thank you so very much, Patricia. You're most welcome. Can we put our hands proper, ladies and gentlemen, as Patricia comes to the stage? Thank you so very much. Good. And may I also cordially ask Madam Xiaoyang Liang from the World Bank to come to the stage as well. Shall we put our hands together even as she comes to the stage? Thank you. You can sit next to Patricia. Actually, no, on the other chair, second chair on the other side, so that I really indulge sitting in between the two ladies. What an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. For those who've been following Tanzania and many other developing countries, especially in this side of the world, there's been a lot of growth in the higher learning space with a lot of expansion in colleges and universities in terms of admissions, but also in terms of programs and the related. At the same time, population has also been growing tremendously. And despite the expansion, quite a number of young people are not able to access higher learning. But more so, even those who've been accessing higher learning, their expectations and anticipations, especially post-learning, has not been met because of these links or these functionalities between the industry and the learning. Most of them are not landing to jobs. Even those who get jobs are not getting jobs of their dreams. And the workspace of the industry is also complaining of the quality issues in higher learning. At the same time, we have a lot of alternatives and emerging opportunities around TVET, which is probably another very alternative avenue to the growing Africa. Now, this afternoon, we are quite fortunate to have two leading experts, actually global experts, who are also working for cutting-edge global organizations who will be talking to us and sharing their thoughts. And we will be having a session to speak, interrogate, interact, and talk to them. Now, I'll be kind enough to ask them to introduce themselves. I'm jealous of time. I'm supposed to read their profiles, but as you can know, Patricia has almost 3 pages long profile, and Xiang has a very long profile. So the best way is to ask them to summarize that. So we'll start with Xiang, and she'll tell us briefly about what she does at the bank. And then for the next 10 minutes, she will tell us what she makes out of this jointing between higher learning and the industry. I understand she had a presentation that can be made available after the session. But in the meantime, she will be running us through some of the highlights that she has. And thereafter, I'll invite Patricia. Xiang, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Habari za asubuhi. My name is Xiaoyan Liang. I'm a lead education specialist from the World Bank. I'm also team leader for many of the World Bank programs in the region, but also specifically in Tanzania. I'm currently based in Dar es Salaam, in our Dar es Salaam World Bank office. I've been working in education development for more than 2 decades, since mid-1990s. And I have looked at various education systems globally in different regions, in East Asia, in Latin America, in South Asia, and now looking in depth in Africa, especially in Tanzania. I have worked on programs that go from early childhood education to primary, secondary, TVET, and higher education. So I'm happy to share some of my own reflections in terms of the role of tertiary education to prepare our young generations for the world of work. Dr. Charles, do I need to go into the substance, or this is just for introduction?
You have 10 minutes, both for introduction and to go to the substance. And then Patricia comes over and we continue.
Okay. I did prepare a presentation. I'll be happy to share with organizers, but for lack the technology here, I'll just speak the main points. To summarize, there are 3 or 4 very important functions tertiary education play to prepare our children and students. Maybe I will start by, I can see, okay, my presentation is coming up. Can we go to the second slide? I want to talk about from 4 different areas. Number 1 is the role of tertiary education in preparing teachers. Number 2 is the role of tertiary education in prepare skilled workforce for higher economic productivity. And I also talk briefly about the role in research and innovation. And finally, to share with you a bit of what we do from the World Bank on tertiary education. Here we are in an education conference, and we do not need to be reminded that the role of teachers do we prepare the teachers? Mostly in tertiary educations, in our teacher training colleges, in universities, different kind of universities, and plenty of education research shows teachers matter more than any other input in terms of improving the education outcomes. Studies are also available for the continent in Africa that tertiary schooling can have benefits, especially in terms of enhancing the quality of primary and secondary education through better prepared teachers. Increasingly and globally, more and more teachers now have bachelor's degree. So I know maybe in Tanzania, most of our teachers still only have certificates, especially those in pre-primary, primary teachers. The majority teachers only have certificate. And I'm aware that Tanzania is also trying to upgrade so that more teachers can have a diploma education. But in most countries globally, the norm has now become bachelor's degree. Can we go to next slide, please? So here is something the World Bank has shared. Oh, the slide didn't come out right. What makes best teachers? There are 5 principles, and one of them is quality teacher education. That is where our universities, that is what is the role of tertiary education. Can we have to move a bit quickly, sorry. I'm not controlling my own slides, so it's a bit difficult. It's okay, we can skip the slide. We're just sharing the 5 different aspects. The second point I want to make today is tertiary education and the role it plays in terms of economic growth. Here, of course, I define tertiary education broadly. That includes TVET, including higher education, including formal education, as well as non-formal education. You will find studies conclude that every year of schooling has a rate of return, averaging about 8 to 13%. But if you look specifically on the return to tertiary education, you will find return is highest. It's about 17%. Therefore, it means 17% higher earning for college graduates as compared to non-college graduates. The largest wage differential between college and non-college is actually in the United States. Now, lately, we saw the number. The difference can be as much as $22,000 per year. I also want to give you a few examples. For example, in China, where I am from, half of the secondary and tertiary students are enrolled in TVET and in applied STEM subjects. The specific STEM skills played a very important role in helping to restructure the Chinese economy from the low end manufacturing, the low end everything. You know, we were called the factory of the world. But now it'll be very difficult for you to call China the factory of the world. It's increasingly becoming a hub for high-tech exports. Why? The role tertiary education play in upgrading its future and current workforce is critical in that transformation. I also want to share with you Israel. It's known as the startup nation. It has the highest number of startups per capita or per GDP. Many of the apps you use are actually, invented in Israel. Again, there, Institute of Technology, the Technion, graduated half of the founders in the successful startup high-tech sectors. So I just want to impress upon you tertiary education matters. Can we go to the next slide, please? The third point I want to make is the role in research and innovation. While basic education is important to lay the foundation, critically, tertiary education is where all the different knowledges come to be integrated, where students learn to do problem solving, where they learn to internationalize, where they learn to make real contributions. If you look at the most recent Global Innovation Index, all the advanced or most innovative nations, and then you look at human capital research, you will find there's a high correlation between the innovation and the proportion of their population that has tertiary education. And also the knowledge and technology outputs. Where do we produce those outputs? Tertiary education, TVET, research and higher education. Can we move to the next one, please? I want to quickly, my last point is about the role the World Bank plays. As you know, we are a development financing institution. But it actually has the largest contribution to education development. We are the largest external financier of education globally. Just last year alone, in the middle of pandemic, the World Bank delivered more than $7 billion in development assistance. About 2 billion of that is in education. As of now, the World Bank has a portfolio of $20 billion in education in all our member countries. And about 20% of that 24 billion is actually in higher education and in workforce development. And of course, we do a lot in terms of generating data and development knowledge. We are the largest depository of data and development practices globally. Even in Tanzania here, our portfolio, many of you who work with MOEST or PureRock is quite familiar with what we do here in Tanzania. We have 1.5 billion portfolio in education, and that goes from pre-primary education to primary through the BOOST project. We have the 500 million program supporting secondary education and girls' education through the SEQUI project. And we also have a newly effective higher education for economic transformation HEAT project, supporting the transformation of more than 14 public universities to be more relevant, to be more aligned with local, national, or even international labor markets, and to tackle some of the challenges, global issues. Can we move to the next slide, please? Quick examples of specific projects. Please stop me, Chair, if my time is running out. These just a few examples. For example, we have the regional TVET projects supporting 16 flagship institutes in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania in priority sectors, including agriculture processing, transport, renewable energy, as well as manufacturing. You can go to the next slide. This is another higher education center of excellence program. Now we have across the continent, I think we have close to 60 such centers of excellence. Each of them supports a niche research program or a niche teaching and learning that is very much indigenous for Africa needs. The one of the example I gave was actually in Uganda. They are developing anti-malaria medication from avocado seed. So across all the centers of excellence, by now, there must be more than 100 accredited programs being supported by the World Bank. This data I have is still a bit out of date. Let's move to the next slide, please. Thank you so much there, the IT. This is the snapshot for the Tanzania Higher Education Program. It's focusing on strengthening the learning environment, aligning them with labor market needs in Tanzania here, and also to improve the higher education management at the system level with MOEST and with the Tanzania Council of Higher Education. Next slide, please. So we also do knowledge and partnership. And this is just a quick picture of how we promoted partnership between Africa program, some of the Korean, China, and Indian programs. This is just one of the pictures. Let's keep moving. Yeah. I'm almost done. So finally, I want to say that more and more young people here in Tanzania, in Africa, globally, they are demanding for tertiary education. We cannot ignore that. And tertiary education is fundamental requirement for teaching and for employment in other industries. It is actually also increasingly a requisite for leading a happy, healthy, and fulfilling life. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Xiaoyang. It's a very good way to set up higher education. Matters a lot and is important for all. Patricia is the director for education at the USAID. Patricia, you have 2 minutes to introduce yourself and tell us what you do, and then straight away you go into a point you want to make, especially the role of the TVET in the same.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't have a formal presentation. I was asked this morning if I would participate in this panel, and I was delighted to do so. So I'm going to sort of speak off the cuff about my experiences with USAID in our youth employment programs, particularly in South Africa, which is on the continent. My name is Patricia Viala. I'm an education officer with the United States Agency for International Development, USAID for short. We have been in Tanzania supporting the government of Tanzania for 60 years in all different sectors, one of which being education. So that's the expertise I have developed over 17 years of experience working both as a teacher, as an educator, as well as a teacher trainer, curriculum developer, helping countries, advising ministries of education on how to produce better learning outcomes, having children graduate with the right skills that fit the market needs, and so on. My experience took me to mainly the Middle East and North Africa. So I worked in Morocco, Egypt, Lebanon. I also did some work in Bangladesh and Pakistan, and then in Nicaragua. And then finally, just before coming to Tanzania 2 months ago, I was serving in Pretoria, South Africa. So it's been, there's so many parallels that one can make between youth employment situation in all of Sub-Saharan Africa. We know that youth are the majority of the citizens of these countries. There's a youth bulge, right? So we're talking about young countries with lots of potential, lots of youth that could be leading and, innovating and could be a tremendous economic engine for the country. But the problem we see is that they're not always managing to get into employment, right? They go through tertiary, whether it's TVET, colleges, or university degrees, but sometimes the jobs, there's no fit. There's not a nice fit. We call it a mismatch, between the skills that these youth gain in their, education and what the employers are looking for. And that experience I had as well in Nicaragua. It's an international phenomenon. And it's one that, we're still trying to figure out what could be a solution to create a better fit so that students graduate, get employed, and live those fulfilling, happy lives that my colleague was just talking about, and at the same time produce and help the economies of their countries to develop and other sectors as well. So I can talk about in a few things. One has to do with what I learned in Nicaragua. In Nicaragua, the countries, there's a private sector entity that represents 500 plus companies, private sector companies, and they did a survey. They asked them, what is it that you look for in youth? What in employees, in people that you want to hire? And what are you missing? What are the skills that you desire and the ones you're not getting? And it was interesting, over 500 different businesses in all sectors said the same thing. They said, number one, we want critical thinkers. We want innovators. We want youth that have good work ethics. They work hard. They're driving and innovating and, proactive. And then they also said they all wanted their youth to have English. And we talked about the language situation, issue this morning. And there it was because these small firms or medium or big firms, they were all types. They wanted to expand their businesses, and to do that, to be able to trade and interact on the global market, they needed English. So those were the main skills. It was interesting. It wasn't specific, I need an engineering, or whatnot. So those are kind of what we call the soft skills, but they're what businesses are looking for. And then I'll just share one experience in South Africa. Actually two. I was managing a youth employment activity in South Africa. And I loved the model, because the model was saying, why aren't we getting industry and TVET colleges to talk? Why don't we put them in the same room? And that way we can have industry review the curriculum, right? Which are, unfortunately, in many times, the curriculums are very theoretical and sometimes they're out of date. And that was the case in South Africa. We were working with the automotive industry, where there's a lot of jobs and a lot of growth expected, but they couldn't find students who knew how to operate the modern machinery, who understood, what the reality on the floor, industry floor was. So this relationship was built, has been building for the last 2 years in South Africa. And it's exciting because we have government sitting down with TVET college principals, sitting down with employers, and all trying to figure out how to match or align the curriculum with what employers need, so that there's a nice and natural progression into jobs. And there are jobs. That's the other thing. Lots of unemployment, but there are lots of jobs, depending on, which sector you're looking at. It's just a skills mismatch. That's what we call it. And you can figure that out potentially by just getting everybody in the room and working together. Also, the industry, this is a nice piece as well. They open their doors so that students and TVET trainers could enter the industry floors and see firsthand and do with their own hands and, what it is that they're studying. They'll see it in action. So that was an exciting activity. I look forward to, I'm still in touch with them because I left the mission. I'm here now, but it's an activity that I consider very promising and could be a model for this region. And then finally, before I left Pretoria, I was leading the design of an employment activity for youth with disabilities. And this was the first time we were, focusing on this target group, which is a marginalized group. And so to do that, we didn't design it by ourselves. We promote at USAID what we call co-creation. So we had seminars, workshops where we brought students with different types of disabilities to talk to us and tell us what are those barriers for being able to apply for a job, for being accepted into a job, for succeeding into a job, for growing into the job. So we wanted to understand straight from them, what are those challenges? And we also did the same with employers. Hearing from them, have they been able to successfully employ youth with disabilities, and what does it take to do that? So again, very intentional. Everything we do at USAID, our youth policy says we always work with youth and in the driver's seat. The youth are the people that we partner with to make sure that whatever we're doing is serving the interests of youth. And we do it in partnership with them and help build their capacity as we go along. So I just wanted to put a plug in of how USAID sees youth development. And that is very much a youth-centered approach. Thank you.
So very much, Patricia, quite spot on time. Ladies and gentlemen, before I open up the floor for your contribution, Shan has put up a very good point on the role of higher education. And she's arguing that higher education matters, results are enormous, and it is working, and higher education actually drives the economy. The problem is, does that really happen in Africa? What is the situation back in Tanzania? And Patricia is stretching the issue further, and she's asking, why does higher education not talk to the industry? Where is the mismatch? The good cases out there are where a few models could be borrowed that could work in here. What are the issues that could bring about leapfrogging as we think of solutions to make the higher education talk to the industry and to drive the economy? The ball is back to you. I'll give you 3 minutes and I'll take 3 hands from this side, 3 hands from the center, and 3 hands from the center, and we'll take that as a first round, and then we'll have our panelists coming back in, and then we'll see how we do it with time. So let's start from the rear side, my far left hand side. Shoot up your hand and I'll give you opportunity. You quickly introduce yourself and your institution, and then you make your point, very brief, so that you could also create a room for others to talk. Karibu. Sure, without any preference for the sides. So number 1, I'll give you numbers so that I manage my time better. Number 2. Number 3, good lady in front in here. Yes, number 4, behind. 2 more and then we go. Number 5, the lady at the back. And, oh, am I not seeing someone? Oh, yes, number 6. Any final one? So let's do with the 6 hands and then we see how we make. Number 1, over to you, Karibu.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. Question number 1 is, there's this whole tension between, in the conversation about work and institutions of higher learning. And on one end, there are those who argue that generally the institutions of higher learning are supposed to introduce the young people to knowledge and equip them with a wide breadth of skills and understanding, and not very specific development of per what the employers are asking for. So there's schools of thought that are saying, because of this is actually realities with the neoliberal and capitalistic thinking, where the employers want fully cooked, fully ready to work kind of products from institutions of higher learning, and not actually be ready to train and equip the students as they leave. Because again, there is an argument that we say the jobs that are existing today will not exist in another 10 years. So if we become so fixated on the jobs and getting this person ready for jobs, the specific jobs, we may be they may not even get those jobs by the time they leave. So the question has been, should we be teaching them things like lifelong learning instead? Of course, exposing them, but that not pushing the universities to teach for work. The other question I have is about TVET, the TVET conversation and how to make, again, there are people who have argued that African countries, there's a lot of conversation about TVET and almost a sense that perhaps even the funding is being shifted to orient it back to TVET. But again, there are people who say we do not have enough evidence to actually show that the students who've gone to TVET are getting meaningful employment engagement. So again, there are those who argue that this TVET conversation is about training Africans to be laborers, going back perhaps to the colonial times where Africans were being trained to just do handwork and not be given the space to develop deep thinking. And within that, there's always been this conversation of, it's too theoretical, it's supposed to be more skillful. And some of us argue that the two should be together. It shouldn't be this or that, because if it is not theoretical, you will not understand how things work. So you can only use it, but you can't develop and you can't shape. So how do we bring a balance between this conversation of skills and knowledge so that we are not, as some people argue, pushing Africa back to the days that we just want laborers?
Excellent. Two very good loaded questions. Number two.
Thank you. My name is Richard. I'm the regional program manager for Oxfam IBIS for the Horn, East and Southern Africa. My question is to Shan, and Shan, you make a very compelling case for the importance of teachers in honing other professions. And yet, due to austerity measures imposed by the World Bank and the IMF, countries have a cap as to how much they can spend on their wage bills. And as a result of that, a number of teachers that are required to be employed to enable us to achieve SDG 4 cannot be employed. You may want to know that we require an additional 17 million teachers to achieve SDG 4 by 2030. But because of these austerity measures, that has put us into a situation where we think that SDG 4 may not be achieved. So my question is about how you think the bank, the fund can be able to balance the desire for austerity and the need to achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Number three.
So my name is Sandra, and I come from the industry. I work as an accountant. The problem I see is that universities interact very less with us from the employment. We are the ones who are seeing the changes in skills. We are the ones who see what skills are needed in the market. So maybe my question is, why do universities don't interact much with the industry? That's all.
Question number 4. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My contribution is on the area of the Teachers Training Institute, because I think when it comes to education and the way we want the results and how our teachers up to the higher learning institution are affecting learning and the learners, I think it all comes to how we train our teachers. And I have I'll throw a question on how can we make the teachers to focus on the right approaches, pedagogical approaches, and specifically focusing on the learning inquiry approach, whereby the learners in the higher learning institution will be required to be really solving the real problems and asking the high level questions in the process of learning. And this question, I think, will help us to bridge the gap, as it has been mentioned, on the area of bringing in the experts to address the issues they are learning. Thank you.
Institution, please. Your good name?
My name is Miriam Loibotoki, and I'm coming from Unique Child Academy in Iringa.
5, please. Sure.
Hello.
My name is Joseph Wasihongo from Elimu Yetu Coalition in Kenya. We know that for the government to provide a service, they need to collect money from taxes to provide the service. Now, if you look at government's engagement within TVET, like the way it is now, is that let's invest in TVET so that we can give the youth appropriate skills to fit in the job market. That's the logic. Now, do you think there would be a difference within the industry and the general well-being of the society if the motivation of the government was not to provide jobs for the youth, but to provide an essential basic service? So that because the government is tied up with the responsibility, for example, of the provision of basic education, they say, okay, let us invest in TVET. Would there be a difference? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, interesting question. Final, number 6, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Catherine. I'm a researcher from Higher Education Institution, and I appreciate the discussion. I am aware that skills development programs matter when it comes to enhancing skills, like you mentioned, critical thinking and the like. And of course, higher education institutions are having the practicum, the apprenticeship, the teaching practices and the like. And what I'm seeing as a concern is that the skills are not assessed. In fact, I'm even sure that we do not have a tool for assessing skills. My understanding, the way skills are now in higher education institutions, they're integrated. I mean, they're mainstreamed in the curriculum courses. So maybe on that ground, of course, sometimes you can also say teachers are not trained on how to assess skills, and it's true. Our curriculum is not educating our teachers to assess skills the way they have to be assessed. So my question maybe is that what are the mechanisms, if possible, to enable for the assessment of skills explicitly in higher education institution? Because if this is happening, definitely learners or graduates are placing emphasis on the subjects that are assessed. Now, if you're not assessing skills, I'm not seeing our learners presenting or developing the skills as we would have wanted. So I would recommend as well that these skills need to be assessed, and then learners have to articulate, they have to communicate and present and prepare reports. This in a way will build their confidence. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have very exciting questions from all categories, from theories to measurements of skills to interactions between higher learning and the market and the related. The panelists are here to discuss with us, but at the floor, we have a number of experts. Everyone in the house has a voice. So I'll give them room first, and then I'll open up for discussions on these issues. So if there's something you want to pick up, note it down, and I'll give you another round of hands. This time around, let's start with Patricia, and please feel free to pick on any of those questions, and then we'll proceed to Sean.
Sure. So the first one is the one I think I can hopefully respond somewhat to, because you mentioned so many interesting points, and I agree with you. You need both theory and practice. You can't, you should have both. But the problem in what was happening in South Africa, it was only theory, and they didn't even have models to work on in the classroom. They had these small outdated pictures in the curriculum from that don't match what the machines look like today. So it's just about making sure that we're aligning the curricula regularly, updating them so that they reflect what those students are going to face when they hit the jobs, right? And you said, what is the idea that TVETs is not considered necessarily maybe for higher skills, that maybe it's just for producing menial labor. Well, the experience again in South Africa, we were working with students, mechanical engineering and chemical engineering students who would be working to design some of these vehicles and parts and so on. So definitely not at all for a menial, job. I guess if anybody's interested to know more about that activity, it's called High Gear. HI and then GEAR, and it's quite exciting what they're trying to do, and they're working with the whole system. And then finally, you talked about market research. You're absolutely right. Markets are changing. I mean, the market of today is so different from a few years ago. Even after COVID, things have changed dramatically in how we do work. So what I would say is you should always be plugged into the market. So if you are if it's your responsibility as the Ministry of Education to make sure that youth are skilled appropriately and relevantly for the skills in demand of the market, you need to always be updating yourself and always be reaching out and talking to employers, talking to the, what do you call those things, like chambers of commerce that, exist in different countries, and make sure you're up to date, because you're doing nobody a service if you are training students in either the wrong sectors or the wrong skills. You're giving students false hope. You have many disgruntled youth, but wait a minute, I went through the university, I got a PhD even, and I'm driving a taxi because I don't find jobs. I mean, this is hard. And this is your youth. This is the bulk of the population now, and they have so much to give. So it's just a question of coordinating, having dialogue. The people who are training the students and the people who want to hire them. And by the way, you're absolutely right. When you hire, we want companies, and companies will tell you themselves, look, we don't necessarily need them to know everything, because we're going to give them on-the-job training when they start, right, for the specific job. But things like critical thinking, problem solving, innovation, that should start at pre-primary, if not earlier. So it becomes just your way of showing up, your way of producing work. So I'm sorry if I took too long, but those are some of the points I wanted to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay. Thank you very much. All very interesting questions. I will save the most pointed one to the last. I will try to speak to all the questions, if the chair allow me the time. The first
Please.
question is, do we teach in higher education or tertiary education, what do we teach? Do we teach them how to learn themselves and leave the employers to teach job-specific skills or not? I think the role of employer versus education institutions is very, long-lasting questions. But I think for now, we already can say what is a minimum package that a basic education graduate needs to have in order to be trainable by employers, by specific occupations. So that is a definition that's important. And of course, that also evolves. We used to say being able to write, read, to count, or be on time. We used to say that's enough. But now it's not enough. We now need to learn how to operate the computers, how to get along with others, how to communicate, speak a different language. So that very definition of minimum package is evolving. And as government, as policymakers, as scholars, we all need to work together to make that definition. And that is a responsibility for the government, for the education institution to lay the foundation well. Yes, employer can play a role, of course, job-specific skills, but even before that, they should already be involved, working with the university to renovate, to revise the curriculum, especially in the tertiary education curriculums, like my colleague has showed example from Nigeria and South Africa. So I think it's no right and wrong. Both need to play a role, universities, the employers, and they need to be engaged very well. So it's not that TVET is not effective. It's what kind of TVET. There was a discussion about how much theory versus specific skills. I've seen different systems. Most of the Africa, unfortunately, TVET institutions, former ones, are overly knowledge-based, overly theoretical. Even the knowledge is out of date, unfortunately. Those are the education institutions under the Ministry of Education. But there are also a lot of so-called boot camps or skill training programs by Ministry of Labor, by our CSO, NGOs. Let's look at those programs. We can also say they're overly skill specific. They do not provide enough knowledge and theory. Both are important. How do we integrate them? I think if you look at some of the high-performing systems, I mentioned a few in my presentation, you will see that there's very good integration of both. There is a foundational knowledge or academic courses. There is also a set of professional courses, and there is apprenticeship, internships, working directly with industries to enhance hands-on skills. All this is important. So I just want to make them, I really encourage, even within the World Bank, I tell my colleagues, I really do not want to hear any more boot camps. We can have 3 weeks or 1 month to train people quickly, but are these people, are they sustainable? Do they have a foundation for lifelong learning going forward? We also need to take care of that for our youth. There was another question about why universities are not interacting with employers. I think I want to relate that question to a question about teacher training institutions, that the way they train teachers overly theoretical, and they do not even interact with schools. I want us to think about incentive structure for those universities. What is the incentive for a university to be more relevant? Do we measure them on that regard? most of our higher learning institutions, even the TVET ones, which is supposed to be produce jobs or employment or employable graduates, but how are we measuring them? Most of the country's system do not routinely use graduate employment rates or even some kind of satisfaction from employer or students as accountability for the universities. Historically, routinely, university gets a block grant from universities. What is the incentive for them to be relevant? And also, especially for universities, how do we promote the lecturer to professor, assistant professor to full professorship? Usually it's by publications. So that's why they are more theoretical, because we are not holding them accountable. Our government, our TCUs or higher education councils, regulatory bodies are not looking into how do we assess our institutions in a meaningful way, relevant way. I think I just want to make that point. In teacher education, I want to focus on, I think it's really important question. And I work across subsectors in Tanzania, in primary education and also in higher education. And when I realized we are rolling out, we're supporting the rollout of continuous professional development in Tanzania. It's going to be mainly school-based, but complemented with cluster-based. And our team asked the government, and how are we going to train so many teachers, so many WELs and DELs, education officer, tutors to be familiar with the system? The immediate reaction is for the government, we will do it ourselves. Our PURAG will do it. Our MOES will do it. I said, what about the universities? What about the CSOs? Shouldn't they play a role? The reason we need a university is not just because we have more hands to deliver training, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn. Somebody mentioned that yes, we can implement, we can renovate or review our curriculum to be competency-based. We have had competency-based curriculum since 2015, 2016, but there's very little implementation. And let's look at the university. How much are they competency-based? How much is our examination competency-based? So without linking universities with the frontline teacher training, linking the pre-service with in-service, we are going to be continue to stay in the low equilibrium for education. We have to break down that barrier. But we need to rely on all of you to think about how to break down that barrier, how to create incentive structures for higher learning institutions to be relevant. On the OPM question about austerity measures, you may be referring to the IMF or the structural adjustment period in the late 80s or 90s, no? First, and World Bank is different from IMF. We do long-term development. We do not do short-term shocks to the system. So I want to make that distinction. The structural adjustment period is controversial, not purely because of the policy cocktail may not be right, but also the way it was implemented. Maybe it was too much in a hurry. So that has a whole literature you can look. And we do recognize that there may be implementation issues that resulted in maybe teacher wage bill have been capped and so forth. But for both World Bank and IMF, we are dealing with governments, sovereign governments. Whatever agreement in partnership, in programs you sign, it's your government that signed the agreements. So I want to emphasize that point. It's important for us to know how to utilize the support from different agencies, whether it's bilateral or multilateral. We need to be very grounded in what we think are priorities. But I do agree that you should not borrow too much because you don't want to increase your loan burden, whether it's from IMF or commercial bank or any other external partners. that it's important to look at your debt ratio. That has a lot to do with macroeconomics, which I'm not familiar, but I'm sure you can talk to the Ministry of Finance, ask them, why did you agree to such austere measures? And was there any austere condition from IMF? I can tell you right now, there's no such condition in terms of wage ceiling. In fact, a lot of the conversation we are doing now with Ministry of Finance is to help increase the number of teachers for our education sector in Tanzania. And of course, because there's so much inefficiency in the system, because the revenue is limited or expenditure, government budget is limited, you will have to make choices. So I just want to say that I'm not sure it's enough, but it's my quick response. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much.
I'll stop here.
Oh,
Thank
you have
you.
one more? Yeah, sure. You can stop here so that we also see what we get from the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation is building up very, very well. So we are already agreeing on a number of good issues. So, for example, how to have minimum packages in training, how to make choices and optimal arrangements in terms of wage bills and the related. Fine. We have experts in the floor, we have stakeholders, we have users of higher education, we have many people in here and want to hear as many voices as possible. So this time around, no new question. Come in if you want to make a point over the issues on the table. Number 1, number 2, and I'll take 3 first and then we also see how we progress. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Yes, number 3 you are. Welcome.
Thank you. There is a student from the university in the room who has also raised up her hand. So I will give up my position to her so that she can speak.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you so very much. And I'll return back your position. So you'll be number 4. Welcome, a gentleman, a student from the university. Oh, a lady, I suppose, eh? Very sorry.
So good afternoon. I'm Veronica from the Sokoine University of Agriculture. So good afternoon. I'm Veronica from the Sokoine University of Agriculture. I wanted to raise a point regarding what Ms. had said on the issue of universities linking with companies on the issue of work. So my point is, or I would say I'm calling upon university administrators to set up a kind of curriculum or a kind of setup that will help university students to have part-time activities. Not only should the timetable be full of class from morning to evening and sometimes late evenings, but they should also think of coming with kind of timetables that will help students have work opportunities in different companies. This will help students to gain experience so as to reduce a load or burden of employment. You see, when we go to these companies, we only go there for earning experience. The experience we gain there will help us go somewhere else and start our own things, unlike waiting for completing college and waiting to go door to door seeking for jobs. So that's what I was thinking of. And that's what I was trying to present there. Thank you.
Yeah, very good point, Veronica. University parks for students to learn. Point taken. Number 2, number 3, number 4, in that sequence, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Samson John Sita. I work with the Milele Zanzibar Foundation. We currently pioneer a project called Assessment of Life Skills and Values in East Africa. Now, I want to contribute to a question relating to how we can measure the skills. Yeah, I just want to quote a simple quote from the World Economic Forum report of 2018 that says, according to the report, the employers require that most of the people in the coming years, or just to quote, I want to read it as it is. It indicates that employers retaining and upskilling efforts remain focused on a narrow set of current highly skilled, highly valued employees. So in that sense, we do not depend on the employers in the coming years to fund employees to upskill the skills. That means we have to have youth who are already skilled, especially in the 21st century skills. Even another report of 2020 also says in 2030, employers will require employees who have most of the skills such as critical thinking, self-awareness, creativity, communications ready so that they can employ them. So my advice, I have 3 suggestions. One, I think we need to have an independent subject on life skills that can be assessed and also nurtured. 2, the government and curriculum institutes to make sure after putting this in place by meaning of policy and curriculum, then there has to be a good mechanism to prepare teachers to teach and assess these skills. And lastly, to prepare teachers to have to have the contextualized assessment tools to measure life skills and values. Thank you.
Very much, very good recommendations. Number 3, please, yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Tarimo and I'm from Tai, Tanzania. Someone, I think, said that it's not proved that the technical colleges have a higher chance of providing job opportunities for their graduates. But I think one of the university, this day is called university, but it's called DIT, it's not far from here. Actually, they have one of the best output when it comes to employment. If you just go and do a research, you'll see, for instance, in 2020, DIT had almost 70% of the graduates who finished university in 2020 got employed. So it's important to, if you just do a little bit of research, you'll see that at the end of the day, those who are going to this technical school, they have higher chance of getting employed, even starting their own companies or being startups. So I think it's important to, I love this discussion because when it comes to those who are going to technical colleges, they end up being very good technically, like they can do all those technical development, but they miss the soft skills. So I think it's like someone say we need both. So if someone is technically good, they may not have a chance to be on top of the management because maybe they cannot communicate well, they cannot associate well, they cannot present their ideas, but technically they can do the job well. So you need to give them soft skills. When you go on the other side, you find people who can talk a lot. They can explain a lot of things, but if you give them a laptop to do something, they can't. So these other people need different set of skills. So it's upon the regulators to make sure that whether you go to technical school or you go to this other university, you need to have both skills, technical and soft skills. And the last thing that I wanted to say, as someone who has always been for almost 10 years now, really trying to give my contribution to the education sector, I tend to feel like education is the only product whereby the customers or the client are forced whether they like it or not. Because if you go to buy ice cream, you don't like, you want to go tomorrow to the same shop. But when it comes to education, the teachers, the education system, whether you like or not, whether it's good or not, it's going to be your problem. If you take students and they go to university and they fail, it's not upon the student to be asked what happened. The university is going to just blame on the students. So it's important to have the accountability. It should not just be about the student and everything. So it's important to have that accountability measures so that when students don't understand, we have an open discussion what happened instead of just blaming the student. Maybe they are ignorant. Thank you very much.
Very good recommendations. Mwalimu, you gave up your time and I'm giving you 2 minutes in return.
Okay, thank you so much. My comment is about, as we discuss these interventions or what should be done, we should also think about leadership. Because we know, you can hear comments from the room and everywhere. We know what should be done. We have the strategies and activities and even designing how they should be done. But the leadership of the government, which is supposed to lead the way in implementation of these strategies and programs, is the one that is not taking its cue. So as stakeholders or civil society organizations, we should not only concentrate on the issues of drawing strategies and programs, but we should also question the issues relating to leadership and governance, which have a multiplier effect on implementation of our programs and strategies in education sector and other sectors. So I think even if you have very brilliant ideas, when you have a leadership that is lost, you will all get lost. So I think my fellow comrades, you've heard the World Bank has said that the austerity measures that are hurting us are not because of World Bank, it is because our leaders signed those contracts. So why would a leader of a country sign a contract that is hurting its country? Those are some of the questions we should be asking. So there is a reasonable need for us to engage in matters of leadership and governance in our own countries so that we can bring hygiene and foresight in terms of engaging into these development matters. Thank you.
Very much. I think that's a very good point to really wrap up contributions from the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand this subject is very interesting, but time is not with us. We have very good issues and almost 6 issues that has been raised up here. I've been making my notes. I have some nice summaries for you. But before that, let me go back to the panelists and ask them 2 minutes each to wrap up, and then we go to the end of the session. Shing, 2 minutes if you want to make any final remarks on the issues. Oh, Patricia, you want to start? Or both of you want to talk at the same time? Yeah, sure. So please.
I'll make it short and sweet because everybody's tired, but happy to talk offline, off stage with anybody. I'm passionate about this. We care about our youth and they're the drivers of our present and our future. So we always want to engage with youth, hear from them, their ideas, like this lovely lady here with her idea of having internships throughout, not wait till you graduate so these are great ideas. Youth have them. We just need to listen to you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for the motivation. Maybe my closing remark will be a bit more technical. I just want to share a bit of experience in our World Bank tertiary education programs. How do we try to reorient the tertiary education to be more responsive, to produce employable skills? We are looking at both system level as well as service delivery level interventions. I think both are important. At the system level, we are talking about government policies. How do we finance our higher learning institutions, do we actually use performance-based grants or contracts with our universities? Can we consider that so that they are accountable to not just number of students, but also the quality of graduates, the employability of the graduates? From the government perspective, we also need to think about what is our quality assurance. If we look at existing quality assurance across the region, our TCUs or equivalent, I think in Kenya it's called Council of Higher Education. If we look at what they do, you realize they become mere process machines that are charging fees, not necessarily adding value to improve the relevance of our program. If that is accreditation, then we need to question that. How do we bring into the accreditation criteria requirements for them to produce results, to work with industries? You almost have to redesign your program standards for higher education institutions. So those are, and of course, as government, you always need to think about how do we make sure that disadvantaged students are not being left behind. So a lot of equity measures government does need to concern. So these are the three things I think are so important when you think about the role of the government. And of course, government can also do more in promoting indigenous research capacity, innovation, also policies of innovation, so forth. But equally important is at the service delivery level. All our university, higher education learning institutions enjoy some degree of autonomy. I think many of you have acts dated in the 60s, 70s, but you all say you're autonomous. What does that mean? Look within your university, if you're a vice chancellor, if you're academic dean, how do we make the program relevant? There are a lot of examples we can learn from other countries. We can try to bring industries to change our curriculum. At least we can ask industry to share their standards. Every industry has standards, whether it's mechanics, whether it's, pilots for the airplane or renewable energy. We need to let them share those standards. But of course, to translate industry standards to teaching learning is not straightforward. It can be a long process. This is where we need to work together. Every department need to work with relevant industry to get the most up-to-date standards and translate that into programs. We can also think about governance in mechanism right at our college level. When you talk to lots of experts, how do we link with industry better? They may tell you things like creating a council at a higher level, sector skill bodies at national level. But if we do not sink down to the institution level, these bodies become another bureaucracy. At each college, we can utilize our alumni association, create industry advisory bodies that can help us bring in more opportunities for students to intern and opportunities for our faculty to go out, to be attached. Remember, our trainers, professors, they also need to be trained to understand what's going on in the rest of the world. And these are the various interventions the World Bank is supporting across our portfolio for TVET and for higher education. I really encourage you to look at those specific measures, and I'm happy to share more in a different forum. I think I'm going to stop here.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Sure. Thank you so very much, Shin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember well, we started by addressing the issue at hand, expanding young population in Tanzania as well as in Africa, expanding higher education, but yet an existing gap between the industry and the higher education. And as a result, the economic growth is slowed down and the young people are not meeting the expectations, and the workspace is complaining because of the skills that are never was. You've raised very good issues from the panelists and also as well as from the floor. And we've come up with a number of very good recommendations and issues to take forward. One, how to think of minimum packages and standards and qualities around how to do the process and make sure that those who get out of the other side of the tunnel are fit for purpose. Two, the existing role of the TVETs, as well as the necessary amenities to that, and how that should be measured and be integrated so that both soft and hard skills are going together and are making a complete person for the industry. But you also talked about the balance between practice and theory, and more so how to bring the practice side, especially at the higher learning. We had voices from users, especially students, very good points around how to bring in university parts to train students and to make sure that experiences are happening ongoing, and it's not one-off event which does not really bring a lot of solution. There are also very good discussions around teacher education and how we should continue equipping those who are training to make sure that the circle is completed. And of course, how to measure skills. We had some existing micro cases in Zanzibar and elsewhere, how skills could be measured, cases in Indonesia, South Africa, and elsewhere. So we are not alone, and we do not live without a solution. Tanzania can still learn from others, and we can still see how we move forward. And then, of course, it was quite clear that we need to listen to young people. They are the users of education and their voices to make, and this should happen in a dialogue and not in one side. And finally, there are a lot of existing case studies and experiences that could also add value to Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the panelists so very much for creating time to be with us this afternoon, and also for doing a very good job. You've invited us to check at your programs at the World Bank. I hope there are some good sites that could illuminate scholars, policymakers, as well as other users of higher education in the country, but also USAID for giving us very illuminating experiences from elsewhere in the world, as well as what you do in the country. Shall we put our hands together as they take back to the floor? And without much ado, my name's Charles Sokile. I'm the country director for Oxford Policy Management in Tanzania. We are a global think tank. We are in many countries. We are also in Tanzania, and we advise and lead in advisories in the policy space. Thank you so very much. Karibu.
Well, wasn't that very, very well done? Come on, I want to hear some more hands. That was very well done. Thank you very much. And a beautiful summary at the very end of it that truly captures the essence of the fantastic session. So are we all right? Are we ready for the last session? Yeah? All right, I hope this will be a hot one. I apologize for flipping you around the rooms a little bit because I was looking at the application and I was looking at the physical program, and the sessions were one on top of the other. All right. So I kept directing people to Mikumi when they should have been here, but it's all sorted. I think they'll be joining us shortly. And why don't we go right ahead? But if I go back to the app right now, I won't have any problem with the final session. I have the two speakers, Shaibu and Mr. Mapunda. Are you in the, oh yeah, are you in the room? Yeah, please join us. There they are. So the role of human-centered design in promoting teachers-led classroom instructions to improve the outcome of their studies. What a topic for the end of the day. And before you proceed, I'd like to make an announcement. Please take note. It'll also be on the app. We had a very hot topic earlier in the day about unlocking the African language as a medium of instruction, challenge short and long-term policy interventions for quality education in Africa. This will be carried on EduTalk Africa radio. Is it EduTalk Afrique without the A? EduTalk Afrique. EduTalkAfrique.radio. The conversation will be at 3 p.m. East African time, Wednesday next week. Could you please write a quick note on that one? Wherever you are, you'll be able to capture, you'll be able to join the conversation at edutalkafrique.radio. And the email, if you wish to subscribe, if you wish to let them know that you will tune in, is edutalkafrique@gmail.com. So EduTalkAfric without A, EduTalkAfrique, Africa without the A at the end, @gmail.com. 3 p.m. East African time. East African time, EAT, Wednesday next week. Mjadala hule wa lugha ambao tumekuwa nao kwa siku ya leo, changamoto zake kwa wakati uliopo mfupi na wakati ujao mrefu, masuala ya kiasera na jinsi ya kuleta elimu bora kwa wanafunzi na vijana wa Afrika. Naomba tafadhali sana tuweze kujiunga na edutalkafrique.radio kama ambavyo tulitambulishwa, moja kati ya vituo bora kabisa vya elimu, siku ya Jumatano wiki ijayo saa 9 alasiri, wakati au nyakati za Afrika Mashariki. 24th August 2021. Nadhani that's well said, right? If people haven't heard this one, we'll repeat it at the very end. So take us to the end of the day. Are you ready, gentlemen? Sawa kabisa. All right. Karibuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Mapunda Kawanga. I work for the Aga Khan Foundation as Education Program Manager. I think most of my colleagues from Tanzania, especially Dar es Salaam, do confuse about this Aga Khan Development Network agencies. Sometimes we have some people who need to go Aga Khan Hospital, they come to Aga Khan Foundation. And some who need to go Aga Khan Foundation, they go to Aga Khan University or Aga Khan Hospital. So it's one of the agencies of Aga Khan Development Network. And it basically works under the component of social development. And the other component under social developments are Aga Khan University, Aga Khan Health Services, where you find Aga Khan Hospital. Also, we have Aga Khan Education Academic, where most of the schools like Mzizima secondary schools are found there. So we work in mainly in 6 thematic areas, which are agriculture and field security. The second one is economic inclusion. The third one is education. The fourth one is health childhood. Fifth one is health and nutrition. And the sixth one is civil society. So actually, the theme of the conference says, we are just now rethinking on education, the role of education. So Aga Khan Foundation, to cope with this theme, we have come up with an approach known as human-centered design. in all of our thematic areas, not only in education. And basing on the fact that schools are to be centered for social changes and not targets for social changes. We always make schools as targets for social changes, but it should be the center for social changes. And of course, we must question ourselves, how do we strategize teacher agents and promote teacher-led innovations? Why do we still assume that teachers are not experts of teaching and learning? I think there is where the problems comes. I can take an example of an officer sitting at the Ministry of Education, thinking that a teacher who is residing at a certain school in Lindi is not an expert, but at the moment, at the very day that is migrated to the district office to be an officer or academic officer, is now treated to be an expert without passing any kind of training. Just migrating him or her from one state to another is where we assume that he or she is an expert. So, to my understanding, we know teachers are going through different training from pre-service as well as in-service trainings. But what do we need to do? Because they might be having basic knowledge, skills about teaching and learning. But what do we need to do to promote it more is to support them to come up with innovations on how they can improve their teaching and learning. So by doing that is where the importance of human-centered design approach comes. Yeah, I'm not going to speak much about it. My colleague Shaib has been implementing a education project by using human-centered design approach, and he has many things to tell us. He has many examples and testimonies on how the approach has helped the teachers to come up with innovative solutions to support the children's learning. Thank you. Karib Shaib.
Thank you, Mr. Mapunda. My name is Shaibu Mandova, a national coordinator for one of the education projects implemented by Aga Khan Foundation, School 2030 project. So the role of human-centered design in promoting teachers-led classroom innovation to improve the learning outcome of their students. So School 2030 is one of the projects that use the human-centered design. So today we'll be looking at the examples from the schools that we're implementing, that the schools that are implementing the human-centered design. And looking at the role of the HCD, it mostly empower teachers as the designers. As we know that teachers, sometimes we look them as not expert enough to deliver what they're doing. But through the human-centered design, we look at the teachers a designer already. They're working in the environment that can design everything, design in terms of teaching and learning material. They can design and even change the way they deliver, approach. So there are so many ways the teacher can design in their context. But human-centered design is also ensuring that expertise is decentralized to teachers themselves. Instead of expertise from university, education stakeholders, maybe from other organizations, going down to school, going down to teachers and tell them that do this, do this, do this. but by using human-centered design, you leave everything to teachers themselves to design given the challenge that they're facing in the learning processes. So we prepared our slide, and we wanted you to look at the teachers' innovation that they designed through human-centered design, as well as the way they're implementing, and they have some evidence on how the human-centered design are supporting them to deliver and achieve the learning outcome in the classroom processes. So please, IT guys, our slide, move the slide and until when I say you stop. Next. Yes. So back. Yeah. So human-centered design, it use a toolkit where Aga Khan Foundation has developed the toolkit that supports teachers to walk through journey of 10 phases. The process, teachers start with the launch. So under launch, teacher assess their learners to see the challenge. That says on the different outcome, academic domain, as well as a soft domain like critical thinking, relationship building, and so forth. So when they assess the learners, as well as analyze some of the learning environment, they come up with a challenge. So the challenge, they go down to the community, they go down to other teachers to explore more about that challenge. Once they explore the challenge, they sit together to define the challenge into a specific one. And once design the challenge in the specific one, they go now to generate different ideas. So in the idea generation, they come up with one idea which particularly address the challenge that identified. So they sit together to make a prototype and test in the environment, iterate that prototype, and get ready for implementation. And once they are done with implementation, at least 5 or 6 months, we organize a forum for them to tell the evidence. So as you can see, that is the journey of human-centered design that teachers go through in their learning processes. So as I initially say that the journey is empowering teachers themselves as a designer and not as the receivers as mostly we do nowadays. So go, next slide, please. Next slide. So we collected some of examples of those solutions designed by the teachers. One of the solution, and we'll see also teacher evidence on that solution. T-learning. T-learning is the model consists of the physical product, board, in the shape of the letter T. On the other arm of the structure, one can place cards in the form of vowels, consonant, or number. So T-learning is an innovation of the teachers themselves. And what we did as Aga Khan Foundation, we went there to orient and support teachers to design. And we didn't send T-learning. So T-learning is innovation of the teachers. That is what we want. And we also call upon other organizations to ensure that we engage and involve teachers finding a solution for the challenge they face. One of the solutions also is a learning space. Teacher came out with the learning space that addressing 3 areas challenges in the pre-classroom. So it's learning outside the classroom. So they organize material, as you can see on that photo. They organize material and convene learners out of the classroom to learn and interact with the material with the support of the teachers. So it's just the teachers themselves designs of the learning spaces. So we give them an opportunity to see what they can do, ensuring that they achieve the learning outcome that we always insisting. The next slide, please. So when we talk about the role of the human-centered design for us, it's just giving teachers the power, giving teachers an opportunity for them to design a micro-innovation for the teaching and learning process. One of the teachers came out with the critical thinking book. The critical thinking book is just a solution for teachers interact and give the student an opportunity for them to learn in the secondary school. The solution aimed at empowering critical thinking among students through critical thinking books. This also increases brainstorming capacity, where different type of the books are given to students to discuss the content and answer question. The session takes place in the critical thinking club. So teacher designed the critical thinking clubs, where different kind of the books are given to students for them to read and answer question directly. So it's the part of building their capacity in terms of critical thinking. One of the teachers also came out with a solution entitled as Class Talent Program, where teachers is not focusing much on the content of the certain subject, but they're giving opportunity to children themselves to design anything they want. So we didn't go there and tell teachers that do this, but it's just their will on how they can now empower learners. So they're giving opportunity to learners in secondary school, Form 2, to design anything. And they have a day where learners are given time to share what they designed. As you can see that photograph, the learners designed a model of the house. But also learners are designing different kind of the material in their classroom, and they're sharing. So this is the way of how human-centered design are empowering teachers to innovate and think differently on the way of teaching and giving learners an opportunity for them to also come out with the innovation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have so many kind of the solution, as you can see. One of the teachers came out with the idea of 15-minute handbook for learning guide. So teacher designed this is just an approach for secondary school teachers, where they use 15 minutes only to deliver the content. They say that giving 50 minutes or 80 minutes in the one period, it's okay, but sometimes learner can understand your content or your lesson even within 15 minutes. So teacher designed a guide where he can also share with other teachers on how the 15 minutes can be used to impart learning, to facilitate learner to acquire a certain knowledge. So in that book, teacher designed games like My Trees, Head Cups, Numbering with Balloons, My Train, Hangman, etc. So we can also give this teacher an opportunity, maybe even to share more on how the 15 minutes handbook works. So it's just themselves designed such kind of the approach. It's not an expert from external or from ministry or from maybe TAI. It's just a teachers. So human-centered design, it can be used even to identify some of the innovators, giving teacher an opportunity, giving teacher powers of designing their solution. Their solution because they own it, but also when they use it, they use in the way that they can address challenge of learning. Next slide, please. So we just came here to show how human-centered design can empower teachers to design their own solution, understanding that they know better their classes, they know better their environment. So when you give them an opportunity, they use it effectively. Instead of going there and imparting certain different of the knowledge approach, give them an opportunity. We had some years when we were implementing certain project, we shared a teaching and learning approach called Reading to Learn, RTL. But it was already designed by experts. So went there and provide the teaching and learning approach to teachers that use reading to learn. It worked, but it didn't give a teacher an opportunity for them to design their solution. But through human-centered design, you can achieve a lot because you are not going there to give anything. Instead, you are facilitating them to come out with a solution. Going through those 10 steps, and they come out with a solution, and they are tested in the classroom. So we have some one video we want to play, and just giving you an opportunity to see the interaction of one of the teachers in their classroom. They design T-learning and how they use, and they can give evidence on how they supported in achieving learning outcome in terms of their 3 R's in their pre-classes. So please, video.
As IT is queuing up, I hope you guys are still attentive. So think about the questions that you're going to pose as we wrap up this discussion on the importance of human-centered design. It being a mindset, it being a way of thinking and doing things, how is it going to impact education? Over to you, IT. I hope you're ready. Centered design. It being a mindset, it being a way of thinking and doing things. How is
This is Changoma Pre and Primary School located in Temeke Municipal, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. It is among the schools implementing the Schools 2030 project.
Foundation, Schools 2030, focus on holistic learning outcomes.
Schools 2030 supports teachers and students to design and implement education eco-innovation.
Yeah, that is one of the teachers designed T-learning, and we have 100 solution already. And the solution are ranging from teaching and learning material, teaching approach, and others. So human-centered design has a power, as I said, to support teachers to design micro innovation, supporting their teaching and learning processes. And we have a toolkit that support teachers designing, and it can be accessed through our School 2030 website. And you can access that toolkit, and it's a free human-centered design toolkit for everyone. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A quick round of applause for our two presenters for a job well done on human tool. I'll hand over questions to the audience on the floor so that at least we get to interrogate a little bit further what they were talking about. I see a hand. Yes, sir. Number one, number two, number three. 3 questions for now, and then we proceed from there. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a very relevant presentation because currently we are looking at school-based curriculum development processes and developing of teaching and learning materials through small teacher groups at school level to improve the quality of learning and quality of learning outcomes. This is a project that we need to roll out. But my question is, how are you working with the National Curriculum Development Center? Because development partners tend to take up the role that these government institutions should be doing. Once the project ends, it will end with the Aga Khan Foundation. But if you are able to work with the National Curriculum Development Center, so that it is a policy in curriculum development and the development of teaching and learning materials, whether Aga Khan Foundation is in Tanzania or not, that policy will continue and will receive funding from government. So I expected even to see in partnership with either Ministry of Education or National Curriculum Development Center in the video and or the logo there. So I mean, how are you wishing to transfer it to the government so that the government runs what they should be doing instead of development partners doing it? Thank you.
Very good question. Over to you, speaker number 2.
Thank you very much. I've seen such a kind of methodologies which I've shown in this next time goes. So the time goes. So what about the classroom which have more than 200 children or students in a class? You may apply this way. So is it possible for Tanzanian to be used in this way, especially for the government schools? So we must to come with another way for the classroom which have more than 200 or 300 in a single classroom. So that is the number of students in a local school for nowadays.
Thank you, Speaker number 2. That's a very pertinent question in lieu of our lived reality in some of our public schools, where it's very difficult to manage the classroom because of the immense size of students. How can we utilize human-centered design to ensure that key messages, key learnings get to the end user, who's the student? Yes, Speaker number 3, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to appreciate the presentation. So I work with teachers in Rwanda, and I was very excited when you started talking about agency, because I think that has been a missing link of having the teachers central to the interventions that we are rolling out. And I just want to say that part of what we implement is very much, there are great parallels with what you're talking about. I work with 3,000 teachers in Rwanda, math and science teachers, secondary school teachers. And our approach, we normally say that we do not work on the teachers, we work with the teachers. And the way we do that, part of it is having the teachers right at the beginning of designing the interventions. What are the challenges? So the interventions being responsive to the real needs of the teachers in their classroom, bringing them together for collective reflection on what those needs are. I believe, like it is in many different African countries, we have schools at different levels. We have schools that are very, very well infrastructure, even though they're government schools, and there are schools that perhaps are not. So being able to create a community of practice to bring these teachers together to discuss what the challenge is and discuss what the solution could be. But the only difference is that even as they do that, there is an additional support from us, which in terms of having a more in-depth understanding of what is it they're suggesting to do and working with them to then come up with what the intervention is. And I think one of the things I was excited to hear about is a little bit of a departure of saying the master trainers have to come from the university and all that. The teachers themselves are being pushed at the forefront. Now, going back to that, and then bringing the CPD sessions to happen within the class, because the issue normally is, when do they get the time to do all this? Because most of the time our teachers are very packed curriculum. So one of the things we've been able to do in Rwanda, and I was going to say something about this tomorrow during my presentation, is that eventually, based on this, we've been able to work with the policymakers so that right now in Rwanda, once a week, there's a free afternoon. And that free afternoon is for CPD sessions so that the teachers can work together. The other innovation is just using social media. We do a lot of interaction and those collective conversation. I have over 100 WhatsApp groups on my phone. So the teachers are grouped and we are able to facilitate those kind of conversations. So I think this is very, very exciting. And I would just want to say authoritatively that this is where the CPD should be headed in the continent, where the teachers are driving the CPD sessions. It's more sustainable. The question I would ask us has already been asked when you're presenting your presentation is, what are some of the challenges? Because it can't be all rosy. There must be challenges, and we must seek to understand those challenges so that we know how to continue improving. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. I think before we proceed, if we have teachers or educators in the room, let's give them a round of applause for the commitment and passion that they continue to show. As they say, if you can read or count, thank a teacher. Most of us are who we are because of the level of commitment and passion from our teachers. Aga Khan Foundation, Three important questions have been posed. Please, let's respond to them in the quickest possible time. How are we working or collaborating with government to ensure that these innovations are also replicated and scaled up?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can start responding the question number 2, and Shaibu will come up with how we work with the curriculum developers and the system. What about the classroom with many students? I think this is one of the challenges. As we said before, the essence of human-centered design is to put or to place the process in the hands of teachers. The teachers themselves do assess what are the problems to be addressed, and then they come up with the proper solutions. As we said, we are not going to come up with the solution for them. So this was only one of the solutions that teachers developed, but there are hundreds more than this one. It depends on the context. It depends on the problem that teacher is identified. This teacher we have seen identified the problem of students failing to catch up with the literacy and the numerals. That's why he came up with that solution. And there are some of the solutions addressing the problems of big classrooms with so many students. There are also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mapunda. One of the solutions that addressing large class is outside space. And I showed that example there. Teachers organize teaching and learning material outside that classroom. So there are 2 teachers there. One teacher is taking lead of the class in the room, and another teacher is leading the class on the garden outside the classroom. So they addressing large class, that garden of words and number, one of the solution in those 100 we have. About working with the government and government institution like TAI, we are working with them, and it's mandatory for every organization who implementing a certain intervention in Tanzania to engage all government bodies, from ministry to each other institution. And we have National Advisory Committee, and that committee, it includes also member from TAI, PROG, and other organization institution. So yeah, we are engaging them and understanding that what we are doing is just giving teachers an opportunity to design in a classroom innovation, and they are being tested. And we have the forum where teachers are sharing those solutions with evidence, and we invite government officials in those forums. But we envisioning to advocate even for the solution that will show a great impact in the learning context. Will then advocate for the scale up. But we also we invite other teachers from the nearby schools to visit those schools and observe on what teachers are doing for them to deploy those kind of the solution to test in wider community. But around challenge, we have some challenge. One of the challenge we have, when teacher design a solution, we have to support them to test the solution. So the material that are required by the teachers, sometimes it bursts our budget to have. For example, the T-learning, it needs a simple support, very cheap support. Just making the T-learning using board, you go to Carpenter and make those T-learning. But some of the teachers are requesting support, like we need to establish mathematics lab in our school, or we need to establish IT lab. So you have to support IT materials, computer, tablets. So for the project, this is a challenge because we can't afford such kind of the support. But what we are doing, we provide a certain kind of the material for them to test and see their innovation is working or not. And if it's working, we can now think on how we can engage other stakeholders. That is why we call upon other stakeholders to see how they can support this kind of the solution that teachers designed in their teaching and learning process. Thank you.
A quick follow-up question. Really, what I was looking for is whether there are attempts to have the government take that up as a policy in development of teaching and learning materials, so that it is a government policy. You might be inviting them in their meetings, but they come to sit and see what you are doing. So you are taking the lead. How can we have that taken up as a policy in the development of teaching and learning materials so that it is facilitated countrywide by the government as a government policy?
Yeah, thank you very much. That is what I said. This project is running for 10 years and it's just a learning improvement program. And this is second year of its duration. What we are envisioning is just to do so. And we are in a process of just showing evidence on how human-centered design can impact in this kind of the teaching. And when after five years, we can now have those evidence to inform government that we have done this and this is outcome. We can scale up to other countries. I mean, other regions in our countries.
Thank you. What I've picked up is that teachers are not only designers or problem solvers, they are solution finders and builders. And so we need to invest in them because they're at the core face of us realizing access to quality education and opportunity. Any last two questions before we wind down? Yes, one at the back here and number 3 right at the back. So we'll start with you, sir, there.
Okay, thank you, presenter. The role of human-centered design is very important in which promote teaching and learning process. But I'm suggesting to you that it will be better if teachers will be developed. Teachers development meeting is very important to those teachers because there are some of the teachers soon after completing their colleges, they never get any improvement to them so that they can be capable to have a good knowledge of designing some of teaching aids and others. Therefore, to be better if you plan to have teachers development meeting so that teachers can be capable. And also the increase of teachers. You find that in secondary schools, we don't have enough teachers, especially in science subjects. Physics and mathematics is a very problem to secondary schools. You can find a school has never seen a physics teacher. Therefore, you can plan, if possible, to get enough teachers so that students can learn more about science subjects. Thank you.
Thank you. As Mheshimiwa has talked here, there are no teachers in our schools. It's true. Because where I'm moving, there are no mathematics teacher. There are no physics teacher. We just get a physics teacher in tuitions. So it is too hard to learn. And this program I've seen here, the Aga Khan's Foundation, it's somehow friendly and not friendly so much to secondary students, but I see just in primary students, these down levels. So maybe can you create a way that we can get successful too?
Some important recommendations coming through. The last speaker. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm going direct to the solution, especially to the early learning child at the primary school in general, especially the matter of shortage of teachers. That's a greater problem, especially to while teaching and learning to learning pupils. For example, to the remote area in the villages, more than 100 kids in one class with one teacher. This matter makes learning and teaching to the kids to be a very obstacle, to be very barrier in how to overcome learning and teaching situation. Another solution to the government is to improve the budget to a such area so that can help the teacher to prepare teaching and the learning material. This can help to easily when teaching and the learning process. Any other solution comes to how to prepare some food. This can attract kids to like, to be attractive, to like schooling, can avoid cheating to school. So if the government can put forward, so the kids can be having some food at the school surround areas, can be something which is very suitable. Thank you.
Thank you for diagnosing the problem and also proffering solutions. Aga Khan, let's wind up the discussion, last reactions and your parting words.
Yes, I think to respond to the question of how teachers should be developed and maintain the sustainability of this approach, the government of Tanzania has already rolled up the implementation of the teachers' continuous profession development. And the Aga Khan Foundation also supports the government to implement it. And for sure, if Aga Khan Foundation and the other development partners will work together with the government to promote this one, I think the teacher's life in terms of the developing the capacities and the learning, they will be happy for that. So they have already allocated 1 hour per week, and it is reflected in the policy that every school should have 1 hour per week for teachers' continuous professional development, like what you said from Rwanda. Yeah, I think the issues of teachers recruitment and the infrastructures is something complex to discuss because we are not entitled to employ teachers as as NGOs and other partners, but through different forums like this one and the other ones is where now we come and try to push it to teachers, because otherwise, as we said, we'll come up with a lot of interventions, but we will not succeed if the issue will still go worse and worse. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my fellow has answered the question very well, but adding to what Mapunda said, human-centered design, it mostly addressing challenge related to the learning and teaching context and in the classroom level. But there are so many challenges, as we said, number of teachers, some challenges related to environment, feeding program, etc. But human-centered design, it focuses much on the classroom level. And as you can see that most of the solutions that teacher addressed, designs is related to teaching and learning processes. But there's a way we can use human-centered design in designing solution, as you mentioned. You can convene stakeholders and discuss around how we can now address shortage of teachers in our schools. We can come up with a solution like bringing in volunteers. We have so many teachers in the streets, but government's capacity to employ them is very limited. So we can discuss at the community in the certain village, maybe if we have fund in our village bank account, we can employ temporary teachers who is professional and pay in different way. So we have so many ways we can discuss it and even support community to come up with this kind of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shaibu. Thank you, Mapunda, for a well-formed and informed discussion on the importance of human-centered design in ensuring that we improve, we strengthen, and we further develop learning outcomes to improve the quality of instruction in the classroom. Let me invite you to stand. I want to check on the audience energy levels. Can I invite you all to stand? Yes. So this is the last activity of the day. You say as I say, and you do as I do. So where I come from, there's a process that we call kupepeta. So during the harvest season, this is where our mothers would separate the grains from the chaff or the wheat from the chaff. So it's called kupepeta. Eh? So you say as I say, and you do as I do. Shall we do it together? Okay, let's go. I take the ball. Nguvu, energy. Eh? I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. And I pepeta. And I pepeta. I take the ball. I put it here. Let's pepeta tomorrow, eh?
Most of you looked really good doing that. Experts, absolute experts. You have a good day. Nkube, you made some very highly distinguished delegates pepeta this evening. All right, but everybody is, you can always borrow a leaf from a very good moderator. And I think the way he looks as well as a very good MC, very commanding. Thank you for the session. It went very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the very end. And I'd just like to remind you once again, next Wednesday, 3 p.m. East African time, we'll be unlocking the African language as a medium of instruction challenges. As a medium of instruction, we'll look at the challenges, short and long-term policy, interventions possible for quality education in Africa. It's going to be on EduTalk Afrique.radio. Tomorrow, I would like to emphasize we begin early, please. So the timetable says 8:30 a.m. And we're going to start with Dr. John Kalage, the Executive Director, Haki Elim. I will request that we should be done with tea by 8:15. Please filter through and let's begin on time. We also have colleagues online. They'll be waiting and they might be awake quite late, deep in the night, very early in the morning, waiting for us. And if we delay, I think it becomes a bit inconvenient for many waiting for these wonderful topics. So that's my stress for tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. we begin. Please take a look at the program, look at the physical copy. If you still like to hold on to paper, take a look at the application, update yourself, and let's proceed. Today, our children were here. I didn't even have time to engage with them. Sikupata nafasi kabisa ya kuwashirikisha. Lakini nawashukuru kwa wale ambao kidogo waliweza kuwachangamsha. Tomorrow, walimu, teachers, we hope that we can hear from you. tuangalie mada hizi na tunaweza tukawauliza maswali mawili matatu, msijisikie vibaya kushiriki. Na kama mna maoni tuweze kusikia kutoka kwenu. We'll have a recap of the day tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, I think yesterday we had a great closure by the coordinator. Naomba nikukaribishe kwa mara nyingine tena, Mr. Ochola wa yoga. With your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu utufungie day number 2 of our second International Conference on Education. Karibu sana.
Hello. Yes, good evening again, and I just want to thank you all. I can see it has been a very, very long day, and Richard Long is seriously ready to leave. But I'm not going to keep you so long here. We cannot close without acknowledging the support from Aga Khan Foundation. Like I said yesterday, indeed, possibly wouldn't make it for this conference without their support. And they have been able to share with us the intervention and the contribution they put into education. And we still hope we will cooperate and engage further. But again, I would wish to thank SIDA. Also have been very, very key partners of Tanzania Education Network over the years, over 15 years. And they have been very, very helpful to ensure that we really occupy the civic space. Again, Malala Foundation, this is a foundation as well, the Malala Fund in UK. They've been very, very supportive to ensure that this conference takes place here in Dar es Salaam, and we continue to thank them. We have also Pestalozzi, and Pestalozzi is there. They have also a lot of interventions around education. It's only that this time they have not chosen to share, but they have a good office across Alias and Mwinyi Road, and you can always visit them to understand what they do. We have Foundation for Tomorrow, and we couldn't imagine how effective and how generous Foundation for Tomorrow has been to Mtandao wa Elimu Tanzania. And Nkube is the one who was really running the show here. He's from Foundation for Tomorrow. And I hope next time when we come to you, we shall perpetrate as well. We have Save the Children, Tumsifu Mari and his team, and Besta Lozi. They have been very, very generous to Mtandao. And without them as well, we couldn't be able to put up this conference. We have your help, Richard Long and Kobia. They are here as far as from Uganda. They are our supporters and partners. And without them as well, this conference might not be a success as we are heading to day 3. Igunga Primary School. We spoke about them yesterday. These kids are seriously amazing. And we hope, and their teachers as well, we hope to continue to engage them down the line and see what this partnership would bring through their skills of singing, composing songs. And we wish that these songs would really take shape somewhere, somehow. We have our partners as well, CatsNet. They are the ones providing internet connectivity here. And they have done that for free. And we are so thankful for their contribution. CCBRT, as I said yesterday, in case you need any medical checkup, do not go back without seeing them. Be it ear, be it teeth, be it mguu, be it mgongo. They are around, they can provide medical advice, and seriously, you could be taken care of. So I just want to thank our partners, all of them, for being so generous to Mtandao wa Elimu. Otherwise, I thank you all. We have teachers here. Perhaps we have not been able to understand that we have quite a number of teachers here. In our list, we have probably 30 teachers who come across all regions of Tanzania. So teachers, wherever you are, if you could stand in your, are you still in or you have left? All the teachers from 26 regions. In a special way, Mtandao wa Elimu want to thank you for the good work that you are doing at school. And it's not that we don't recognize the challenges, the difficulties within your environment. And with these solutions, then you could take them back to your regions and see how we improve teaching and learning wherever we are. Those are the representatives of almost 170 teachers, 100,070 teachers in Tanzania. So we thank you very much and hope as we conclude tomorrow, we could be having something to take back in our regions. I understand we've been here for quite some time, but our rapporteurs tomorrow will give us a snapshot of what we have covered today. But within our program, everything that we intended to cover has been covered. And we really apologize if we have gone an extra time. I know some of you are really busy and you can only engage in one particular session. So tomorrow, let's be punctual in terms of time so that we start early, and tomorrow is the closure day. If we start late, we could also miss some of the important sessions with the guest of honor. And we expect that the Deputy Minister of Education Science will be adjourning this conference tomorrow. So if we provide ourselves early, we tackle the sessions that will be running tomorrow, then we'll give him time also to come on time and close on time. Otherwise, I just want to wish you to chill out in Dar es Salaam and feel free. Joseph, feel free wherever you are in Dar es Salaam. It's a safe city, and we hope we meet you tomorrow morning, and God bless.
Just a final thing on the program. You will notice that the first two sessions in the morning are breakout sessions. Tunaingia kwenye vyumba tofauti. Kwa hiyo, Dr. John Kalage will be here. And Miss Iku, are you still in the room? Okay, Iku will be at the Mikumi. And so please choose where you go in the morning. I'll just be there at breakfast to say, go to your session. You will choose where you're going. So you can be with Mr. John Kalage, Dr. John Kalage here, or you can go to Mikumi as we did today. And the second session will be the same. We will break out here with Barbara Chilangwa, and Dr. Richard Sambaiga will be at Mikumi. Enjoy yourselves. God bless. See you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.